In this case, the defendant is not guilty.
Peterson and his attorney weeping as the verdicts were read. He faced 10 counts, including child neglect. The police resource officer on duty at the time accused of failing to act the day 17 people were shot and killed by a former student. Peterson, who took shelter near a neighboring building, has said he couldn't pinpoint the shooter's location. The defense called multiple witnesses who had similar confusion about the shots being fired. The U.S. Supreme Court facing criticism from the president after striking down race-based college admissions.
President Biden says he strongly disagrees with the 6 justices who voted to end affirmative action policies at private and public universities.
This is not a normal court.
The president says discrimination still exists in the country and that the Supreme Court opinion cannot be a permanent setback.
It's a simple fact. If a student had to overcome adversity on their path to education, college should recognize and value that.
The Departments of Justice and Education are outlining clarity for colleges and universities on admissions policies still allowed by law.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. The group that sued on behalf of Asian American students says the ruling begins to restore a colorblind legal covenant that binds the nation together. The U.S. economy growing more than first thought in the first quarter, a 2% rate in the government's revised report instead of 1.3%, and fueled by consumers spending at the fastest pace in nearly 2 years. The Dow up 269 points at the closing bell. America is listening to Fox News.
Guam Regional Medical City is a leader in foot and ankle care in the Marianas. Our podiatry clinic aims to provide exceptional treatments for diabetes, ingrown nails, arthritis, corns, foot and ankle injuries, and much more. Let's get you back on your feet. To learn more, call GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762. GRMC. Reflecting our commitment to providing safe and quality patient care.
Join us at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro and see why they've been crowned Guam's best Chamorro food restaurant for 9 consecutive years. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus tinactac, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet burgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña location from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for lunch, 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner, or 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for their famous Sunday brunch.
The state attorney general in Kansas says he may sue the governor over a new law impacting transgender rights.
Kansas passed a law that says a person is either male or female based on the biological reproductive system they had at birth, and that this applies to any state law or regulation. So the Attorney General, Chris Kobach, said driver licenses and birth certificates must now reflect that. Documents that were recently updated to reflect something else, he said, need to change back. But now the governor of Kansas, Laura Kelly, says state agencies under her control can continue allowing alterations to things like driver licenses and birth certificates. Kobach now says he may sue her, but advocacy groups note a federal judge ruled 4 years ago the state must allow transgender people to change their birth certificates.
Fox's Jessica Rosenthal. A political consultant who had a colleague killed by 2 hitmen gets 24 years in federal prison. Sean Cattle, a one-time Democratic campaign consultant, just sentenced in New Jersey, where he pleaded guilty to conspiring to commit murder for hire, telling prosecutors the victim, who was stabbed to death, had been threatening to extort money to keep from exposing claims of wrongdoing in Cattle's consulting business. Former First Lady Melania Trump gets into NFTs for the 4th of July, rolling out the 1776 collection of non-fungible tokens.
Landmarks from Mount Rushmore to the Statue of Liberty, each with a patriotic-themed music track, each piece a window into our nation's history, culture, and patriotism. Purchase price $50, with a portion of the proceeds going to her Fostering the Future program to help kids who have aged out of foster care get scholarships and work opportunities. And what if she returns to the White House with Donald Trump? Melania tells Fox News Digital it would be a privilege to serve as First Lady again, and she would continue to focus on her Be Best initiative to help children reach their full potential. Therese Crowley, Fox News.
Again, the Dow up 269, the NASDAQ slips. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Subway's new Subway Series menu is a collection of greatest hits. But my number 7, the Mexicali, is on a whole nother level with the way avocado meets chicken and pepper jack cheese.
Outlaw! You tell them, Raiden. That's the number 2, the Outlaw Sandwich. They don't know flavor.
It's the greatest cheesesteak hit with juicy steak, pepper jack, and Baja Chipotle sauce. There's a better mean cheese pairing than that. Shanzi, justify my point, please.
Meatball, pepperoni, and mozzarella. That's number 6, the Boss Sandwich, because we're the bosses of flavor. We're done here.
At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APO. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APO is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Since 1997, Island Eye Institute has been committed to your family's eye care needs. From its beginnings, Island Eye Institute has recognized the value in incorporating state-of-the-art technology into personalized care and a commitment to excellence. As Guam's complete eye center, our specialists offer their expertise in glaucoma, retina, cornea, LASIK, cataract, and diabetic eye disease. Island Eye accepts Select Care, Net Care, Take Care, and Stay Well. Call us at 637-2020 to schedule your appointment today. We're located on the second floor of the Baltesh Pavilion in Tamuring.
My French toast sticks are back in 3 or 6 pieces and available all day. So don't worry if you sleep in past 11. And to all those fast food places that stop serving breakfast at 11, who hurt you? Get my French toast sticks anytime. Only at Jack in the Box. Price and participation may vary.
Half a day and good morning, Guam at 6:06 on Friday, June 30. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Threats of gun violence were made at GRMC by 32-year-old John Zapanta, an employee at the hospital. Court documents state that Zapanta made terroristic threats in the presence of other employees on Tuesday, saying, "I'm going to decrease our population, and if there was a code silver, it would probably be me." Authorities note that code silver refers to alerting hospital staff to a person with a weapon. A sweep of the hospital was done the next day, and a search for weapons was also made in the employees' locker room area. No weapons were found. Zapanta told officers that he didn't have any weapons on him, but said he had weapons in his car. Police later located 3 firearms in the trunk. Zapanta was charged with terroristic conduct, which carries a maximum sentence of 5 years if convicted. GRMC officials have limited access points and increased security staff throughout the property. Meanwhile, less than 7% of customers have yet to have their power restored. As of yesterday afternoon, GPA reported that 93.1% of customers now have power. Only Gigo, Manila, and Maleso are still in the 80% range, and the rest of Guam's villages are into the 90s. Phase 3 of post-typhoon restoration is ongoing, and crews are conducting village sweeps to address customers who were previously isolated pending more extensive repair. They are also restoring service to customers with completed inspection reports of repaired weatherheads and replacing damaged meters and transformers. Emergencies are addressed during all phases of recovery. We'll have more news after this.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
The National Weather Service is giving Guam and the CNMI the heads up that 5 to 8 storms are expected this year, with 5 reaching typhoon strength and 3 expected to be major. Warning coordination meteorologist Landon Eidlet explains that the forecast is a general guide and not a prediction of how many systems will actually make landfall. On June 8, the National Weather Service Climate Prediction Center issued an El Nino alert. Warmer ocean surface temperatures were strengthening across the central and eastern Pacific. This means storms form farther to the east, giving them time to develop before they reach our area. Eidlet adds that the peak time of the year for tropical storms and typhoons is coming up in a couple of months, and an updated outlook might be provided in August if there are major changes. And UOG and GCC have come to a mutual understanding that full-time GCC students can play for Triton Athletics in their varsity sports program starting this August. The institutions have signed an MOU that GCC students can play for the Tritons in the upcoming school year if they are full-time at GCC and have a 2.0 GPA, the same standard that UOG students have to play. UOG President Thomas Christ says the partnership strengthens the ties between UOG and GCC, gives GCC students new opportunities to play sports, and helps Triton teams recruit players to sustain high-level competition on Guam. UOG will begin play in several of their sports around the Labor Day weekend with baseball, men's volleyball, and women's basketball. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
All right, let me see what I got. I'm just reading this thing from Gain. They're apparently having some serious problems up there. And for some people, maybe the last thing that you're going to think about is what happens to the animals that are in need in this community. And Gain, you know where they're at, right?
Jigo.
Direct hit.
Yeah.
Direct hit from the typhoon. And still without power up there. And they're asking for any kind of help that the community might be able to lend. More on that in a little bit. Mostly sunny today with highs near 88 degrees. East winds 9 to 13 miles an hour. Might be some isolated showers in the forecast. Isolated showers in the forecast for tonight under partly cloudy skies and overnight lows of about 77 degrees. East winds blowing 9 to 13 miles an hour. The weekend weather looks like this. Partly sunny tomorrow. Daytime highs of about 87 degrees. East winds 10 to 15 miles an hour. Might see some gusts as high as 18 miles an hour. Partly sunny on Real Joe.
Yeah, what did I do again?
We
man?
go from
Saturday,
then Saturday night to Sunday night. It doesn't say what the weather's going to be like on Sunday. And that's vital. I'm sorry, it's vital, Real Joe. You know why? Because Sunday is going to be practice for the 4th of July.
What's happened?
I don't know. It's a glitch in the matrix. They're happening more and more often. The clear indicators that we are all just simulations, moving through. There wasn't a real typhoon. It was a simulated typhoon. We're having simulated power outages here. Did you find it?
You're right. Partly sunny with a high near 86 for Sunday.
Okay, because that's what it says. It says Sunday night on that one. So there's no sun on Sunday night. It will be.
I used AI for this, Ray. It's apparently not smart at all.
Use the new one. Use the expensive one, the $60 a month one. Heat index today is going to make it feel like 94 degrees. I got sunrise this morning at 5:57. Sunset tonight's going to be at 6:52. Hashtag tell the others. I know where I'm going to be. I got a pretty good feeling on who I'm going to be with. 6:12 in the morning. There it is. News and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 68, and it will be 69 years on the 7th. Did I get all that right? All right. Groovy. There it is. Thanks, Phil. Appreciate it.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Half a day. This is Claire Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, delivering the future.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
the paperwork on this press release out of Gain. There are many words. There's many words, and I'm struggling to get to the part where they're asking what it is that they need. Gain continues to struggle post-Mawar with providing the regular support for community animal needs due to still being without power. All right. Due to still being without power. We completely understand that this is going to take time, and our location is not right along Marine Corps Drive, so some of our downed lines might be more problematic, but we've been very patient. A lot of the areas immediately surrounding us are now with power, but we are still in the dark, says Gain Executive Director Allison Hadley. Without power, we've got no way to communicate with the community or with animal control and mayor offices in order to receive incoming animals, scheduling, or updating our database to accurately reflect animals housed at the shelter. We can't do our jobs right now. We cannot fully support the pets of Guam or those who have animal-related issues. Being in Jigo, the Gain shelter sustained some major damage, mostly to its perimeter fences and kennels. Now, with all structural damages fixed, it seems the loss of power is the greatest damage the shelter faces, and no information or updates on the status of the immediate area or when the shelter should expect to see its lights come back on. All right, there it is. I get to the important part of this. I implore our leaders at GPA to prioritize repowering the Gain facility so we can restart these much-needed services. Gain continues to do its best, and they give out a couple of phone numbers, what to do if you're bit or attacked. Bite back is generally my rule, but that's the deal. Okay, there you go. That's what you need. Gain struggles to resume regular services after the passing of Mawar because there's no power up there. They are in the, 7% now? 6.9. I'll be accurate. 6.9% of customers that are still waiting to have their power restored. All 6.9 of them are on the Facebook Live right now. I got people from Chalanconga, Conga Road out there that another day without power, and it's interesting. I was talking with a resident of the place, and he lives fairly close by the entrance. He had no idea there were more houses past his cul-de-sac.
Oh, yeah, deep
really?
in there.
Yeah. Oh, there's plenty more. Okay, that must be where Josh lives, because he was talking about the neighbors that he hears calling in and all of that stuff. So 617. Yeah. Anyway, that's the number here. Power-wise, we've got 6.9% of the customer base that is still waiting for power. We, as in we, the radio station, are among them. Just a little bit, just a skosh more up on Turner Road, and we will be 100% complete. And as we all seem to be coming out of this, then the guys over at the National Weather Service put out this report yesterday that talks about this El Nino that we're in, and there's the possibility that we might have more named storms between now and the end of the season, and maybe a couple of them are going to be, what was the word that you used? Heavy weather coming in. Landon is on the line from the National Weather Service. Good morning, Mr. Idlen. How are you?
Yeah, good morning, Ray and Joe and everyone else. I'm doing well, but we put out a report yesterday with the seasonal outlook for the remainder of 2023, and I will say this was originally to be released publicly at a webinar on June 1st, but that was postponed due to a typhoon. So I don't know if that's a bad omen that a typhoon outlook is postponed due to a typhoon. That's the first to my knowledge.
I wouldn't have brought it up, but since you did, yeah. But the good news is we can put a check mark against at least one of those heavy pieces of heavy weather you are predicting might be coming our way as a result of that.
That's correct. And so we've already been off to a very strong start this year with typhoons in the region. And so this is where I'm telling people, what worked well for you, keep doing it. But what did not work so well for you with Mawar, make those changes now, because we're not guaranteed a landfalling typhoon on Guam again, but we have a higher likelihood that we're going to have a lot of activity across the region. So plan now. Use that as your wake-up call. What worked, what did not work, and make those changes now.
Well, we've got a better head start, I think, on this one here, because I think people have figured out where they keep the shutters, the clips for the shutters, and what kind of batteries all of the flashlights need in the house, where the radio is to go turning or scanning to see what radio stations are on the air the next day. All of those kinds of things that I think people might have been caught unaware by. Don't go shopping for a lot of food just before when we're in condition 2, because you're just going to have to throw it out maybe when we get back to be condition 4, and there'll be a whole lot less flying around. I think anything that could fly around now is sitting in either Tidzin or the Dededo substation or down at Hospital Point.
Yeah, isn't that the truth? And so we have to make sure that that's all cleaned up as soon as possible. And I think the governor stated they have contracts in place to start removing that or making it disappear.
Yeah.
The sooner the better. We just don't like to have a lot of waste sitting around. But yeah, start making these tweaks, these plans. This is also the first year that I can recall that June, Typhoon Preparedness Month, really didn't happen because we're spinning circles responding to a typhoon. So I think what better way to learn from nature than from an actual typhoon? And sure, we're taught some lessons with Mawar. So make those changes now, but hope for the best, but plan for the worst for the year ahead.
Amen to that. I just bristling at the idea that we're not out of it yet, but that's a reality we've got to face. As Jerry Roberts pointed out shortly after the storm, that was the very first the storm with a name and a number on it for this storm season. And there's we've had seasons in the past where you come out of a blow, and as soon as we get back to condition 4, you wait a week, and then all of a sudden we're back to condition 3, 2, 1. I mean, I went through that in the 90s. And those were pretty harrowing times for a lot of people, very anxious times for a lot of people. But by the time we got to, I can't remember what the names of the storms were, but by the time we got to about the 4th or 5th one, everybody knew what they were supposed to do. Everybody had their schedule. All of their plans were in place. There were people didn't take their shutters down, period, because it just too much of a hassle to put them back up. And we might see that kind of thing this year as well. 6:21 in the morning. Landon, now the other question I want to ask you, even more than the paperwork that you guys turned out yesterday, is this one. What were those lights last night up in the sky? Dennis Larson, so much of Dennis Larson even took his camera out and has a whole bunch of me and I'm walking outside going, what the heck is all of that about? And my neighbor is outside with two of us like it's the ending scene from Close Encounters of the Third Kind, looking up at the sky with all of the lightning flashes. What was that?
It was fantastic. And let me just say, I was talking to Valerie Gardner, our NOAA Corps officer for behavioral health and wellness. She's been visiting our office this week. And I said, you're here for the best lightning show of the year so far. This is typically our transition season from the dry season to the wet season. Outside of typhoons, they happen in May. But these are part of the TUC, this tropical upper tropospheric trough. You get these upper level circulations that spin up across the tropical Pacific, and that zips off across from Wake Island toward the Northern Mariana Islands. And when these things get into a favorable position, juxtaposed over a surface feature or a trough or disturbance, those can light up significantly, giving us fantastic lightning displays, also torrentially heavy rainfall for periods. So this is the TUC season. That typically runs from around May through September.
Yeah.
So we're going to probably see off and on bouts with lightning and brief heavy showers and some thunderstorms over the next several months. This is our traditional transition period.
All right. Well, it was remarkable for sure what was going on in the night skies last night all over the island. I think there were a lot of people going out there saying, all right, I see the lightning, but I'm not hearing any thunder. What's that all about? Yeah. And not a whole lot by way of rain that was associated with what was happening up in the sky last night.
We were watching that stuff on the radar, and all the heavy stuff was like right over Tidian and northward. So you're dealing with a little bit of distance and then also ambient noise depending on where you are located.
You got your radars up? Are the radars working again?
The radar is working now. Right now we're having some intermittent air conditioning problems, and when it gets too hot, we have to shut things down, let it cool down periodically, and then we bring it back up. And so if we see weather in the area, if it is down for any kind of maintenance, we do prioritize getting it back up and running through some scans of heavy weather in the region.
I got you. Well, it's not a great phone connection, but I got all the information that I needed. I do appreciate it. I do appreciate your time, and I hope that all of the predictions that were put down on that report end up being wrong. We've had the one good blow that we're going to get this year, and I think that's all we need.
Yeah, that's exactly it. This is really a communications tool. It's not a landfalling forecast, but it's a feel-good product to say, okay, this is what we're looking at possibly happening. So be ready.
That's the watchword. 6:24 in the morning. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Landon Idlet from the National Weather Service, and special thanks to Dennis Larson, the Beam Man, for the videos that were coming out. That was some strange stuff last night. I'm trying to watch the last of Extraction 2 on the TV, but distracted because I thought somebody, I'm stalked by paparazzi. I'm just going to tell you that right now. I'm stalked by paparazzi, and I think, was seeing all those flashes out there. I thought, oh, my God, they found where I live. They know where the crib is. I've been doxxed now, and they're shooting through the louvers at the house to see if they can take away any of my personal secrets and put them out there. Dude, whatever you've heard, it's all true. 6:24 in the morning on The Ray Gibson Show. Let's talk about these paparazzi right here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Just about the entire gang is here this morning at number one here this morning. Congratulations to Auntie Bennett, Lujan Duenas from Family Finance. Ready to get her Friday and in fact the entire weekend kind of rocking and rolling here today. Et Napati is there. Buenas and Hafa to you, says Governor Hafa, sir. Oh, I know who he's talking about. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez online with us this morning.
Bring back the sunshine. Bring back that sunshine. He's bringing back that sunshine. Uncle Carl Gutierrez brings it every time.
Oh, that's nice. Anyways, Auntie Bennett's there. I see Nick Perlowski. And today's theme is no frowny face here because it's no frowny Friday because whatever. Don't be frowny. It's Friday. And Nick Perlowski, Conga, says it's kind of hard not to frown with no power. Turn that frown upside down.
Oh, man.
I'm thinking there could be use it as an excuse for friskiness. That's what I say.
Don't worry, be happy.
Henry Melania is online. I got Ben Kai Santos, Rico Blancaflor says no frowny face. You better believe it. Tommy Bernardo, Gerald Young, Pat Saho is on. Bill Friton. Good morning to Bonnie Sablon and Colin Clark. Ray McGravy in Mandan, North Dakota. Wondering how everybody doing on Guam. I can send you thumbs up here, buddy. NBC years. Henry Manglutnia. Our favorite guy artist, Ron Castro, is there. Ken Augustin. Buenas and Alfade to Greg Baz Knight. Ruel, the Rooster Drillon. Jerome McDonald. Here's a weather report from him. Not in California. Wait a second. No, this is the booze report here. Says, finally, I'm sitting in a piano bar drinking German beer at 10:03 p.m. How sweet it is. That's nice. Jason, Military Auto Source Online. Alicia Duenas Anderson. Buenas and Alfade to Stephen B. Cruz. Homeless moving back across the Micronesia Mall. Must be tired of waiting for the government to address the need for affordable housing. Click see more. No, it doesn't go any further than that. Yeah, I'd heard that rumor floating around that maybe these guys had found their way back. Ismael Velez, go woke, go broke. Disney Plus promoting a They Them Loci before its season 2 premiere, and by they them, it does not refer to the many loci in the multiverse. Disney used to be a family-centric company producing family-centric experiences. Now it seems they have been taken over by the crab people from South Park with the intention to stop human reproduction. And with that, we go to Jay Rojas.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Sorry about that. Caught my producer by surprise. Shouldn't do that, Raymond. Can you say Udu, boys and girls? Tony and Annette and Pinko add a real Joe. I don't think we've seen the last of Tony Ada. John Barcinas and Nicholas is there. Michelle Conception, JB. Good to see, let me see, Rose Beneventi online. Jerome McDonald, here's the weather report. Strasbourg, Germany, the mercury raised up to 85 degrees. This evening's temps will go lower down to about 63 degrees. Humidity levels 53. Possible light scattered showers tonight at 11. All in all, the weather has been pleasant and accommodating. From the Vikings, good evening, everyone. Dale Audette, Steve Love is online here. Now, it's nice to get Steve Love, especially on a Friday. We're not Frowny Face Friday. We're Frisky Face Friday with our little frisky fingers. What kind of trouble are we going to get into pre-4th of July? Declare your independence. Dale Audette, Mark Cruz doing his wavy thing. It got banded online. Ken Augustin, half the year has flashed through. As a matter of fact, you're absolutely right. July 1st, tomorrow, we're at that cusp between the 30th of June and the July 1st, the about halfway point for 2023.
Living on a prayer.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He's just trying to figure where would we be now if we had not had this typhoon that knocked everything over. You know, if we didn't have to take this, and for some of them still kind of in the middle of it, but, you know, for all intents and purposes, we've been on pause for like 35, 37 days, right?
Yeah.
And so I kind of trying to figure out how to go back to what I was thinking about were the big priorities in May. Among them, my daughter's graduation, me turning 61 years old. There are a couple of other things in there that I thought were kind of high priorities that were going to happen just because they were on the calendar. But, you know, all of the other things that, you know, work and the professional life and the house and all of those things. And I kind of get this feeling like I got to start all over again. Rico Blankenflor talking about Indiana Jones #5, where I was yesterday. They had a big screen TV that was playing the Indiana Jones when he was in the one with Shia LaBeouf.
Yeah.
And he married the crazy chick at the end of it. And it was that whole UFO thing. And they did that. That was in 2007 when that movie came out. And try to wrap that around your head. How many years ago that was and how much older Harrison Ford is now. He's an 80-year-old man running around being Indiana Jones.
Still sexy.
Says you. Let me see. Gerald Young. I mean, it's not like Tom Cruise in the Maverick movie. Now, there's I'll say it. I'm in touch with my sexuality, a firm grip on the heterosexuality. But I must say, what a handsome man. What a striking. Stop that. I did not put that. That's not me.
That's for me,
I'm
man.
I'm not doing those sound effects. That's Real Joe. Whenever you hear that, that's Real Joe. And his friskiness here, but what a striking profile that the man put. I'm going to get off of this conversation. Gerald Young says I'm part of that 6.9% Liguan Terrace Dedido. Let me just see if Liguan Terrace is
LTD.
On the priority list here. Dedido, various areas, including those at and around Isangsong and Chalankaskahu. Or is that Chalankarahu? Here's the thing about Dedido. I don't know jack about Dedido. Liguan Terrace? I don't know which side is that
You'd
even
get
on?
Lost in there, Ray, for sure.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. You know, it's even if you've got the GPS and the maps and everything, Garmin's or whatever, forget it. And that's why they don't have 5Ks up there, because they don't want to have to send search parties out looking for people. But I noted Gerald Young noted Liguan Terrace Dedido. If you are a member of the GPA family, we're getting distress calls now from Liguan Terrace, the LT. And Gain up in Jigo. Anybody else, go ahead and chime in. Joe Takai says, raise 6.9 from how many customers so we can calculate the number. Oh, my God. Okay, so me and my buddy JB were trying to do this the other day. You remember when we were at 80%? Simon said there were 6,000 people without power. So 6,000 is 20%. Do you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Real Joe, go to the board.
Man. Don't do it.
Go to the board.
I'll clean the erasers after school. Come on, man.
If 6,000 is 20%, how much is the 80? How much is the 80%? And then add the.
Yeah, that's going to be like 6,000 times something else.
I don't know. I couldn't do it either. So, Joe, there's some numbers. You can play around with that. What's that? Jerome still online. It's interesting. A lot of people here in the Viking boat knows where Guam is and heard about Typhoon Wamar. That's good. Brennan Fausto, Jigo Jarhead online. Speaking of Jigo, VFW Post Canteen online, and I'm still waiting for details from you guys on 4th of July stuff. A. B, we already know that there was no winner last week in the Queen of Hearts contest. So tonight, 7 o'clock, up at the VFW Post in Jigo, there will be a drawing. The jackpot right now is $1,950. It will grow until the drawing. We wish you very, very good luck. Donna D's online asking, is das Bier kalt and lecker? Prost. Very good, Donna. Valine says, y'all should talk about the after hours that promote drugs and violence like C'est la vie. Bunch of cops came to their door this morning, even an off-island officer. Wow. All right, we'll see if there's any more on that. Lonnie Solis is online. By the way, good morning. Thank you, Valine. Dennis Larson, the B-Man, is there. Tommy Bernardo. When can we expect an All Rise program to install lightning rods in our home? For exactly last night's deal. Thanks for reminding me, though. Today is the last day for All Rise. for that program. And it might be, in fact, I know it's the last full weekend for you to be able to take trash to Dedido and Teedson. They're closing at 6 o'clock on Monday. 6 p.m. Monday night. There's already certain things that you can't take to Dedido and Teedson, so I'll see if I can figure out, by extrapolation, what their 20% of 6,000 is versus what exactly is left over that they still will accept over at that place. Colin says, I noticed the flashing lights, figured lightning, but my late night activity may have gotten me a little lightheaded. Hey, still in that honeymoon phase. That's nice. Valerie S.A. Untalan there. Romeo Miranda. Buenas and Alpha Day Place. Lena McDaniel. I got Mike Laguatnia Jr. checking in from Anderson Air Force Base. Mike Jr. Laguatnia, could you do me a favor? Usually around this time, there's not a whole lot happening up around the main gate of Anderson Air Force Base. And then all of a sudden, bam! Here it comes. There's no bullet tau. And I haven't been able to figure it out. And nobody's told me if there's anything special that's happening with that or not. Also, some girl came from stateside, has a business here, a salon or something. She cried to me last night about her business. Yeah, I'm hearing about, I know somebody about the same thing. She had a salon that was going on as well, and a pretty good start to her business, but the typhoon came, and things weren't happening fast enough for her, so she basically gave the keys back to the landlord and split. Matt Galenda is there. Antioli Elliott is online. I got, let me see, Auntie Bennett Lohan Duenas, who is number one, but she's still saying good morning and wishing everybody a happy day. Oh, speaking of happy, here's a moment of happiness. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Sarita's back.
Oh, welcome back, Maganda.
Maganda, it's good to have you back on. The island feels that much more beautiful now that Sarita Guerin is back from the trip to where did we say that she was? Angeles City?
Pampanga.
And Pampanga.
San Fernando.
Those all intramuros. So nice to have you back. Where's the Pasalubong? EOD Kaboom is online. What do we know about EOD Kaboom? Yeah, that's right. There we go. Nick Perlowski hanging out. Mike Grace, Bloss, Sarita, Donna D. I will stop by shortly with your banana chips. Oh, there will be some kind of Pasalubong. Isn't that nice? Sometimes I like it because you kind of make a big deal about bringing this stuff by. You don't realize that at Terminal 1, there are a million Pasalubong stores. There's like everywhere. Every single gate's got like 12, right? And they have them all different price. There was one that I didn't actually buy anything from them except San Miguel beer because they were selling it for 90p. The one next door was selling it for 100p. But it was worth walking back and forth in order to get all of that stuff. So I was mentally and physically prepared for the trip. So what time is it now? 6:36. Who's that on the phone?
Dennis Larson, the B-Man.
B-Man's online. Yeah. All right, B-Man's
Mr. Lightning.
Well, there's a lot to talk about. He's got some plans with the boys on the 4th of July, and he's going to be breaking out the special Hassenpfeffer recipe, and maybe there'll be some honey down there. B-Man, and thanks again for the images and the video of the light show over at the ranch last night.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was like daylight. It was cool.
Right. Well, and in fact, one of the original videos, the first video that you sent out, I got it up on the screen right now. You click that like mid-flash, and it actually looks like the daytime. You don't realize that it's nighttime until you press play on it, and then the flashes now start to go away. Just part of the adventure of living on Guam, right?
That's right. Typhoons, lightning, earthquakes,
bees.
It's all bees. Yeah, hornets. It's all good.
Well, you got the bees. I got another video. This one here towards the I'm not sure if you can see the whole thing on this, but there's a ladder leading up to a tree. Somebody took a chainsaw to the tree and exposed what looks like honeybees.
Yeah, right across from the old Shirley's, the Judiciary building there. They were trimming the trees, and somebody whacked into that one and hit just the corner of that. So we were able to get in there and extract all those bees out of there last night, put them in a new home. So, yeah,
gotcha.
Another successful one.
Gotcha. You know what? As I said, this weekend here is going to be practice for the 4th of July. Lots and lots going on. My buddies in the running club got the 6.7-mile race, Agania to Leo Palace and back. And then the guys, Dan and the guys over at Southern Mountain Gear have got the beer mile over at Jimmy D's. You guys are going to be at the Joseph Flores Memorial Park, right?
Yeah, down at EPAL Park, along with Brian Miranda and the guys from the VFW. Every year we put on the big 4th of July barbecue down there, free for the veterans and the public, anybody who wants to come out. big thanks to Carl, Uncle Carl. Everybody got together. They got EPALs all cleaned up and ready to go. So the boys will all be gathering up down there bright and early on the 4th and doing all of the cooking. The members from different various motorcycles clubs get together and do the cooking for everybody down there.
That is so incredible.
Yeah,
that really is incredible. I've got video. The people that were cleaning up the park yesterday. I understand employees from Gin Air. We'll get all the confirmation, maybe some of the groups that were involved with former Governor Gutierrez a little bit later on. But yeah, that beach ought to be completely ready to go for all kinds of fun festivities this weekend and on the 4th of July.
Yeah, it's important that we get a little bit of, normalcy back. A little over a month now going into the recovery.
Yep.
Some people are, still suffering. So this might be a good time to get everybody out, clear heads, come by, have a cold brew, some nice barbecue, some fellowship, and, just reflect on the things that are really important to us, right?
I've been a part of that in past. I've gone and hung out with you guys and had that cold beer and some ribs and chicken and red rice and stuff. But there always seemed to be another thing to go to after that. Am I imagining that, or is there an excuse to go ride the bikes afterwards?
It's Guam. There's no need a reason, man. Just get out there and get the wind and be happy. So we just hope everybody has a great weekend, that everybody's getting back from the typhoon. And, I want to reiterate what you said. Try to get up there and help gain if you can, people. The animals really are the ones that don't have any control over this. So they're kind of looking to us to help them out. So GPA, if you're listening, get up there, fix their power. If you've got anything else to do, please get up and get game taken care of. The animals are important.
There's a point that I was making to Donna in between the commercials and things like that while I was going through that press release from Allison, and one of the things that I have noticed, and it's far too specific to make a general statement. I've seen a couple of dogs in my driving around. They've got these little, there's a family of dogs that live right across Home Depot, across the intersection. And I don't know, there's always these do-gooders that go out there and leave a bag of food or something like that. And I don't know that they've been able to do that since the typhoon. And those dogs, the ribs are starting to show. I was in another village yesterday and saw this dog just absolutely emaciated. And if there was anybody that was taking care of that dog before, they've lost the string on him, or maybe the dog ran away and doesn't know where to go or what to do. But the strays are in trouble. I think there might be some regular household pets that got away that might be in trouble as well. So do what we do around here. If you see something, say something. If you're in a position to help, then let's help.
The animals are important as well. Thanks for your time, Ray. Guam, have a great weekend.
Well, you think you think I'm done with you? Hold on a second. I got one more video I'm playing on the screen here, and it's the video of the rabbits, and they're unbelievably cute. You've named them, but you're a farmer. Are these going to end up on a dinner table?
No, actually, we added the rabbits shortly before the typhoon because we were getting the farm ready for the Guam honey. We promised our Japan vendor that we would open up by June 1st for honeybee tours on the farm, and so the rabbits and the chickens and all that's kind of part of the petting zoo experience. The Japanese tourists and the tourists love to hold on to a nice little bunny and pet that soft little furry thing.
Yeah, okay, so they're not due for the stewing pot.
Well, eventually maybe some honey barbecue sauce in the end, but we gotta let them. Go let them grow up first.
There's kids listening, Dennis. Listen, I appreciate your time. You and Viv have a fantastic weekend. I'm sure I'll see you out there somewhere.
We will. Thanks for your time. Have a good day, Guam.
You know it. 888-8255-643. We'd normally be going into news and headlines now, but we got full lines going here this morning. I see who else is out there and wants to talk about stuff. There it is. Mike LaGuetnia Jr. Going to give me a debrief on what's happening with traffic patterns up at Anderson Air Force Base. Buenos and half a day, Miguel.
Hey, morning, Ray.
Always nice to hear from you. So what is going on? Is it sometimes there's no traffic up there at all, and most of the time, and then for the last couple of days, into 7 o'clock hour kind of drive time, things seem to be peaking heavy on 1 and the intersection of 1 and 9 up there. So what's up?
Nothing significant. It's just different work schedules. So that's about it.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, just kind of curious. Some of this is, I think it's all out in the open now, but we've got a couple of big exercises coming up here in the next couple of weeks, don't we?
I believe so.
Yeah. So he's got to be careful here because the man is listening. He's calling on an unsecure line. The man might be listening. I don't want to get Mike in trouble for spreading any stories about troop movements and things like that. How you doing at the house? How's the family? Got power, water, data, all that?
Yeah, finally got water and power, but it's just unfortunate that it's a lot of people are still without it.
6.9% of the grid still offline right now, and I was looking at the numbers over the last couple of days. These are all the tough ones. We go from where we were. It seemed like we were adding. We'd go from 70 to 75, 75 to 79, and then to 80, 85, 86, and now it's like we're struggling to get a full 2 or 3% at a time. So the other day it was 90% of the customers were on the grid. Day before yesterday it was 91.6. I'm sorry, yesterday was 91.6, and today it's 93.1. And as I said, we are in the short rows, and I think now it's all the real tough stuff that they've had to deal with in the last couple of weeks. But we'll keep an eye on them. Again, I got to run. I got Mayor Allig on the line.
All right, Ray.
Esther, you have a fantastic day. Appreciate the insight and the input. 6:45 in the morning. So which Mayor Allig am I talking to? Am I talking to angry Mayor Allig, or are we talking to the sweet and they just kind of want to hug him and squeeze his cheeks, Mayor Allig? Well, which one are you today, Jess?
I'm always happy.
I saw you I didn't want to bother you. I saw you over at the restaurant the other night. You were hanging out with some friends, and I was going to go over and big shot, but I thought, you were just kind of moving around and having a good time with everybody. I didn't want to get in there and talk work.
I didn't see you.
No, it's okay. No, it's, you know what? I try to be as incognito as possible when I'm in those places, right? But anyway, it's good to see you. And boy, you've been in the news a lot lately. Can I start with my disappointment over the idea that we're not going to have a parade? And I'll preface it like this. I get it. I understand. There's sensitivities that are involved, but I invoke the power of the guy on the radio talking to one of the big shots of the mayor's council. I implore you to consider a day soon, a day very soon, where we can shut down a chunk of Marine Corps Drive. Have the guys out there from all the motorcycle clubs up there making a big hell of a noise, and then they would be followed by John Beneventi and Miguel Berdallo waving in the back of a convertible, and they'd be followed by all the guys in bucket trucks, all the guys in all the GWA trucks. They'd be followed by all the guys from the Guard, the police department, ambulance guys, everybody, the military that were in each one of the villages that were helping out the mayor's guys out there doing the cleanup. Just everybody that has been involved. We need to put them all on a pedestal in front of this community. Give them a round of applause. Thank you very much. And maybe that will be kind of our quasi-liberation thing,
Yeah, well, of course, we're always thinking about how to pay tribute to them for their hard work. So I get it.
I left out DPW. Make sure the DPW guys are in there because that morning, and I've told this story 100 times because I saw it with my own eyes. I thought it was heroic. These guys at the first light Thursday after the big strike, they were all at the compound, and they were as the sun was coming up, and they could get on the Marine Corps Drive. I saw caravans of vehicles, road clearing vehicles that had flatbeds with bulldozers on them. These guys knew what to do. Didn't wait for the commands. They just split. They went to the office, got their gear, and split. So they got to get some homage as well.
I agree. I agree that everybody needs to get recognized for the work that they've done through this recovery. I just don't know if we could actually put that together at this point. And so it's not about not wanting to recognize everyone. It's being able to put all of that together in the midst of our recovery.
Well, we're not talking about, the liberate. We don't need to come out with a logo, and we don't need to have Angel running around in golf carts all day long. It doesn't have to be, the entire Guam response here, but there's a whole lot of people. Just a couple hours, we end up over at Chamorro Village, and everybody have Jamaican Grill.
Yeah, I get it. I get what you're saying. Well, it might happen, actually. talking about liberation, I mean, I don't know about Marine Corps Drive, but you're making me think about something.
Tuman Bay. Tuman Bay. We'll go down Tuman.
No, I don't know about that.
Greyhound. big ass party over at Greyhound. Come on.
Hi, Dave.
We get all the business, all the restaurants that were able to go back online because of the hard work of all of the men and women and the frontline responders, et cetera. I just, you know what I'm saying. You know where my heart is at, my friend. Okay, so let me move forward into actual headline here from today's Guam Daily Post. He's smiling, but you can tell he's got Cassie in his heart. Mayors shouldn't settle for a choice between funds and their staff. And I read the first part of this 3 times, and I still don't understand the horns of the dilemma here. What's everybody all their knickers in a knot about?
I don't know what you're reading. I haven't read that.
Village mayors shouldn't have to choose between having 3 of their staff cut or having $2.8 million worth of federal funding used up from mayor's coffers, according to PD Mayor Jess Adley, president of the Mayor's Council.
Oh, because what we're doing is we're using, in order to keep our 3 workers, we need to use some funding source to keep them. And so it is being suggested that we use our own ARPA funds to keep the 3 maintenance workers.
But those are ARPA funds that you've got other designs on, right? Not payroll.
Correct.
Okay.
Not payroll. Correct.
Okay.
And so, I mean, the storm is proof of that and how we need to use that money for hazard mitigation work. It's proof that we need the 3 workers. I mean, if we didn't have the 3 workers,
Gotcha.
I don't know. I don't know what else.
I got you. This harkens back to when you and I were in the Star 101 studio, and I was getting the still angry. Just the evil twin of Jess Hallig was in the studio, and in fact in today's Guam Daily Post in the forum, page 11, you've got your own editorial, and I chime in right behind you. We cannot rely on luck and hope. Where was the planning? Where was the communication? It seemed to take so long to get these things going.
So, and you know what? Everyone, administration, emergency officials, everyone's talking about it's a process. There's a plan. I get it. I get that there's a process. I get that it's not always going to be quick. But I don't agree with the necessary resources that are actually on this island that could not have been deployed immediately. That's number 1. Number 2, if there was a clear plan, we wouldn't be arguing with one another. If we knew what we were doing step by step, A to Z, even if we had to make changes along the way, we wouldn't be arguing, or there would not be this miscommunication. Mm-hmm. But it's clear, it's very clear that we did not see this plan. And if there was, I don't know who saw it, but I didn't see it.
It's like plan 1. Okay, did we call FEMA before the typhoon? Yes. Okay, storm's over. Is FEMA on the phone now? Yes, they're on the ground now. Now it's just a question of waiting and watching as they got things in place. As I said, fortunately we got guys in the utilities at DPW that have been around for the big blasts and knew what they had to do, and were able to readily immediately and start going out there and doing what they can to clear the roadways so that there's room for the utility vehicles to get through, so they could start getting to their substations and they could start restringing lines. Glad that they knew what they were supposed to be doing, but there were some clear gaps in other spots.
And that's very true. There definitely, and that's correct. You're right. There were gaps in a lot of other spots that were necessary to fill, and for whatever reason and however it was done, somebody filled them in one way or another. And was it the proper way? I don't know. Probably, maybe not. I mean, if we're concerned about FEMA reimbursement for everything, which we should be, but again, there's no instructions from the get-go.
We know about those processes, right? But where do I go to pick up? Where's are they holding on to some chainsaws for me over at Tendon Gibetnu? What about the trucks that the folks in the mayor's office need? Yeah, both. Yeah, I saw that. That's part of the first story that we were talking about. Well, some days it's all Doug Moylan in the Guam Daily Post. Today it's all Mayor Jess Alec. That's why your peak is best, bro. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, bye.
Yes, there you go. You are the man. We'll see what kind of headlines he comes up with tomorrow. I guess we could blow it off to the 6:30 news. save you the trouble. I don't know. You just get a lot of people that want to talk, get stuff off their chest. My bro Clayton is online. How's dude?
Hey, Ray, how you doing, man? Long time no hear.
I know it's been a long time. Well, you guys have been off traveling and stuff like that, and your own version of typhoon recovery, but maybe you can explain better than me.
Yeah.
What the hell's going on at Home Depot? How come everything over 25 cents is behind the lock?
Anyway, I just came from Home Depot. So, having been in Guam for 52 years, I have a little experience with typhoons. I lost my typhoon virginity in 1976 with Typhoon Pamela.
Mm-hmm.
And, back in 1972 or 3, I think, the other company I managed, Guam Pacific Power, we provided the power barge to GPA to actually give the island power when they just didn't have a generation. So kudos to all those guys from GPA. Had they not hardened all of the stuff they did after Typhoon Pongsonghua, we'd still be out of power in the central part of the island. So they did a pretty damn good job. Mr. Benavente is a consummate professional. He's been through the drill many times. So,
ditto. I think there's a lot of people that are unsatisfied because things are not happening as fast for them as they were happening for the first 80% of the customers that were able to get back online inside of about 30 days. And now a buddy of mine, mutual friend of ours, is looking at his 40th day soon. And
yeah, I didn't have power for 3 months. I had water the entire time through the storm, after the storm. The day I got power, I lost the water.
Oh. Welcome to Guam.
Anyway, we're going to have more storms. All you got to do is go back to 1992. There were 40 storms in the area. We had 7 threats, and we got hit by 5. It's the same weather patterns. And history will repeat itself, so everybody should be prepared for more.
Yep, don't disagree with that. And I think we're going to leave you on that point. Glad that you guys are back in town. Glad the kids are all home.
All right, thanks, man.
All right, buddy. I'll see you over at Home Depot as well. Forgot to ask him what did he buy this time. It's one of those things. What are you here looking for today? Eye bolts, I think, is what I'm going to be looking for. Eye bolts, because one of the things I had in the side yard, just killing time now between now and the top of the hour. You can, in the garden section, they've got these little like tarps that you can buy. They come in triangle shapes, about 11 feet across. So I had 2 of those on the side yard, and it just kind of made the place look pretty, provided a little bit of shade. And they were old already, about 4 years old, and then it's time to change the hardware and the little buckles the turnbuckles that I've got on them, and some of the eye bolts and some of the things are just too rusted, so I had to pull the eye bolts out of the thing. So the next time I go Home Depot, I think I'm going to replace what I took down prior to the storm and haven't bothered putting up yet, and maybe a couple of pieces of hardware after that. But the problem is, have you been to Home Depot lately? I think the number of people in there make the lines for the DSNAP program. They're just all spread out inside the store. You get the lines at the mall over at GPO, and they're all concentrated into one thing. But man, have you been to Home Depot when the parking lot was empty? Not even in the morning. Not even when I passed by there in the morning on the way to work. Yeah. The place is already jammed. People waiting in their car for the door to open so they can go in there and get their stuff. 6:57. I got another gizmo, another note here from the Power Authority. Advisory. GPA continues to make repairs on damaged power lines. Are we anxious already? Has this got to feel like, oh my God, is this going to be another 10-hour outage somewhere? And Carmageddon northbound on Marine Corps Drive? No. Tomorrow, from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m., crews will be working on repairing the main power lines from First Beach in Epan to the intersection of Route 4 and 4 Alpha. Road closure is needed on both northbound and southbound lanes from First Beach to the intersection of Route 4 and 4 Alpha. Motorists are advised to utilize 4A through Fefu Village when commuting to and from Inalahan and support and neighboring southern villages. Traffic detour and road closure is necessary in order to ensure the safety of the line crew and other personnel assisting in restoration. The question is, does this mean we can't go to Pirates Cove between 9 and 4? Okay, so here's if it does, and we'll double check. I'll take a look at the map, maybe get Jeff on the phone. If it does, this is what I suggest you do. What did they say, 10 to 4? Get there at 9. Get to Pirates Cove at 9 and just stay until the all clear. Come on, you know you can do it. They got Greek salads down there. They got all kinds of hamburgers and fried parrotfish and chicken wings. Did I already say cold beer? I meant to. If I didn't, I meant to. That probably should have been in the top two. But they got cold beer and soft drinks and water and an incredible view. And Jeff can drive you around in his little mule and show you all the fun and maybe even a few secret locations on the property at Pirates Cove. As I said, well, we'll see if we can get some clarity on this before long. 7 o'clock in the morning. Radio stations KUSG Agutnia 93.3. This is The Point. We make our way into a no frowny face Friday. Interesting stuff happening out of the Supreme Court. Maybe that's the lead story in Fox News.
A long-awaited verdict. The mass shooting at a Florida high school. Lisa Brady, Fox News. A sheriff's deputy was on trial over the 2018 massacre on Valentine's Day.
A jury in Fort Lauderdale says Scott Peterson, the former school resource deputy on duty at the high school in Parkland, Florida, when a former student killed 17 people, is not guilty of child neglect.
Sir, the jury having found you not guilty on counts 1 through 11. I will likewise enter an order of acquittal.
Peterson, weeping while listening to the verdicts, clung to his attorney, Mark Eiglarsh.
How dare prosecutors try to second-guess the actions of honorable, decent police officers.
Those prosecutors claimed Peterson, seen on video staying outside the building, should have tried stopping the gunman. Peterson claimed he couldn't tell from where gunfire was coming and had no support.
Fox's Evan Brown. The president urging colleges and universities not to abandon diversity after a Supreme Court decision striking down affirmative action policies.
President Biden says he strongly disagrees with justices who overturned precedent that had allowed race to be a factor in college admissions.
But we cannot let the decision be a permanent setback for the country. We need to keep an open door of opportunities.
President Biden says his administration will provide colleges with clarity on what admissions practices remain lawful and is urging institutions to give serious consideration to adversities students overcome, including financial means, where they grew up, and personal experiences with discrimination.
Fox's Jared Halper and Edward Bloom is president of Students for Fair Admissions, which brought the lawsuits on behalf of Asian American students.
Ending racial preferences in college admissions is an outcome that the vast majority of all Americans of all races will celebrate.
Bloom also says ending other preferences, including legacy and donor-related admissions, is long overdue. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day. This is Clara Manglona from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Half a day, this is Josh here at APO. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APO is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apo.com.
Fox News.
A long day in a law office for the president's son, Hunter Biden, giving a videotaped deposition in a lawsuit stemming from the now infamous laptop. A former repair shop owner says he was defamed in denials about the laptop. That case is separate from a tax investigation, with Hunter Biden due in court next month and a proposed plea deal with the Justice Department. Meantime, court documents reveal he settled a child support case earlier this month in Arkansas with London Roberts, the mother of one of his children.
In 2020, the first son agreed to pay $20,000 a month in child support, but reopened the case last year in an effort to reduce the payments, citing a drop in income. The amount of the latest payments is unclear. The information is redacted, but as part of the agreement, he'll give some of his paintings to his daughter. And Roberts has dropped her effort to change the child's name to Biden.
Fox's Christine Goodwin. Virgin Galactic launches its first commercial space flight from New Mexico.
VSS Unity was sent straight up 52 miles above the desert with 3 paying passengers, conducting research on microgravity before they came back down to Earth. The Italian government paid the tab this time, but Virgin Galactic is charging anybody willing and able $450,000 a seat. They need the cash to build up their fleet and accommodate 800 passengers already lined up.
Fox Business's Lauren Simonetti. The flight also had 2 company pilots and an astronaut trainer. Madonna is out of the hospital after a bacterial infection that sent her into intensive care. Fox News Digital reporting she's now continuing her recovery at home and feeling better.
Her longtime friend, Rosie O'Donnell, also assured fans on her Instagram with a throwback pic of the two in a yoga pose. She wrote, "She's feeling good," and added a thumbs up emoji. The two met while filming the movie A League of Their Own in the early 90s.
Fox's Michelle Polino. The pop star's 40th anniversary tour has already been postponed. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Join us at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro and see why they've been crowned Guam's best Chamorro food restaurant for 9 consecutive years. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus tenactac, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet burgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña location from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for lunch, 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner, or 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for their famous Sunday brunch.
Stop by GCC's College Fair, Sunday, July 2nd at the Micronesia Mall from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. On-site registration for the 2023 fall semester, adult education classes, and financial aid. The last day to register for fall semester is August 11th. This event is free and open to the public. Win prizes throughout the day, and all on-site registrants will get a chance to win a 5th-gen iPad Air. Thank you to our supporters, Macy's Guam, Beyond the Box, and Docomo Pacific.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna De Jesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. Former Guam resident William Ichioka was caught in an investment fraud scheme involving cryptocurrencies. Ichioka is a 2011 graduate of St. John's and launched his investment company, Ichioka Ventures, in 2019. An FBI special agent states that Ichioka was able to secure millions from investors by telling them lie after lie. He stole from family, friends, and others to fund his lavish lifestyle while sustaining his deceit through investment repayments. Ichioka has signed a plea deal in California. That's where he will admit to charges of wire fraud, aiding or assisting in the preparation of false or fraudulent tax return, fraud in connection with the purchase and sale of securities, and commodities fraud. Ichioka is scheduled to appear in a California courtroom on July 5. He faces up to 25 years in federal prison. And the CLTC has filed a complaint with the AG's office regarding the Guam Racing Federation declaring a breach of contract of its GovGuam license for non-payment of rent and lease expiration and theft of government property. AG Doug Moylan says both matters are now under investigation and review by the AG's office, which is working closely with the CLTC. The CLTC has purview over the property on which the Guam International Raceway operates. The commission granted the federation a 20-year license in 1998, which allowed alterations to the property to develop racing facilities, but that expired in 2018. The federation then occupied the property on a month-to-month tenancy before the commission decided to evict the organization earlier this year for non-compliance with the agreement. But GRF President Henry Simpson says they will remain on the property until ordered by a court to leave. Simpson also confirmed that he will be resigning as president of the federation, as new organization members will be coming in. More news after this.
BK's Spider-Verse Whopper is now available for a limited time only. Our Spider-Verse Whopper features a flame-grilled quarter-pound beef, creamy mayonnaise, fresh lettuce, tomatoes, crunchy pickles, onions, Swiss cheese on a red sesame seed bun. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings and a Spider-Verse sundae. Available at participating locations. Thank you, Guam, for 34 years. BK, you rule.
Mayor's Council President and PD Mayor Jesse Allig says mayors should not have to choose between each having 3 of their staff cut or having $2.8 million worth of federal funding used up. The Legislative Office of Finance and Budget posed the possibility of staff cuts to mayors' offices just before they were saddled with the responsibility of Typhoon Mawar cleanup. Adaloop is willing to cover through fiscal year 2024 the $2.8 million hole that resulted from the mayors being severed from the Guam Highway Fund during last year's budget talks. BBMR Director Lester Carlson says ARP funds could be used again. But Alex says there was never any discussion with Adaloop about continuing to tap into the ARP money. With a budget hearing set for July 11, he said mayors need to get support from the legislature for the additional funding. And it has been more than 10 years since the first law to rebuild Simon Sanchez High School was passed. Since then, only an initial phase has been completed. Senator Roy Kinata, who graduated from the nearly 50-year-old school, has a bill to jumpstart the lagging project that was discussed during yesterday's session. But Senator Telo Taitigui says there might be some problems or uncertainty over funding, adding that all of the recently built schools rely on the same compact impact money source. Kinata's bill repeals the current law and reverts back to the lease-back process that was originally in place. It returns the project construction oversight to Public Works instead of GDOE, but keeps the funding cap at $166 million, more than double the original cost. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Get around to doing the weather. A lot of stuff in my head here. Are you a Babylon Bee fan? Are you paying attention to Babylon Bee?
Once in a while, yeah.
They've got, and I go to these guys regularly, like Candid, because I want to see what it is that they're making fun of these days, and true to form, and in an incredible amount of time, have got this headline up: Democrats devastated as the Supreme Court bans racism. There's an interesting story come out of the Supreme Court on how colleges were figuring out how to get people into the school, and never mind what your grades are. You know what? What we're more concerned with is the color of your skin and meeting quotas and doing this kind of thing. And maybe we'll spend some time talking about that. Another headline: awkward. Supreme Court rules against affirmative action with affirmative action hire sitting right there. And another headline that they're talking about: Elon Musk confused as UFC trainer explains how mind control flamethrower drones are not allowed in the ring when he goes to fight Mark Zuckerberg, which is apparently really going to happen. So I'm putting together the list here of places, because I know Simon Sanchez is lurking. He's listening to the radio, listening to a stream, and lurking on Facebook Live this morning. So I want to make sure that they have as complete a list as possible on places that we might want to. If you're the guy running dispatch this morning, you might want to send some guys out. Gain, Allison has put out a very impassioned press release saying, you know what, we got hit really hard. We're up in Jigo, direct hit with Typhoon Mawar. Got most of the infrastructure taken care of. We just need the power to get us back to a point where we can do the mission of game. So if there's somebody around with whatever the transformer is, or the isolators, or the yard arms, or insulators, or whatever, send somebody up to Gain. League One Terrace. Got word from League One Terrace that there's dark pockets there. Cross Island Road. Got the lady that, and I feel so bad for her, every single day there's been some kind of message about what's going on in that particular area of Cross Island Road. One of them came in yesterday, and they're kind of used to it. The thing is, they have to get used to hearing the drone of the generator that IT&E brings down and fuels so that they can continue to provide service to the south on a regular basis. She says, we know where it is. See, there's the down power pole. The old wooden pole is down, and I know you replaced it with a concrete pole, but you haven't come back to finish the job yet. Maybe 5 minutes out of your time. Could you swing by there? Obviously, we got Conga Road, Cross Island Road. If there's any place else, put it up on the Facebook Live, and I will mention it on the radio. And Simon Sanchez, likewise, who is stalking, will put it out there. Now, I'm doing this for a couple of reasons. Number one, because, I want to help. And number two, because as I mentioned these places, and they come on because they plan to bring them on day before yesterday, 3 days ago or something like that, I will sound like the hero that got it done, right? So there might be something, that lady in Cross Island Road, oh my God, thank you, Ray. You mentioned Cross Island Road, and they were there that morning and turned on my electricity. Same thing at Conga Road. You are my favorite. I'll never, ever listen to another radio station again. I'm going to tell everywhere I shop to buy advertising on your show. All of those. If you could do that now, don't wait until the power comes back on. But if you could, by all means. Now, before I get to the weather, I will give you the areas of focus over the next 1 to 3 days for the Guam Power Authority. In Day-to-Do, Isangsong, Salancascajo, and various areas. Up in Jigo, quote, various areas, including those at and around Salan Emsley. As we move through the central sector, Barragata, in particular, Radio Barragata, for the 3 people that live back there. Pagat, the larger population back there, but I can see where you'd want. Various areas, including Matsuate Street in MTM. North Central, Tamuning Harmatuman, Fort Juan Munya in that area. South Central, Conga Road is in there. It's been there since about the 15th, but it's in there again today. Along Route 4 towards Sinanya, various areas in Sinanya, Aganya. PD, it says Nimitz Hill is going to get some attention, and that'd be good. I'd like it to be at the very, 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 very end of Turner Road. There's some down lines up there and transformers, and I swear to God, it's not my generator that you guys think is backfeeding. It's somebody else. I'm not the only guy up on the hill. They will be sending some guys down Huggett, Santa Rita, Sumai, and Moleso areas to take care of some of those spots down there. And of call. It's hard to talk about regular business in the midst still of reform, but I did get a call from a guy who is Milago. He is wanting homeowner inspection. He's got a new home that he'd like to get inspected. DPW is the last to check off, but they need to have GPA and EPA swing by there, and he's wondering what the schedule is going to be on that. So somebody from either one of those 2 agencies can reach out to me. 7978255 is the meme machine. That would be awesome. That would be groovy. 7:15 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Finally, we get to the weather. When I find out where I put it, there it is. Mostly sunny skies today. Daytime highs about 88 degrees. Winds east 9 to 13 miles. Isolated showers and partly cloudy skies this evening with overnight lows of about 77 degrees. Into Saturday and Sunday. This is going to be practice for the 4th of July. Partly sunny skies tomorrow. Daytime highs about 87 degrees. Mostly cloudy tomorrow night and overnight lows of about 78 degrees. We'll see the same thing on Sunday, although I'm holding out hope that Sunday will be one of those mostly sunny days because that's what it said yesterday, and I just don't think it's that active in the area right now. So with a heat index, it'll feel like 94 degrees back and forth here. Sunrise tonight. Hey, Eddie. A glitch in the system. There I am. 45 years, man and boy. Sunrise this morning was at 5:57. And are there pictures from Jeff over at Pirates Cove? Wouldn't be a regular day if there weren't any. He's got some gorgeous shots here. Ooh, so bright it hurts the eyes. 5:57 for sunrise. Sunset tonight's going to be at 6:52. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together. 93.3. This is The Point. For all all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs. Portions of the Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL. They are delivering the future. Also being brought to you by the team over at Guam Regional Medical City. That's actually a headline on my table of contents. They're down one employee. Headline in today's Guam Daily Post says an employee there allegedly made terroristic threats to co-workers. Clean out your closet here. Anyway, they are your healthcare partners.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Pretty lady, says Rico Blancaflor, because Sarita was on I believe the Philippine airline flight that I saw flying in this morning. Nick Perlosky online. Real Joe, you need to know Gov Guam math. Come on, we're working on it. I'm waiting for somebody to math shame me here on the screen. So we got a guy called in, wanted to know about how many total subscribers are there? How many total customers for GPA? And I said, I don't know, but the last time I was talking to Simon and we were at 80%, he said there were about 6,000 customers. That meant that there were about 6,000 customers without power. So 6% equals 20%. What will the other 80 mean? And I honestly have forgotten that fourth grade math and probably should be math shamed about now. But I noticed nobody else is jumping in with the answer, so maybe we're all kind of stymied by the concept. Or maybe, Simon, you could just tell us on Facebook Live how many customers there are in the system here. Helenita Los Banes Dietizens, good morning, everybody. No power yet in our part of Cross Island. My relatives in PI said, we thought you're part of the USA. It's a month, and you have no power still? So we are percent in Santa Rita, Cross Island Road. And Sarita noting that some of her pasalubong is coming in from Bohol in the Philippines. Let me see. Joey and Vanji Gokwi online. Mike Grace Blas. T. Pico Mamea Ulavale. Rock and Rail Horse Ranch in Jigo was hit hard. The horses survived, but are without shelter. Check out the pictures on their Facebook page. Will do. Thanks. Big Sister Shelley talking about Jess Alex's irresistible laugh. Trina San Augustine is there. Keena McCausland checking in. Jose Tetpahago. Gina Marie Tenorio Calm. 21 years ago, says Simon, GPA didn't hit the 50% restoration mark until week 5. Today, over 92%, 20,000 more customers have had power today than 20 years ago. And the water system had only 57 of 90 wells online, and there were significant sewage overflows into the ocean. Claims by other elected officials don't meet the facts, which is unfortunate and misleading. Restoration has been significantly faster, but we still want to get faster. There will be a concerted community effort to obtain DOD funding for hardening Guam. When you protect Guam, you protect America. Josephine Bloss shouldn't worry about having a beer over at Pirates Cove. First beach is on the opposite side of EPAN, so you're good to go. But who needs excuses to have a beer at Jeff's? Absolutely right. Where are we looking at some of the other stuff? Oh, there's a back and forth between Gina and Simon. I'm going to let you read up on all of that. Marcia Lujan is there. Michelle Low Cruz. Ray, our power on Taiguigao Road in Agana Heights went out late last night. Hasn't come back on. We can't get our generator started. We've got a very stressed out autistic child. Called dispatch all night. Can't get through. We'll put that down on the list. Taiguigao Drive, Agana Heights, Matsumiya, Pagat, Mangilaw. No power. All lines and weatherheads look good. Lonnie, Pagat is on the list for attention over the next couple of days. Leslie St. Nicholas is there. Ruel, the Rooster Drillon, UOG Dean Circle, one office, still no power. Left messages, but GPA, but to no avail. Gave up. Staff moved out. Quit. Just can't hang it anymore. See you later. Call United. Get on a plane. Leaving. Where are we? Communication, coordination, confident leadership is what greatly sets the tone for typhoon recovery. It is sorely missing from this current executive administration, and more and more and more. 722. All right, so there we go. We're trying to put that list together, and we got high-powered folks in the CCU and maybe GPA listening, tuned into our broadcast for exactly those kind of gentle nudges. All right, so we'll take a look at what happened on the market, shall we? Where are we? It's S&P 500. Picked up almost 20 points. Closing at 43.96. NASDAQ off by about a half a point. Dow Jones Industrial Average at 34,122. That's up 269 points. FTSE is off by about 30 points. Nikkei picked up about 40 points. It's the Hang Seng that dropped heavy, 237 points to close at 18,934. Bad day in Hong Kong. Not a great day in Shanghai either, off by about 7 points. The VIX is up by about 1%, and the DAX dropped a little less than about 3 points here to close up there. What do we got here on the commodities? Where do I like to look here? S&P 500 was the winner today, right? Carnival Corp, Norwegian Cruise Lines, Generac Holdings, Weyerhaeuser, and Netflix. Why is Netflix in the top 5? Extraction 2, and the scene on the glass part of the skyscraper that I had to turn my head because I was having a hard time watching it. It just gave me the willies. I was sweaty palms watching that segment of the show, and that wasn't even the end. It was awesome. If you get a chance to spend a couple hours with your Netflix, by all means, Extraction and Extraction 2. All right, some of the other numbers that we like to look at on the commodities: oil, West Texas crude trading at $69.78. If you're trading Tapas crude, which we all trade in here on Guam, $76.80. That's off by a couple of bucks from where it was the last time I looked at it, so that's good. Gold still under $2,000 announced, $1,916 for an ounce of gold here. And if you are interested in getting some Bitcoin in your pocket, because everybody's talking about crypto again,
30,408.
It's been trading in around the 30s for about the last week, right? And we're not seeing a whole lot of up and down in the overnights.
Not at all.
All right, got that. Doing some traveling here. Sarita's coming back in with her leftover pesos. 55.42 equals $1. If you're going to Japan, it's 144.77 yen for a greenback, and the Korean won 1,323.39. Looking pretty good these days with that particular currency. At 7:25 in the morning. There's your right now. No, that's not your right now traffic, is it? That's a commodity report, etc. On the point. Now about time to spend some time with the in-studio. Welcome back. What?
Slow down.
No, there's lots to talk about. I have much to cover today.
I know.
And I have guests.
I know.
So I got to
I know.
zoom through this.
But
breathe.
Breathe.
All right.
Breathe.
I was also looking at the clock at 7:25. Okay. And now Jerry Roberts.
You're good.
Okay, gotcha. Welcome back. Good to have you in the studio.
Thank you, sir.
All of the pre-recordings went off without a hitch, and people were still saying, thank you very much for a great extra point, Jerry Roberts, even to your pre-recorded self.
They probably like the pre-recorded stuff better.
Well, and you know what? Maybe we'll do maybe we ought to do an AI. We keep talking about how it's possible that you could get AI to write your extra points and
record it
and come up with a thing that has we can do your tonalities of your voice, everything.
They're not quite there yet. They're close. I've tested a couple of those things to play around with it. They're close.
Getting very, very close.
But the ones that are really close cost a couple of coin.
Yeah.
More than you want to spend.
First Hawaiian Bank's been great sponsors. Maybe they'll help with that. Maybe it's 7:26 now. Hava Jerry, what's going on?
I have 3 words today that some managers hate to say, and 4 more that they often won't say. And I'll say what those words are, and if you're a manager at any level, why you should be saying them all the time. That's coming up next on The Extra Point.
Fly even higher and get to your destination with the United Credit Card from First Hawaiian Bank. You can earn 40,000 miles with $2,000 worth of spending within the first 3 months. That's 40,000 reasons to get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. It all starts with yes. Certain restrictions apply. To learn more about this offer, visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United.
Half a day. This is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Today's commentary is about a grouping of words that often, or every manager, should use often. I'll reveal those in just a moment, but I need to set them up first with a story. I signed off of the J.Q. Fanihi show in the 1980s after 8.5 years of morning radio. I returned to Guam in the early 90s after gaining a little experience in areas of business I was interested in. In 1994, I began to produce large-scale special events, the Guam Business Show, the Guam Housing Expo, the Guam Wedding Show, and a food event called the Taste of Guam. The shows attracted big crowds. Vendors were happy with their results. All was good. Here's the thing. I had very little experience with events of that magnitude. I traveled for a while with a company that exhibited in shows, so I saw the business from the inside, and I caught a break when show producers were very grateful for my knowledge, other than attending a ton of events on my own. Now, I had employees at that time asking me questions about I was falling behind in my work, and it was then that I remembered how my first boss, Big Ed, had dealt with such a situation when I came to him for help. Here's where the three little words come in. Ed would say, "I don't know," or "I'm not sure." It was the four words that he would use next that really grabbed me. He'd say, "What do you think?" So I had to think my way through the issue. If I got stuck, I could come back to Ed, explain what I'd done, the results I generated, and he'd drop a hint and send me away to give it another try. I might have stumped him once or twice the year that I worked for him, but he had a firm grip on almost everything and could have reeled off answers in a heartbeat. What a gift it was that he didn't. He forced me to develop some of what people now call critical thinking skills. If he'd have answered all of my questions, I wouldn't have grown much at all. Ed knew that one of his most important jobs as the unit manager was to build talent, and he did. When we launched our business magazine a year after the show started, and when Guam Training came a year after that, it was the same. I didn't have all the answers. Even if I did, I'd still use the Big Ed rule. I don't know. What do you think? So look, if you're under a strict deadline, or if a worker could blow up a contract by not doing something right, I get that you would need or want to step in and take over, and that's your call, and that's fine. On the other hand, by not just spooning up all the answers somebody wants from you, a worker's skill set will be grown, and their value to the organization can be multiplied. Will they get it wrong sometimes? Sure, but that's part of the learning and growth. Could it cost you money? Absolutely. But if you see a worker as a long-term asset to your business, it's an investment in their education. And that makes it and it benefit everybody. One more thing. Some workers may not care how this strategy might work in their favor over time. I was 19 when I went to work for Big Ed. When I asked a question, I was looking for an answer, not another question. It took me a few times before I saw the wisdom of his actions, and I bought into his style. Maybe you're saying to yourself, Jerry, this isn't how I've done things. Will it really help? And Jerry will say, I don't know. What do you think? That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. Do some thinking. For 93.3 FM, the Ray Gibson.
We weren't allowed to say, I don't know. You had to come up with something else. If the old man or the old lady came up to you and asked you a question, find out what the story is. And give me 5 minutes, and I'll be right in your office, and then you've got some time to go scramble and see if you can come up with an answer. But the process is the same. You still got to think things through. That's right. 7:32 in the morning. Jerry Roberts, welcome back from the trip. It's time now to jump into news and headlines with Donna D. She is being brought to you by my friends over at Burger King, and I had that crazy craving, and only a Whopper can fulfill it. Whopper and onion rings from the drive-thru in East Agania yesterday, and I absolutely thoroughly enjoyed it. You can get that Spider-Verse Whopper out there with the red buns and the cheese if you want to. And they don't do this very often. How about an ice cream? It's a sundae. They can do that for you. BKU Rule, also being brought to you by hafadayrealty@gmail.com. Now with news and headlines, here's Donna D. Donna, what happened?
44-year-old Terry Sabnat, the driver charged in a deadly crash that claimed the life of a toddler, is still waiting to answer to his charges. He appeared before Magistrate Judge Benjamin Sison through Zoom yesterday afternoon, but did not have an attorney. Alternate public defender Richard Drix says that they have a conflict check with Sabnat. His next hearing is on July 7. And in response to an internal gun threat made earlier this week, GRMC is tightening security. All non-emergency patients and visitors will use the main lobby entrance and are subject to security wanding. Visitation policies will remain. All employees will have their bags searched. Vendors and contractors are requested to call the respective departments for access assistance for deliveries, and stairwells adjacent to the parking areas have been temporarily closed. And Gain continues to struggle with without power post-typhoon, and are asking GPA to prioritize the area so they can resume regular services. Being in Jigo, Gain sustained major damages. Without power, essential services, including shelter for lost or free-roaming pets, bite quarantine, and low-cost spay and neuter services cannot be provided. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
I got you. And there's more on that story. Gain, and there's a place up in Jigo called Rock and Rail Ranch. They were hit hard by the typhoon. If you are on island and want to help with cleanup and repairs, call Mrs. Tenorio. I've got the telephone number here at the radio station. You can ask Real Joe for it. If you are off island and want to contribute to the repairs, you can send donations to 195 Lila Loop, Barragata, 96913. And there's also a PayPal address, C10. That's Charlie Tango Echo November at Guam.net. No insurance on these buildings since the roofs are tin, and rebuilding is going to be expensive. I'm told the horses are okay, but the infrastructure at the Rock and Rail Horse Ranch in Jigo is down hard. 7:34 in the morning. There's news, etc. We'll run into what's happening on the roadways and plenty more as the Ray Gibson Show continues.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowlers. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
7:35 Ray Gibson Show. Is there traffic here this morning? We didn't bother looking last hour, so I might as well take a look at it now. And there was one issue that we needed to get an answer to here, correlation, if you will, and that is the advisory the GPA put out that said they're going to be working on power lines tomorrow from 10 until 4, and the road closure is needed on both north and southbound lanes from First Beach to the intersection of Route 4 and 4 Alpha, making your way into Telefofo. And there are concerns from people that, hey, wait a second, is that going to slow things down from us trying to go and get some beers and chicken wings and burgers and fried fish over at Pirates Cove? The Pirates Cove is north of that, so it will only slow you down. Beach, there are going to be some issues. You might need to go kind of all the way around. But if you're coming in from Central and north of Guam and want to go and avail yourself of the hospitality and the chow over at Pirates Cove, should be okay. It's 7:36 in the morning. The rest of the traffic, hold on, let me get this up on the map so you can see where I'm talking about here. The rest of traffic doesn't look like there's a whole lot this Friday morning. As Mike Laguetnia says up in Jigo, just a regular shift starting about 8 o'clock this morning up at Anderson Air Force Base. You'll see some traffic southbound on Marine Corps Drive around Gedzonero and on the way into the Jigo Village proper, but it opens up all the way really, really good till you get to Waisangsong. Nothing major through there. Maybe a few extra GPA trucks because I know they're going to be doing some work up in the Dededo area. Also traffic on the intersection of 1 and 3, maybe some intersection traffic at 1 1 and 16 by the Micronesia Mall. Going to be busy up there. You start, in fact, now would be a good time to get there. They won't open the doors for your DSNAP checks application until 10. But if you haven't had a chance to get yours yet, there, GPO and the Interon Senior Centers where you need to be going. Any last name, anytime, just get in there before they close things down tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be the last day for you to do that. Getting in the downtown and Getnia area, not a major problem. 8, 10, and 16, looking good at that intersection. 8 into town, not bad. 4 into town, not bad. Maybe a little bit of traffic over by the Bank of Guam and maybe a little bit of traffic over by Venue. Too bad they're not open. That would solve a lot of problems for people. I'm just working with Phil today. He had air conditioning. And then where are we? Southbound Marine Corps Drive all the way to Big Navy. Not bad. 7:38. This is the Ray Gibson Show.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Do you experience foot and ankle problems that make it difficult to move forward in life? If so, Guam Regional Medical City is here to help you get back on your feet. At GRMC, our podiatry clinic aims to provide exceptional treatments for diabetes, ingrown nails, arthritis, corns, foot and ankle injuries, and much more. To learn more, contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
Wait, what am I supposed to do here? 20 away from the top of the hour. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at Subway. Imagine, if you will, being able to get your favorite Subway sandwiches and platters delivered to your door. It can be done. Log on to goodtogowedeliver.com or just download the app into your phone, and then you can do it. The convenience of having an all-new menu of 12 chef-inspired sandwiches taken from their doorstop to your doorstop. At Subway, you got to refresh to be fresh.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
Am I talking too fast? You know what it is? It's remember last month I was investigating because Sarita turned me on to this. It's these hydration things, hydration maximizers.
Yeah.
And
like IV. Right?
Yeah,
like a liquid
but
IV.
I did not get that one. I got a different brand. My guess is they're all the same. So the one that I got, hold on, I'm literally digging in the trash. It's Hydromate is the one, and it's a hydration accelerator. It says morning recovery, travel support, jumpstart your day. It does all of those things because apparently it has all kinds of vitamins and
electrolytes.
So if when I take it, I also find that I'm a little bit more energetic. Now, I drink this stuff here, put it in a bottle, and drink it right up. And over there is the coffee. So maybe I am talking a little bit fast. Have your package get to you? I don't know. This is so weird. I'm wearing my Apple Watch today. I'm charging the Garmin. So I'm wearing the Apple Watch, and I forgot that the Apple Watch sends me all these notifications, and it's so weird because yesterday I'm trying to take a nap, and it sent me the notification that my phone was ringing. I didn't recognize the number, but that's not uncommon because I'm doing a whole lot of work with people in different parts of the world, Philippines, Singapore, and the States. So it's not surprising that I'm getting telephone calls from numbers that I haven't added to my contact list yet. Anyway, so I answer the phone, and it's a voice that I don't recognize in an accent that I could not place. And the guy finally, I said, I'm sorry, who's calling, please? And he said, there's somebody from Samsung.
Oh, you won, Ray.
Congrats, man. I couldn't hit the disconnect button fast enough. I could not hit that.
I never win those.
And I didn't even bother saying, please never call here again. I just hit so Samsung. Goodbye. I don't have a Samsung phone. I don't have a Samsung computer. I don't have a Samsung anything at this time right now in my life. Kind of an Apple-centric life, so I don't know why anybody from Samsung would be trying to reach out to me in the middle of a Thursday afternoon. Now, it's possible that he called to let me know that I'd won significant amounts of money in the lottery, and I'm just going to have to live with the notion. Can you imagine on my deathbed, Ray, do you have any regrets? Yeah, I didn't listen to that guy from Samsung long enough. And
It was
missed
real?
out billions of dollars. I could have been the next Elon Musk. 742 on the Ray Gibson Show. Lots and lots on the table of contents to get through, and maybe a couple of things that you have not heard about what's happening. The Guam, the general GAO has found they've done this thing, the U.S. territories. They do this kind of an audit every once in a while. The 5 permanently inhabited U.S. territories, Puerto Rico, Guam, USVI, CNMI, and American Samoa, historically borrowed through financial markets. Puerto Rico, in particular, amassed large amounts of debt and defaulted on debt payments in 2015. You know this. Longtime listeners of the program know this because Ken Leon Guerrero mentions it at least once a week when he's calling in. The territories all face challenges to achieving sustained economic growth, which is critical to debt sustainability. Challenges include the location of the islands that leads to the high cost of importing goods and energy, vulnerability to increasing frequency and severity of extreme weather events, concentrated economies relying on limited industries, and out-migration and population loss. We know about out-migration and population loss. I told you yesterday that I'm familiar with 2 unbelievably beautiful women. And one of them that I was very, very glad when I found out she was moving back to Guam. But things, and she's, woman on the go, smart girl, the serial entrepreneur, and is just not seeing things moving fast enough around here. So she's calling it quits, selling her toys online, and is going to be jamming before too much longer. And we're worse off for it, because we're going to be missing out on watching her develop her businesses. We're not talking about, big hotel kind of industries and massive restaurant opportunities, but she was there and she contributed, and now she's going to do that somewhere else. So the GAO identified the most significant factors, which vary by territory, affecting each territory's future capacity for economic growth and debt repayment. What did they say about Guam? As of September 30th, 2021, Guam's total public debt outstanding was almost $2.6 billion. That's 43% of our GDP. Our inflation-adjusted GDP declined by almost 2% annually from fiscal year 2016 to 2021. The drop reflected the decline in tourism due to COVID-19. However, Guam's economy, please listen carefully, is showing signs of recovery. The recent opening of the 3rd U.S. military base on the island is expected to stimulate economic growth. And anybody in the contracting business, construction industry, and a variety of others will agree that, yeah, there is something going on. There's about 10 pages. There's a 60, 70-page report, and there's about 6 or 7 pages that are dedicated to just Guam and our story. Unfortunately, I just printed this out before I got on the air, so it's probably not something I'll be able to talk about with any degree of authority until after I've read the thing. And you know how I am. You know what's going to happen? It's going to be like, I'll get around to reading it later, and Monday morning I'll come in and go, crap, I forgot to read that thing, right? I'm also interested in what the government of Guam has got to say, because they reached out to the governor's office and want to get some kind of response on what the GAO was looking for. Thank you for your opportunity. Lou writes, to further review and provide final comment to the Government Accountability Office's public debt outlook, blah, 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 blah. I appreciate the report. When I took office in January 2019, I implemented aggressive policies to stabilize our government's finances. The commitment to fiscal discipline is where they're starting off. Our hard work soon paid off. The FY 2021 Government of Guam General Fund audit reported that our administration had eliminated the $83 million accumulated deficit in the government fund balance sheet without the use of outside borrowing. All right, well, good job. They've been patting themselves on the back for that ever since. I think they ran with that on a part of the policy platforms. New financial software for the government of Guam In January 2023, our administration took a significant step toward resolving a long-standing challenge in our government's financial management processes by awarding $30.7 million contract to replacing our government's aging financial management information system. This 5-year project encompasses core financials and payroll capabilities scheduled to be operational by January 5th, 2024. Additionally, human resources, grants, and budgeting modules will be implemented in subsequent years. And the impact of Typhoon Mawar, well, that's the story continues to unfold. And we'll just have to be patient, wait and see what we're going to be able to do. As I said, and as I have been touting, I believe that there's a significant amount of money, and you don't have to be a rocket scientist, and you don't have to have the biggest calculator in the world to figure this out. We know that the guys from FEMA are spending an incredible amount of money all over the place trying to get situations restored. The people are lining up for these SNAP programs, so we know that there's significant money coming in to back that up, and that's going to get spent. That will get spent around. It's grocery stores, and they're going to pay wholesalers with it, and they're going to pay the guys for new trucks and fuel and advertising and all of the things that they do with all of those additional dollars that they're going to be making that they would not have had, unfortunately, had there not been the typhoon that's coming around here. Department of Labor has sent over millions of dollars to stand up an unemployment program and more. Never mind insurance money that's going to be floating around here to cover all of the construction and reconstruction that's going to be happening as we move into that part of the recovery phase. And now that, for the most part, people are restored to power and water and et cetera. 888-825-5888-TALK. An interesting story in today's Guam Daily Post. Looks like the Chamorro Land Trust Commission has now sworn out and filed a complaint with the Attorney General's office against the Guam Raceway Park. What I'm sure is an attempt, number one, to get some money out of it, and number two, to fulfill their eviction notice. Henry Simpson is on the line, and I got to say I was a little bit surprised at the end of the article. I don't know if you've had a chance to read it just yet, Henry, where it says that you are going to be resigning as president of the Federation. Can we start with that?
Yes, I have officially retired. And actually, of all the acrimony that's come out of this, the best thing that's come out of this is the new guys, the young guys in our organization are stepping up to take over. Guys like Joey, Mike Limtiaco, Jeff and Jay Jones, Jeff Rios.
Those guys are on my age. What are you talking about? They're not young.
Well, they're young compared to me. I'm 75. I'm glad to retire from this, and it's kind of difficult with all the things going on to get people that are busy in their own in their own areas to really help out with the track, but they've realized that there's a chance, that we could lose it. So they're really stepping up, and I'm going to step back. I've got a lot of institutional knowledge that I want to pass on to them. So we're hoping to get another extension so that they've got some time to work with this. And it's the best thing I could do to ensure the longevity of the track. I think everybody does really want to see the track go on, but everybody wants to understand how it's going to work, what's going to be, what's going to be the rules moving forward. I think it kind of all boils down to what's being called mineral extraction, and it's a new term that nobody really had ever really had anything to do with before.
Well, you guys are at loggerheads on definitions. CLTC is referring to it as mineral extraction, some kind of mining operation that's going on there. My recollection is that your position is we've been clearing the land in order to accommodate other attractions and other parts of the racing tracks that you want to build.
Yeah, I was just going back to our master plan, and in the preamble to the master plan, it says everybody acknowledges that this is unusable land, and that that we're going to reshape it basically for the racetrack. And so the and we're almost done. I mean, the majority of the work, I'm going to say 90% of the actual grading is done, and the only thing we have left to do is build the new permanent drag strip, which includes the straightaway for the road race course, and then take down the temporary drag strip. That temporary drag strip, we put it in place knowing that it had to be moved in the future, but it was something to get the racers a home for now, so that they could grow the sport and stay safe and stay off the streets until we could get a final one built. So it is moving forward. It's a hiccup probably in the road, but I think that in the long run it's going to work out real well.
All right. Well, the point that you make in this, and everybody's picked out a side, or at least firmly in the middle of the conversation between CLTC, the Guam Racing Federation, and now the Attorney General. You seem to be applaud the idea that this complaint has been filed now, if for no other reason, to clear the air. We'll go through the process. We know that there's an OPA report that is supposed to be coming out sometime next month. That's good. And it won't take forever for folks over at the Attorney General's office to decide if there is a there, which will, in essence, I suppose, clear the air and maybe clear names.
Yeah, I hope so. That's this is so funny. You it kind of go from hero to zero in one change of administration or one change of administrators. We've had such good relationships with Chamorro Land Trust in the past, and then something will change, and some people will be removed and new people put in with a whole different idea, and very hard to follow your master plan when you don't have somebody that's headed in the same direction. So
and technically you're partners.
Yeah, technically you're partners. Somebody kind of poo-pooed the idea of this is a public-private partnership. And but in a way it is, because we're using private effort to build something for the public on public land. We never wanted to own the land. We were never trying to own the land or anything. But we did want to have, our sport is looked at sometimes as kind of a different sport, or not necessarily a sport as sports are outlined, but we want to be treated like the soccer field. The soccer field is under Parks and Rec. They don't. Parks and Rec doesn't have to do anything; just collect the rent from them. We want to be like that. We want to be treated the same as the others. I think people look at some people look at the guys that go to the racetrack as, oh, these are all rich guys. We can get a lot of money out of them. And that is I think the basis for the contention. We want to be just treated as any other sport.
Right. Well, soccer's universal, right? And but yeah, you could look at some of the names of the people that have been involved in that process over the years, and yeah, they've got some money, but yeah, they've also taken a significant amount of their time and their personal investments to put that back into soccer, and in my opinion, the soccer and the tennis and the beach volleyball and all of the other benefits that have gone into that particular area. There's more to the conversation. We'll see what happens. Listen, I want to wish you a fantastic weekend and a happy 4th of July coming up.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll see you pretty soon. There's a Henry Simpson from the Guam Racing Federation. A couple of big stories in that. The CLTC has filed some paperwork with the Attorney General's office, and that's going to spray some sunshine on the issue. And then after that, we ought to get a handle on what they're talking about over at the Public Auditors, where they have got an audit coming out on the so-called mineral extraction that has been taking place, or is alleged to have been taking place, over at the Raceway Park. 7:56 and change. Some of the other things that we're going to be covering here for you this morning include this story here from CNN, of all places. Guam eyes hiring thousands of Filipino workers to build new military bases. This falls along the lines of conversation that I've been trying to have with as many people as possible about what I consider to be one of the challenges that are going to be facing us as we rebuild and recover from Typhoon Mawar. is there's just not enough construction guys in town. This place was busy before Typhoon Mawar. Everybody I know that wears a vest and a hard hat and runs around with tools on their belts, these guys were already working like you wouldn't believe. We have occasionally, an air conditioning issue, and then you got to call a guy, and you call the guy, and he's like, "Yeah, I might be able to get to you tomorrow." So you got to call the guy, and he's like, "Yeah, listen, I got a problem here, and then I got to install this later on, and then I got to go take care of this old lady, and she's got an oxygen tank that I got to work on. So yeah, maybe tomorrow, day after, I might be able to come over to you. Is it sparking? No, okay, then it'll hold." That's generally the rule that I hear from time to time, and so even though we've got all of these money that's going to be floating around. There's going to be grants, and there's going to be loans, and there's going to be insurance money. When it comes time to call the guy, I don't know if the guy is going to be able to spend any time on your particular projects. And the call is going out. You look at the back page of today's Guam Daily Post, and there's jobs to be had, Real Joe. Including this one for construction. This is one letting you know I'm a guy and I'm ready to work. Extension, concrete, or tin roofing, cabinet, tiles, painting, fencing, plumbing. Here's a phone number, 929-2251. I don't know who the guy is, but he's out there. He's the one guy's out looking for work. Everybody else looks like they're doing hiring. I like this one here. Cashiers and floor attendants able to work any shift and on call. And then there's a telephone number. Doesn't say where you're going to be working, though. It's just, here, listen, I need cashiers and floor attendants. You call this number, and we'll see if you're going to call that number. Are you calling about the time travel? Are you calling about that? Or are you calling about the cashier position? I just don't know. Guam Cleaning Masters got some openings. I'll take a look at some of the rest of these. But yeah, no kidding. There's going to be places that are looking for you if you've got any number of these skills. We might not come up with the right amount. So let's look at the Philippines and importing another 10 or 15,000 Filipino workers to help out with the finality of the construction that we have got to do. And maybe that will free up more local guys that have been working on some of these construction projects to come out and work in the private sector. At least maybe that's the thinking that they've got in their head. I don't know. 8 o'clock in the morning. I got to take a break. Got news coming up with Fox Donna D on the other side with a look at all the big news and headlines. 8 o'clock hour is the hour where we are going to be putting not one, not two, but 3 days worth of celebrity birthdays. How did you get so lucky to have us doing a radio show on Guam? And I'm a Taurus and a Tiger. Do you realize how triple lucky you are with that? Stand by now. It's time for Fox News. KUSG getting you 93.3. This is The Point.
A message from the White House. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden is urging colleges and universities to not abandon diversity after the Supreme Court struck down affirmative action policies.
President Biden says he strongly disagrees with justices who overturned precedent that had allowed race to be a factor in college admissions.
But we cannot let the decision be a permanent setback for the country. We need to keep an open door of opportunities.
President Biden says his administration will provide colleges with clarity on what admissions practices remain lawful and is urging institutions to give serious consideration to adversities students overcome, including financial means, where they grew up, and personal experiences with discrimination.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Vice President Kamala Harris, who's in New Orleans, said the disappointment is that the court does not fully understand the importance of equal opportunity. Florida Sheriff's Deputy Scott Peterson, who served as a school resource officer at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, has been found not guilty on all counts for failing to act during the massacre that left 17 dead. His attorney, Mark Eiglarsh, criticized prosecutors for bringing the case to trial.
They knew the facts in this case, yet they persisted with this meritless prosecution.
And Eiglarsh said no one should forget the victims. A jury convicted former student Nicholas Cruz of the shooting, but could not unanimously agree that he deserved the death penalty. He was sentenced to life in prison. A Texas grand jury has declined to indict rapper Travis Scott in a criminal investigation into a crowd surge that killed 10 people at the 2021 Astroworld Festival in Houston. Wall Street stocks closed mostly higher as investors consider the upsides and downsides of the U.S. economy remaining stronger than feared. The Dow added 269. The Nasdaq lost a fraction. America is listening to Fox News.
News Team 5's News on the Fives. This just in.
KFC is introducing new Kentucky Fried Chicken Nuggets. For more, here's Kelly Nichols.
Thanks, Gary. These KFC chicken nuggets are tender, juicy, and highly sauceable. As one team put it, no cap. These nuggies are straight fire. Gary?
Thanks, Kelly. Sounds bussin'.
Now on Guam, order KFC hand-breaded premium chicken nuggets via WhatsApp 300-3278 or online at kfcguam.com. You'll never have this nugget so good. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Half a day. This is Clara Melania from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
A Connecticut man is officially charged for attacking a state lawmaker attending a Muslim religious service.
Andre Desmond faces several charges, including assault, breach of peace, and unlawful restraint. Police say he attacked State Representative Miriam Khan, her kids, and her sister Wednesday as they left the service marking Eid al-Adha, the close of the yearly pilgrimage to Mecca. Police say Desmond confronted Khan, assaulted her, and tried to keep her from leaving the scene. The confrontation was enough to cause the representative minor injuries. Desmond was stopped and held by other congregation members until police arrived to arrest him. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
3 Florida men have been charged with insider trading, netting $22 million, claiming they had knowledge beforehand of former President Trump's media company going public. As we approach Independence Day, a survey outlines brands that Americans view as the most patriotic.
Jeep still rules the road when it comes to patriotism, but Disney isn't far behind, according to the annual Most Patriotic Brands in America survey. For the 22nd consecutive year, Jeep, the vehicle maker with an 80-plus year history and deep ties with the U.S. military and owned by multinational company Stellantis, is the leader of the pack. However, Disney claimed the second spot for the second year in a row, which could be seen as somewhat surprising in light of its battles with Florida Governor and Republican presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis. The other companies rounding out the top 5 include Ford, Coca-Cola, and Levi Strauss.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. The Grammy Awards are heading back to Los Angeles next year. The Recording Academy has announced the award show will air on CBS February 4th. Earlier this month, the Recording Academy announced 3 new categories will be added to the Grammys in 2024. Best Pop Dance Recording, Best African Music Performance, and Best Alternative Jazz Album. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, so committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, easy, and secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna DeJesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Threats of gun violence were made at GRMC by 32-year-old John Zapanta, an employee at the hospital. Court documents state that Zapanta made terroristic threats in the presence of other employees on Tuesday, saying, I'm going to decrease our population, and if there was a code silver, it would probably be me. Authorities note that code silver refers to alerting hospital staff to a person with a weapon. A sweep of the hospital was done the next day, and a search for weapons was also made in the employees' locker room area. No weapons were found. Zapata told officers that he didn't have any weapons on him, but said he had weapons in his car. Police later located 3 firearms in the trunk. Zapata was charged with terroristic conduct, which carries a maximum sentence of 5 years if convicted. GRMC officials have limited access points and increased security staff throughout the property. And GTA is stating that no offense was intended toward the port when the company filed a petition to ask the FCC to assist in post-typhoon restoration of services. The petition asks for waivers, deadline extensions, and federal aid to repair damage, and gives background on the damage the island sustained as a result of Typhoon Mawar. GTA explains effects felt by the port, saying that it was hobbled by physical and structural damage from the storm, which has impeded the transportation of goods and supplies onto the island. Port General Manager Rory Respicio says the claims were not true, adding that he was shocked that GTA would provide misinformation to the FCC. GTA COO Andrew Gale says the company was trying to state facts to seek relief from the FCC, and no offense was intended. More news after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Mayors continue to await the arrival of a large number of chainsaws that were requisitioned to deal with Typhoon Mawar cleanup. Mayor's Council Executive Director Angel Sablan says he got confirmation from DOA Director Ed Byrne and FEMA yesterday that out of the 50 chainsaws that we have been told we will be receiving since 28 of those chainsaws are actually on the way here. He says the municipalities will get to keep the chainsaws. Purchase orders for recyclable debris pickup will start going out next week, with Global Recycling Center picking up the contracts for $500,000 worth of recycling revolving fund money. Sablan says white goods will be the first to be handled, and that each mayor's office will have to keep tabs individually on its spending, overtime hours, and the amount of debris picked up to apply to FEMA for reimbursement. And the National Weather Service is giving Guam and the CNMI the heads up that 5 to 8 storms are expected this year, with five reaching typhoon strength and 3 expected to be major. Warning coordination meteorologist Landon Eidlet explains the forecast is a general guide and not a prediction of how many systems will actually make landfall. On June 8, the National Weather Service Climate Prediction Center issued an El Nino alert. Warmer ocean surface temperatures were strengthening across the central and eastern Pacific. This means storms from farther to the east. This means storms form farther to the east, giving them time to develop before they reach our area. Eidlet adds that the peak time of year for tropical storms and typhoons is coming up in a couple of months, and an updated outlook might be provided in August if there are major changes. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
And just a note for if you've just moved to Guam, if you're unfamiliar with some of the vernacular around here, Donna D used a line in one of those stories that I think bears a little bit of an explanation. The phrase "since ever since" is such a phrase. Since ever since. How long have we been together? Oh my God, since ever since. How long have there been? Has the government of Guam been in combat? Oh my God, since ever since. Right? It's like before. I've got a similar phrase. I say since Jesus was doing overnights. That's usually peculiar. Broadcasters understand what I'm talking about, but that's since ever since is something about. It's like saying forever.
I like 19 Tanaki.
19 Tanaki also works. Thank you very much. Just our way of saying I don't remember when it started, but it's been going on for a long time. Is since ever since 8:11 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, and you can hear in the background the opening of packages going on. And I think I didn't realize that she labeled the bags. And
shoot. Did I open the wrong bag?
Mine says for Donna D.
Oops.
Yours says for Joe Cruz.
Oh, man, I'm sorry.
So
is my skin whitening soap in there?
Yes, the whitening soap.
That's what I wanted, man.
The same thing anyway.
They're all the same. It's okay.
I'll trade you.
God,
I want to trade.
Couldn't love Sarita Guerin anymore. I've already eaten mine. So I don't know.
Thank you
but anyway,
so much.
Thank you very much, Sarita Guerin, thinking about us in the last moments of this whirlwind trip to the Philippines that she had. 8:12 in the morning. I know she had some great weather, but I was kind of teasing her because the last time that she went, she took the picture on this hull of a boat, and she's in like this super hot one piece, and I edited it. Well, I don't know. It's like there was too much boat and too much ocean, and I cropped the hell out of the picture, so it was just like her and the nest that is Sarita. And then this time though, she didn't take any pictures in one pieces. A lot of boodle fights though.
Did you make it
and
a
lots
WhatsApp
of
sticker?
karaoke. I did not make. You know what? I just recently found out that there was software.
Oh, you can just tap long
on a picture.
Mm-hmm.
Oh! In the thing, and it will filter everything out. No, I haven't done that yet. I've been okay, but there is software, so you can tap along, and then take out the background, and then you can add all your funny stuff. Which is I've got a couple of other interests, and then you can also do some editing on the picture. Sorry, I was just completely strayed away from where I wanted to be talking about. But I'm discovering that I'm communicating more with people that and if you've got some, send it by all means 797-8255. 797-8255. If you've got any really, really good, funny Guam-based stickers that you're using for your WhatsApp, I'd love to get them. I'd love to get them. I've got a couple of funny ones, and a couple of serious ones. I got one where Carl Gutierrez is holding his finger out to the future, like you're still the one. I've got. You remember that girl that got into the fight just before COVID down at the W?
Not the boodle fight, but the booty fight.
The booty fight. Running around there, and so she's running around. I know there's no panty in it. She wasn't wearing anything underneath. Her parents must be so completely ashamed of her. And she's getting into this fight with everybody, and her skirt rides all the way up. And then there you go. Hey, two moons out tonight. How about that? So I digress. Thank you very much, Sarita, for the Pastor Lumong. We do appreciate it here at the radio station. She got stuff for all three of us here on the morning show, and even a box of Goldilocks for everybody in the front office. That's sweet. Isolated showers are in today's forecast. I can get to this now. Mostly sunny. Daytime highs should be about 88 degrees. Winds east 9 to 13 miles an hour. Partly cloudy tonight, and overnight lows of about 77. We'll see the same thing tomorrow, and maybe even on Sunday. Some isolated showers floating around all weekend. Partly sunny tomorrow with highs near 87 tomorrow night. Mostly cloudy, partly sunny on Sunday, and then mostly cloudy Sunday evening, I believe. Heat index going to make it feel like 94 degrees. Sunrise this morning was at 5:57. Sunset tonight at 6:52. There it is. News and weather together. This is The Point.
BK's Spider-Verse Whopper is now available for a limited time only. Our Spider-Verse Whopper features a flame-grilled quarter-pound beef, creamy mayonnaise, fresh lettuce, tomatoes, crunchy pickles, onions, Swiss cheese on a red sesame seed bun. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings and a Spider-Verse sundae. Available at participating locations. Thank you, Guam, for 34 years. BK, you rule.
Do you experience foot and ankle problems that make it difficult to move forward in life? If so, Guam Regional Medical City is here to help you get back on your feet. At GRMC, our podiatry clinic aims to provide exceptional treatments for diabetes, ingrown nails, arthritis, corns, foot and ankle injuries, and much more. To learn more, contact GRMC's referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 671-633-4762.
8:15 Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by APL American President Lines. They're delivering the future and security title. They are delivering as well. What do they deliver? Well, it's kind of in the name, security title. That's primary job is they go and say you're buying or selling something, and we just want to make sure that there's no blemishes, no question marks that might slow down the process. So they'll take a look at the title and say, yeah, okay, this is clean. That property, the real Joe says it's his property, and the title says that Real Joe is the guy that's attached to that. That, in a nutshell, is what they do. It's just the way they do it is so much better than anyone else. So try them out for your next big real estate transaction. That's security title.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
It is also worth mentioning that, I hope you never have to hear the words, but it's possible. You never know what's going to happen with the rest of this year. A doctor may come to you and say, you need to get your affairs in order. I know, right? I'm okay. I did not hear that from my doctor in the Philippines or any of my doctors here. I'm okay. But if you ever hear the phrase, get your affairs in order, that might be a great reason to call them up over a security title. You might be familiar with a bunch of different ways that you can make sure that the property that you have stays in the lane of the family, but they might not be the best way to do it. There might be cases where it's it could lead to difficulties for your survivors. So talk to Kim and Ron. This part I know that they're experts at, and they will help guide you through a process. While sad at your dying, we'll make it so that they're not cursing you, 6 months, a year in, going, oh my God, this is all screwed up. We're going to end up fighting in the family, and that's the last thing Dad would have wanted or Mom would have wanted. So talk to them about helping you get your affairs in order. 8:17 on the Ray Gibson Show as we make our way into Friday, and what an incredible week this has been. They've all been kind of incredible since the typhoon strike 4-5+ weeks ago, and a lot of water under that bridge. As we take a look at the rates of recovery, and I recognize for some of you as you listen to the broadcast when we tell you in the newscast or just kind of out in the open, hey, 93.1% of the population is back on the GPA grid. If you've got power, you don't care. It's not a bad thing. I'm not trying to say that, there's some kind of moral equivalency that you've got to have and that you've got to, beat yourself on the chest and feel guilty because you've got power. I just recognize that might be the last thing on your mind here this morning. Yeah, I got power. Yeah, I got water. Yeah, I've got the internet, but I am not completely restored. It's costing me here. It's costing me there. There was damage done to the house that's still got to get repaired, or my neighbor's crap flew into my yard, which was my case. I told you, woke up the next morning, went home because the radio stations were off, and I went to the house and I took a look at the damage, and I was surprised, honestly, that the house sustained so little of it. Neighbor's house, not so much on the other hand. His had a fiberglass covering over the tin roof of the house, sticky tar and fiberglass that he put over there. I'm not sure why, because it blew away in a storm, so obviously it didn't add much to the structural integrity of the house. But it was the crazy way, and I keep threatening to show a picture of it on the screen. It was the crazy way that it kind of almost came in a fold, like taking a towel or a blanket and folding it over a couple of times, and kind of left itself in a little bit of a rectangle of rooftop in the back of the house. Far too heavy for me to move by myself, so I enlisted the aid of a Milwaukee Sawzall and was able to get that done. But
good idea, not so good brand. Right?
Well, hey. Sawzall.
I ain't trying to start fights this morning, man.
I don't mean to, but anyway, it was short order to get the thing done, and finally had to pull it out piece by piece, left it on the side of the road. God bless Mayor Rudy Paco and his guys came over and took care of it, and I think that might be, for me, the rest of it. Although, it'd be nice to get reimbursed for that Sawzall. Gee, it would be nice to, I don't know if I can do that. I might put that, I know, right? Because I spent actual money to buy something I needed to effect a post-typhoon repair. So that should be considered legit.
The deadline is July 27th. I suggest you go to GCC.
Oh, so I went, I did the online thing. I did the online and did the app, but I haven't heard from anybody yet. So
I did that and I got denied. So then I went there to GCC and I got something.
Really?
They pounded on the desk.
Did you?
She pounded, man.
Do you know who I am? Did you do the? Do you know?
No. I was like, I said, hi. Can I have a piece of candy?
I'm Senator Joanne Brown.
How dare!
I'm Speaker Therese Terlahi, and I demand some attention in the form of American dollars right now. But anyway, so I don't know what's supposed to happen next. They when I log in, then I got to go to the login.gov, and I gave them my email address and every version of a phone number that I have, but I have not yet heard from anybody to arrange, I don't know, an inspection of some kind or another. But So when you did yours, did you actually tell them what it was that you were claiming or expecting payment for? How did that work?
You go there.
Uh-huh.
And then they call you up to schedule an inspection.
Okay.
Then when they come in to your house for the inspection, then you tell them everything.
Right, that I've been dealing with all of the heartaches and heartbreaks, tears in my eyes. Okay, gotcha. We'll work. It's just one of those. It's just one of those things.
I got an earworm, dude. Why did you do that?
What was the name of that group? There was the BT something before there was BTS, and they're. I'm sorry. Heartaches and Heartbreaks, Tears in My Eyes. It was a song from the early 90s. It was a big deal in Hawaii. And maybe the band even came to Guam to sing the song. I can't remember. It had this boy with a girl's voice. Heartaches and Heartbreaks. I can't stop. Kaz says, if you haven't heard back from them, you are rejected. You got to log in. There will be a message in the inbox saying they reviewed your case. You get 0, loser, boo, bye. Thanks, Kaz. I appreciate that. 8:22 in the morning, so I'm still working through. Is that somebody who wants to sing the rest of the song?
Yeah, it's the governor.
Hey!
Carl T.C. Gutierrez. He knows the words.
There you go. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez online with me this morning. It's 8:22. And who was I talking to? Dennis Larson, who's got plans to be at the Governor Joseph Flores Memorial Park, Epal Beach, on Tuesday, the 4th of July, for a big get-together with him and his biker buddies, dudes from the VFW and a whole bunch of veterans on Guam. So thanks for helping keep the place clean.
Yeah, and we'll try to get, so Lieutenant Governor's trying to make sure that the beaches are opened up.
So I'd asked you that question yesterday. People keep asking me because they think I know something, and I'm like, I don't know. I'll ask Carl, Uncle Carl, and so like Matopping Beach is still closed, up and down Marine Corps Drive, Bayside, Ocean View, places like that. Alupang Beach Towers, that little park there is closed off as well. And the story I heard was because they got to remove debris, but even after they remove it, they still haven't reopened those spots along Marine Corps Drive. Is that the same? Are they the same issues?
Matopping still has a few big branches and trees right there, but we've kind of cleaned up the beach side. Removed all the seaweed and other things that have blown there. Like a bunch of sods broke up on the grass. But the Lieutenant Governor is on it right now, too, to make sure that we get that thing opened up, because we're inviting tourists to come here. We want them in the water.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And that was a point made by somebody. Saying, we got you're telling me that we got planes that are flying out in Narita full, and where are they going to go when they get here? They got the beach at the hotel, but they don't get a chance to go to any of the beaches and the other parks that we've got here. Yesterday, or maybe the day before, they're all the same in my head. You'd sent me some pictures of some folks that armed with bags and rakes and gloves and all kinds of other stuff. They're on screen right now, that went down to Epal Beach Park to effect a cleanup of the park area in general and the beach area in particular.
Yes, absolutely. The Jin Air sent 20 of their people out, and we got together with the Korea Guam Travel Association, Terry Chung, and we also got together with the PIC leadership because they put him up there. And so between the GVB, Jin Air, and the PIC and Korea Guam Travel Association, we had about 35, 40 people out there actually using a soft rake and our fingers to remove the seaweed and not disturb mechanically the beach area.
Oh,
so it looks pretty good now.
Yeah, I saw the whole bunch of bags, and I was trying to make out what was in them, because it's been my experience at the beach since the typhoon that there's not a whole lot of anything on the beach except coral that was washed up and the seaweed. And it was getting to a point where the seaweed was starting to get in real thick before the typhoon anyway. So I'm glad that some of that's out of the bay, but some of it's also on the beach.
It's ready to be inhabited, but I hope that the Lieutenant Governor, he's going to be getting a hold of me here soon to let me know. DPW, he said, has agreed to step in and remove those big trees at the top and down the road on the beach.
Nice. And there's so much else going on. It's, unfortunately, we don't have as many tourists as we'd like to show off these new signs. You sent me one of them from down in Agate. Mayor Siswico would be thrilled to have as many people coming down for the Mango Festival this weekend. Unfortunately, it's been postponed again, and is going to be taking place late in July. But I'm sure he'd love to have a million pictures, a million photographs floating around the internet with a great sunset view where they put their big Hagat Guam signs.
That's absolutely. It works, and it gets us really millions of views all over the world when our tourists go there and identify where they're at. So now we've got the rest of the mayors trying to look for a place where they can have a good background when we put up their signs. I'm trying to figure out what to do from now right now.
Well, I don't know. It's like Tamuning. Where are you going to put the sign for Tamuning? It's not one of those big like destinations. It's you go through Tamuning to go to some place else. I always laughed. I used to have this guy used to call me up, and he we'd joke about the cultural epicenter that is Tamuning. I'm going, I don't know. That was where the leper colony was once upon a time, wasn't it?
I don't know. That's too far back for me.
I believe that. 8:27 in the morning. So we've got a big weekend. 4th of July is going to be coming up, and unfortunately, the concerns about the nature and the rate of recovery now, and I guess the folks over at the Mayor's Council have decided to waive off the Liberation Parade. But I'm going to make the pitch again with you, because I know if I do it with you, maybe we'll see something happen. We don't need to put together the big knockdown, drag out annual parade. It doesn't need a theme. It doesn't need Angel Sublime riding around in golf carts and all of that stuff. It doesn't need dignitaries under a tent. We just need some a way, maybe an hour, 2 hours, where we can have all of the frontline guys, DPW, GPA, GWA, all the mayors, just everybody that has been busting their asses for the last month or so trying to get this place restored. I hope that there is a mechanism that we have sometime very, very soon to just wish everybody a huge thank you. Members of the military families that are out there, Coast Guard, I want to say kind of unsung heroes on all of this, because they've also stepped up, maybe not in ways that many people can see, but they definitely have stepped up. And maybe a shout to the FEMA people, the SBA people, the Red Cross, before they leave. You know what I mean?
You'd be surprised what we just put together yesterday when my meeting with Jesse Alec and GDB. We're going to do our own tourism recovery parade if we have to. So we're working something out that's going to be very festive, and you'll be hearing about it in the next few days.
Because I talked to Jeff Jams, the fireworks guy, and he says he has fireworks, and I'm sure that we might be able to pry some drones out of Charlie's hands.
We will do fireworks. We will do drones. We're doing what we're going to be shooting up there, what we're going to be portraying. But the mayors are amenable to the GDB. Stepping in and helping with them, and they'll now join us to do some kind of I just won't reveal it right now, but you made enough points that we absolutely need to thank the first responders, and, we got to show our liberator that's going to come out. Plus, we're going to be busing tourists down there for free, and we're going to have a lot of entertainment.
Hey, it doesn't have to be a parade. We'll call it a motorcade. Like you remember, like Mad Mel's cruising back in the day.
Go up and go around for sale.
Like that.
So we're working on that right now.
Awesome. I knew you'd be able to get something done there. 8:29 in the morning. That was all the news that I need from you today. Thank you very much for all of the pictures, and remind me when all of our Japanese influencer friends are going to be coming back in town, and we'll get together. We'll do China cabinets and all that.
Okay, next week for sure. I'll be letting you know about a get-together possibility this weekend, too, from some visiting vice mayors from the Philippines.
Oh, nice. Okay, I'll clear my schedule for you. I'll talk to you pretty soon. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, as I said, I knew all I got to do is just put the bee in his bonnet, and something is going to happen. So they're working through some kind of a plan. It ain't going to be the parade. And I don't know what they're going to do with all of those, because they actually did come out with a logo and a theme for the parade and all of that stuff. But it does not need to be that. But like I said, just a Mad Mel's cruising from point A, point B, do a victory lap around Paseo, and then we'll all just go back somewhere and have food truck and Jamaican grill and cold beer. Bottom of the hour, 888-825-5888-TALK. Donna D with big news and headlines. Here's another guy that needs to get talked to. He didn't wait for anybody either. He handled his own recovery over at the Baldiga Fireworks Corporation. Good morning, Mark Baldiga. How you doing?
I'm good, Ray. How are you?
Not bad at all. I wanted to see if this was you, because I was thumbing through the back pages of the Guam Daily Post, and I saw an advertisement here looking for 2 Greek specialty chefs. And I thought, well, there's only one guy I know that's doing anything with Mediterranean cuisine around here, Greek cuisine. That would be you.
That's true. That's a requirement of DOL, Ray. We've got the 2 chefs from Greece on visas, so they're up for renewal. And, you know, as a part of that, you've got to seek U.S. citizens for that position first. Right?
Gotcha. Yeah, so this is all the way through the process. A very common procedure. We've seen this 100 times. All kinds of different cuisine and chefs and specialties of all kinds. And yeah, this will make it so the guys that you got now that have already wowed hundreds of people before the typhoon can stick around and show the kids on Guam how to make Greek food.
That's exactly right. And we're open. As of last night, we're back. Animos is back open again.
I thought that was the case. I'd passed by there the other day, and there were 2 things that popped into my head, and I have a hard time erasing. One of them is all of the land that was cleared between Burger King and the side of the Hyatt Hotel. That was just amazing. In my adult life, I've never seen that part of Tumon as cleared as it was. I guess there's a little bit of controversy surrounding all of that, but that popped into my head. And then as I was looking a little bit northward, I said, hey, they got the crane guy in there, and they put the shell back on the Animus.
Yeah, it's back. Not just the shell. Everything's back. All the furniture, as we talked about last time, right? And the typhoon came, everything just got packed up in a box and brought inside, and now it's back out again. So we're ready for customers. We had customers last night, actually.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. So many people that have asked me about that in the last couple of weeks, and I said, you know what? Let me just ask Mark and see what they're up to. And sure enough, here it is, closing in on the end of June, and that is open. As you said, the show is on now, the Carrera show.
Yeah, last night was our official gala. Yeah, it was fantastic. Everybody, I think, had a great time.
I'm sorry I missed the opportunity to swing by. I had other plans that I could not break away from. And the question is, does Steve Carrera at IT&E know that you're using his name for the show?
I don't know. I didn't know there was a Steve Carrera.
Yep, there absolutely is. Spelled differently, so I don't think there's any exposure to legal action. Tell me a little bit about the show.
So the show has 50 performers from around the region. We have 20 from Guam, Chamorros. We've got a few from Saipan, 17 from Samoa, who've never been out of Samoa in their life before this, and a dozen from around the world, really, from Asia and North America and so forth, the leads. It's an island-themed show. It's sort of inspired by the Chamorro people and the Chamorro sense of spirit, I should say, in ophthalmology and all of that. Mm-hmm. So it's not a literal Guam show, although we do have latte stones and proa canoes and Gadau's cave drawings woven in there. We've got Leonard Iriarte's voice doing chant throughout. But, the composers, it's all Cirque du Soleil designers, right? So the composers out of Montreal, they've done a dozen Cirque shows. So they recorded Leonard, and then they manipulated his voice, and it sounds amazing. I sat next to him on Tuesday. We had a special dress rehearsal for the cultural practitioners on Guam and the Mayor's Council for folks who got impacted by the typhoon and so forth. So I sat next to Leonard and said, "What do you think?" He said, "What is that?" I said, "Leonard, that's your voice. That's you singing." He said, "No, is it?" I said, "Yeah, that's you, man." So,
amazing the things you can do with computers and AI these days, and the idea that it's impressed me. Okay, now I'm impressed, and we'll definitely make some time to go see it. So, what's is there a narrative in the show? Is there a story arc?
There's not a storyline per se. It's really the name of the show, Carrera, means journey in Chamorro. It's sort of a journey. There are two tourists, lead dancers, who sort of in the pre-show, I don't want to give away too much of the show, but basically it's their journey through the islands, right, and through all of the things that make our home our home. I mean, the spirit and the energy of the show and the cast, it's off the hook. I've never seen anything like it. In fact, all the Cirque designers said they've never seen anything like it. It's very special. It's it's very high energy. There's aerial acrobatics. There's dancing. There's fire. There's drumming. There's all sorts of. There's some live musicians. It's quite different than anything we've ever done before, right? And the thrust goes out into the audience, sort of like we did at Tau Tau Tassi, but on a bigger scale. So the audience, it's very immersive, right? There are 47 speakers around the theater. The video screen, as I've said a few times, is as big as IMAX. That's part of the scenography of the show. It's the largest high-speed motorized screen in the world. Is installed in there from Belgium. It's pretty off the hook. I mean, there's far as I know, the only cities in the planet that have a permanent resident show of this scale are Vegas, Macau, New York, and London. I don't know any other cities that have a show of this scale that resides in the city and runs.
You're marketing this in Japan and Korea, right? There's small versions of the show that are traveling out there with Governor Gutierrez and everybody from GVB. So not only are we open, but we've got world-class programs for you and your families to enjoy.
Yeah, I think it's important that Guam has something, it's not just we're back open again after the typhoon, but something new to promote. And I think GVB has taken the reins here, and they kind of recognize the value of the show as a spark. It's sort of like something to talk about. So, and there are a bunch of fam trips coming in. They call them fam trips, familiarization tours. They call them for people. They call them familiarization tours, right? Because a lot of the people who come on these have never been to Guam before, so they become familiar with the destination, right? And they get walked through an itinerary for 3 days, and so hopefully Carrera will be a core part of that. Just to get people talking about it and understanding it. But it'll be a couple months to build the business. I told the cast to expect. We were full last night, and I told them just expect you're going to play to under 100 people probably for a month or two while we build the business.
When the word gets out.
Normal.
Well, Cosendo is helping you out here this morning. He says 3 words: energetic, colorful, and fantastical. Describes the show I watched, and congratulations, Mark Baldiga.
Good. That's nice. Thanks. Yeah, we got a lot of nice compliments last night. The governor had a great time. Some of her kids and grandkids were there, and so it's a very family-friendly show. That's sort of one of the other things too. There's a comedian, and there's some colorful. I'm not going to give you too much of the show.
No, it's okay.
I don't want to give you the whole show.
No, but no, I want everybody's appetite to get wet and go see the show and find out. Can you buy tickets online? What's the process?
You can. So there are two sites you could go to. One is KareraGuam.com. It's Karera Guam.com. And the other is our normal Baldiga Tours site, which is bestguamtours.com. BG for Best Guam or for Baldiga Group, right? So bestguamtours.com. And there's a 10% discount for booking online, right, for the local folks.
Very good. Very good. Now, it's not the old sandcastle period. That you've gutted the inside of it. It is a theater experience, but is it possible that I might be able to book a reservation, say at Animus, enjoy my dinner there, and then get hustled into the showroom just as things get started?
The idea, absolutely, of course. You just made me realize that we don't have a way to do that from a single booking, right? You go to the website, the bestguamtours.com, you can book the show, and you can make an Animus reservation while you're right there at the same site.
All right. Well, maybe combine things up, and then that way I got somebody who walks me into and holds my beer and takes me into where I'm going to sit down and watch the show. So Animus is back. The restaurant is open. Zoe has been up and open, the nightclub in the Sandcastle Entertainment Complex. You've got the show now that is open. Beach Bar has been open since a week after Condition 4 was declared.
Yep.
What else is lacking in the Baldiga Empire that still needs some attention?
Well, Tatatasi's open as well, the showdown at the beach. That opened last Saturday, right? So the only thing that's not open is Ride the Ducks, and that won't open until probably January for 2 reasons. One is we're kind of focused on getting everything else up, and the second is that doesn't get attended by the Koreans as much because most of them rent cars. So it's really a Japanese-intensive tour. We need the Japanese to get back to about $30,000-$40,000 a month to make that work to make it to at least break even, right? So that's probably end of the year, I would say December, something like that.
What are your thoughts on, and maybe you just encapsulated right there, we think about hospitality industry. There's still a decent number of Koreans coming in, even after the storm. They're still at some of the usual haunts, making lines in front of the Purple whatever in Agania, and they're eating at Mosa's, and they're going to grab a couple of beers over at Carabao and some of the other places that I lurk at. So I'm definitely seeing them. The Japanese not coming back as big numbers, and that was even before the typhoon. But you're thinking now is January we might start to see 35,000 from Japan?
Yeah, well, in those numbers, maybe sooner, actually. I'm actually a little bullish on Japan, and one of the reasons is, we got to give some props to Sam Shinohara and United. They loaded up the seats for the summer to try to push us past into recovery, and that held to that schedule more or less. At least August they haven't really touched it. July they pulled a little back, but not a lot. So from our list that my sales team puts together every month, it looks like there are 40,000 seats available from Japan in July and 45,000 in August, more or less. And, you know, those airlines, they don't like to run empty. So I think they'll start dropping rates until they hit at least 50% load factor. So with 45,000 seats and a 50% load factor, that's 22,000 Japanese, if not for July, certainly for August. We're expecting 20 to 30, actually 30 by the time we hit August, 25,000 Japanese a month. Pre-COVID, we were at, I guess, about 45, right, average through the year per month. But right before the typhoon, we were only at 5, so we were only 10% of normal for Japan. But it looks to me like towards the end of the summer, we could get to 50% of normal. That's a big jump up from 10%. So I'm not bullish that we're going to be hopping back to normal by August, but I think we'll be much further ahead than we were a few months ago and kind of on our way. And as I say, I think the spark of the typhoon recovery effort that GVB is now making, this hard push, is what's been needed, right? So it gave us the impetus to kind of, with Carrera and everything else,
stay in the game and keep adding.
Go out and get the business instead of sitting back and waiting for it. Right?
Yen today is about 144, almost 145. Is that still a big reason for people to stay away?
It is. I mean, it certainly doesn't help, right? But it's just a question of the different types of tourists we get, right? Like the Dusatani and Tsubaki Tower were the two most expensive hotels in Guam and the two highest occupancy hotels in Guam, right? So there's sometimes we get carried away in our own thoughts where, the yen is hurting us because it's chasing away all the cheap customers. Yes, that's true. But there are other customers too, right?
Sandcastle Entertainment Complex was not built and designed to bring in cheap customers, and you have always touted Guam should be a destination for the higher end. So, I mean, you've got a couple of examples there that prove that theory these days.
It's a destination for the higher end rate, but I think there need to be higher end offerings, right? Sort of like Bali. Bali is not a destination for the higher end. There are a bunch of cheap hotels in Kuta, but there are also Four Seasons. And sort of that's, sometimes it gets confused. People think I'm trying to make Guam first class. It's trying to layer. We have the cake. We just need to put the icing on the cake, right, so that we can attract the higher end with it.
I'm remembering in the first days of Beach Bar, and blessed to be able to be a part of all of that, and seeing all of the Russians come in, because it kind of came around at the same time the Beach Bar opened. We got that first big wave of tourism coming in from Russia and Vladivostok and those areas, and you would remark to me that they were all disappointed because many of the places that they went to did not have a first class. They did not have a first class service. They weren't dealing with looking for a way to take care of the higher end clientele. And it was amazing how quickly the market managed to adapt to that. And unfortunately, they invaded Crimea, and then it all went to hell. Amazing and incredible days. 8:44 in the morning. I wanted to give you some time, give you our congratulations on getting the show open and Animus back on. I got a feeling you'll be seeing me through one or both of those doors soon.
We'll look forward to it, Ray. It's 4th of July weekend. Hopefully people grab their kids and come on down and enjoy the show.
Good
Great
idea.
Family show.
Good idea.
Thanks.
I'll talk to you pretty soon. Mark Baldiga from the Baldiga Entertainment Group. 8:44, Donna D with the last big look at news and headlines and more after these.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
News Team 5's News on the Fives. This just in. KFC is introducing new Kentucky Fried Chicken Nuggets. For more, here's Kelly Nichols.
Thanks, Gary. These KFC chicken nuggets are tender, juicy, and highly sauceable. As one team put it, no cap. These nuggies are straight fire. Gary?
Thanks, Kelly. Sounds bussin'.
Now on Guam, order KFC hand-breaded premium chicken nuggets via WhatsApp 300-3278 or online at kfcguam.com. You'll never have this nugget so good. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
What's this? Word from Don Julat from over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. They are informing the public that DSNAP applicants who receive their EBT cards may receive a call from DPHSS. During the call, applicants may be asked for information to ensure the completeness of their DSNAP application. Such information may include items like their date of birth. Rest assured, these calls are legitimate and are intended to ensure your benefits are issued. DPHSS will be calling with a variety of telephone numbers. They all start with 300. And so there's your first clue. If you get a number that doesn't start with that, or if somebody's asking you questions and it's not a 300 number, hang up like I did with that guy on the Samsung call. Where are we? 8:46 in the morning. Last big look at, where'd you go? Where's the guy? I was going to say last big look at news and headlines, but then Joe ran out.
Yeah, I'll do it. Today is the last day to sign up for the Rise Up program that helps residents put up temporary metal roofs. Apply at your mayor's office. DSNAP enrollment has been extended, and tomorrow is the last day. Go to the Micronesia Mall, GPO, or the Inarahan Senior Center. Just bring an ID. And July 27 is the last day to apply for FEMA and SBA assistance. Disaster recovery centers are located at Juan M. Guerrero Elementary School in Dedido, and GCC from 7 to 6, and CL Taitino Elementary in Sinahanya, and the Inarahan Community Center from 8 to 5. And Revenue Tax has announced post-typhoon accommodations. Vehicle registration is now open at Building B at the Public Works compound from 8 to 5. They can also be renewed online at myguamtax.com. Walk-in services for driver's licenses and Guam IDs have resumed. Late fees are waived for IDs that expire between May 1 and July 31, as long as they're renewed by the 1st of August. And 52 years after opening its first restaurant on Guam, McDonald's is preparing for its 6th location in Manilao. A groundbreaking ceremony was held yesterday morning beside local diner Michelle's Coffee Shop. Governor Lulian Guerrero says Manilao has a flourishing community with restaurants, 2 great post-secondary institutions of learning, GW High School, a private clinic, and soon even a hospital. And that was your last look at local headlines. On the point now, back to Ray.
What did she say?
What was that?
I don't know. I'm just reading. Soon a new hospital. I wonder where that's going to be.
Well, it's on military property. Then there's no lease for that.
Exciting?
Yeah, it's
a
really
new
exciting.
hospital.
Unless maybe they found another location. It was like right behind, I don't know,
McDonald's
near the prison. Behind the McDonald's. We'll put the thing. You know, there's at Medical City. There is, I want to say, right around the corner. There's a Jollibee. There's a KFC across the street, and I want to say there's a McDonald's as well. Just all
there's always
right
a McDonald's
there
near
in the thing. I always thought that was kind of crazy.
Is that someone's lunch?
No, I found this the other day, and I thought I'd put this up on the screen. It was from Twitter, and somebody saying, why did we look so forward to Friday in the schools? And the reason was because in some schools, for some generations, on Friday, that was pizza day. And
we had pizza like that. We didn't have pizza like that.
At Cathedral Grade School.
You had pizza like that?
Sister Roberta made us pizza like that. And then we there's a fruit cup there, and there's some corn,
like chocolate
milk. Oh my God, yeah, big
That's
pretzel,
the best thing on that tray.
and all of that stuff. I mean, you think about some of the food that kids are eating these days, or what they're referring to as a lunch in the schools, and you look at them. Then you look at this stuff and say, we did have it pretty good. We were kings. 8:49 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. I'd go into the celebrity birthdays. I got Jeff from Pirates Cove on the line, and I don't want to keep him waiting.
Okay, bye.
Well, I was going to say maybe I'll keep you waiting. Anyway, so good morning, Jeff from Pirates Cove on the line. Good morning, Buenos Day. Happy almost 4th of July.
Good morning, Ray. How are you?
I'm okay. I think I looked at the map right, and if you look at it right and read the directions from Guam Power Authority, there should not be a problem with everybody getting to Pirates Cove tomorrow coming in from the north. They're going to be shutting down the traffic from First Beach down to the intersection of 4 and 4A getting into Telefofo.
Well, that's good, as long as they don't stop them at Cross Island Road, because that has happened before during accidents and other times. But,
yeah.
They can always come here and then go back the same way, or if they're coming from the south, they can go through the village and travel down Cross Island Road and come south to me. But we got a lot going on tomorrow. The tailgaters might show up. You never know what's going to happen here, but we don't want to miss anybody. But, if you talk to anybody from GPA, I tried to call this girl, Joyce Sayama, but it's a typical
phone, GovGuam phone, nobody answers on one way, and then when I call on my other phone, I get a recording. So, yeah, if you talk to anybody, please, just tell them, let people come to Pirates Cove. It's a, it's a historic, place, and they need to show up.
Gotcha. Well, my advice was, regardless of whether they block the road or not, get there at 9, have breakfast, and just make plans to be there all day. I mean, you can swim in the area. There's something like a beach not too far away. There's all kinds of places where you can just hang out under a tree and listen to the wind in the leaves.
Yep, I heard you, Ray. You're doing a great job for me.
Doing my best. Doing my but I take it out in beers and cheeseburgers and chicken wings when I get down there. I got to do that soon.
10-4. Okay, thank you.
You know what? 888-825-888-TALK. Where's the Donna? Tell Donna come back in because we got to do the celebrity birthdays. There aren't too many big celebrity birthdays that I'm aware of today. But since it's the weekend, we've got Saturday and Sunday celebrity birthdays and stuff to celebrate, so we can get to all of that. 8:52 in the morning. Maybe Trina can come in. Come here. Come. Trina and Donna can come in for the celebrity portion of the program. Thank you very much. Yes, I will. It's okay, Trina Masfina. Well, yeah, just you for now, because I'm doing DJ stuff now. I'm doing DJ stuff. I thought maybe you'd be interested in participating. So there's.
Say what?
Somebody went to Crown Bakery before coming by the radio
it's fresh,
station.
It's warm. I told you, Jed was like the first one to get. So.
Okay, so yeah, so Trina's in the studio. A little bit later on, we're going to be talking about what kind of fair is it at the mall?
The college fair.
College fair.
Yeah.
Okay, just in case if you want to go to college.
Yes,
and
exactly.
learn things from the experts in the schools. Okay, so celebrity birthdays. Basically, the way this works, I just say the celebrity birthday, and then Don asked me a question like, "Oh, who did he play in that movie?" And then I go, "I don't know. So I'm just going to throw these out here. Right off the top, David Allen Greer is 67 years old. Anybody?
Yeah, I know him.
No.
He's a comedian, right?
I don't know.
Say it again.
David Allen Greer.
Oh, him.
Yeah, he's a comedian. He's a black comedian.
David
Black
Allen
excellent.
They're from Barragata.
Yeah. Former owners of the cool spot, right? Okay,
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, here's a name we all recognize.
Wait, who's that guy?
I don't know. It doesn't matter. He's got a birthday today.
No, what does it say on the thing?
It just says David Allen Greer, 67. Like Madonna. We're supposed to know who he is off the top of our head.
That was lame.
All right. I'm looking to see if anybody on Facebook Live is going to give us a hint on this, but not yet. So Mike Tyson.
Oh, yes. Mike Tyson.
There's a name that we recognize. Is 57 years old.
57?
And
Cover your ears.
No, it's the scene that I like most of most times that I've seen Mike Tyson is when he was in that movie where the three guys go to Vegas.
Hangover.
The Hangover movie.
Yeah.
He was in that?
He was in. Was it in the first one or the second one?
The first one, he knocked out one of those dudes.
Absolutely
Was he
great.
funny?
Yeah.
Cocked him.
But it was. Wasn't it also the first time that he'd been out and in film with his tattoo, the face tattoo?
Yeah.
Do you recall?
Probably.
And do you remember the song that he
the
was?
second one was a tattoo on the face, I think.
Okay, gotcha. But anyway, Mike Tyson, happy 57th birthday. Swimmer Michael Phelps, actually Olympic swimmer Michael Phelps, turns 38. If you're looking for something to celebrate today, it's Asteroid Day.
Yay.
Check for asteroids around Uranus. Did you want to?
No.
I'm sorry, I took the joke from you.
It's a big black hole.
It's Klingons around. Okay, it's Food Truck Day.
Yay.
FYI, and Social Media Day. So thank you very much for being with us on Rumble and Facebook and YouTube and all the streams that we've got here. Celebrity birthdays for tomorrow.
Oh, boy.
Include Jamie Farr from MASH.
Oh, yeah.
No.
The one with the
Klinger.
dress.
Klinger from MASH.
No.
There's, I'll say it louder and you'll go, oh, him. Jamie Farr, the guy from MASH, is the Klinger. He wanted a Section 8, so he wore a dress, as opposed to in the military now where you've got the Surgeon General.
He was
is
a
guy
cis woman.
He was
a cis woman,
man.
Ray.
I don't
Or
know.
man, or yeah.
Don't get me in the gender thing because they're going to bring that up when we start talking about college, whatever. Debbie Harry from Blondie.
Harry Deborah.
Yes.
Is
Debbie
78
Harry.
years old. One of my favorite comedians and actors.
78?
78. Dan Aykroyd.
I love
Yes.
Dan Aykroyd.
Who doesn't love Dan Aykroyd?
Blues
the
Brothers.
Coneheads, right?
Coneheads.
Yeah.
Ray Stantz.
And
From Ghostbusters.
Driving Miss Daisy and Ghostbusters and all kinds of other stuff. Happy 71st birthday to Dan Aykroyd. Pamela Anderson. Used to be Pamela Anderson Lee, wasn't it? Some people know her from Baywatch. Some people know her from the Tommy Lee and Pam Anderson videos that
On
are
Beta?
out there on Betamax, right? Liv Tyler.
Oh.
How come there's no videos of her?
Armageddon.
Never mind,
Armageddon. Armageddon.
62.
Steve Tyler's daughter, yeah?
Yeah.
40. I thought it was. Todd Rundgren's daughter, isn't it?
No, she thought he was the not the dad. You know how it is because she wasn't with Steve Tyler. The mom wasn't.
They
with
from
Steve.
Guam? Are they from Guam?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Now I understand. All right, Liv Tyler from Armageddon, Lone Star, etc., is 46 years old. And Missy Elliott, this one I know you know, Trina.
Missy Misdemeanor Elliott.
Is 52 years old.
Throw my track down, flip it, and reverse it.
I know it. And then they do backward masking on that song, and you play it backwards, and it's exactly what Trina just said.
Yeah.
All right, so let me see if there's anything we're celebrating tomorrow. International Raga Day, Financial Freedom Day. It's Joke Day, and I forget what the Financial Freedom Day is. I don't think that's a thing for paying all your bills. I think it's like the day of the year where everything that you earn afterwards is all yours. You know, you work the first portion of the year, maybe the first half of the year, and all of that goes to pay your taxes, fees, you know, just everything that you've got to pay for in order to live, just to exist, is the first years of your income. So tomorrow is July, second half of the year, so Financial Freedom Day, which means everything that you earn after tomorrow, you should be able to keep to yourself. The celebrity birthdays on Sunday. Larry David from Curb Your Enthusiasm. I never watched that show, but I did see him in Seinfeld a couple of times. He's 76 years old. Jerry Hall, the model, is 67. It's a her. I don't know who she's married to. Bret Hart. Bret, the Hitman Hart, is 66 years old. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Jimmy McNichol turned 62 years old. He's a famous brother. And Lindsay Lohan is 37 years old. Parent Trap, was that was the one of the movies that didn't she?
I think that was her best one.
Well, I mean, no,
She was teeny
Wasn't that
tiny.
her only one?
Well, when she was good.
But then she got like trampy.
Yeah.
She started, I don't know if there's a Hollywood thing, and then she just like was running with the wrong crowd, and then turned into somebody else. I don't know if she's found God yet or got into rehab. Happy 37th birthday to her, Johnny Weir, Olympic skater, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that's about it in terms of big deal celebrity birthdays and more. Oh my God, it's almost 9 o'clock in the morning.
My gosh.
So okay, you can go now.
She's already like.
I know, but did
half
you?
her body's like out of the studio.
Yeah, I know, but it's been one of those busy mornings. It's just a lot of people calling. There's a lot going on in town. Everybody kind of looking forward to a bunch of things. We got 4th of July that's going to be taking place on Tuesday. Programming note. I'm not going to be here on Tuesday. Real Joe and Donna are coming in. They're going to do the news, and I don't know who they're producing for, but I'm not going to be here. All right, fine. You guys can have the day. You can have the morning off.
You shouldn't have.
There will be some kind of network programming. Hair on Fire conservative show.
No way.
Maybe even I don't know if Jose can find something. Maybe he'll do because like on Christmas they do all these baby Jesus stories, and maybe on the 4th of July Jose can find some baby America stories, that kind of thing. So there's the programming note. Another programming note. I'm not going anywhere yet. It's only 9 o'clock. Fox News Live is coming up in a second. On the other side of that, Donna D is not going to be doing news and headlines. Trina Masfina is her old radio name. She's in the studio. There's going to be a college fair that's going to be taking place in the next few days. And this is a big deal. This maybe get you thinking about going back to college because there are incentives like, iPads that they're going to be giving away from Beyond the Box and more as part of ways to entice young people to be thinking about getting matriculated and doing all of their learning while they can't here on Guam. That's all ahead right here. 93.3 KUSG. I got you. We are The Point. Fox News Live is next.
Disagrees. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden reacting to today's Supreme Court decision striking down college affirmative action policies. The president saying this is not a normal court and saying
we need a higher education system that works for everyone, from Appalachia to Atlanta and to far beyond. We can and must do better, and we will.
The president saying discrimination still exists in the country and the decision cannot be a permanent setback. The court's 3 liberal justices dissented, warning that the opinion rolls back decades of precedent and what they called momentous progress. Smoke from the wildfires in Canada making its way to the northeast again with a haze enveloping New York City.
It's not expected to be as bad as earlier this month, but according to the tracking service that measures pollution in the air called IQAir.com, Brooklyn's air is in the 90s today, approaching unhealthy levels. A few weeks ago, we peaked in the 400s. More than 120 million Americans are under air quality alerts. At least 500 active fires continue to burn in Canada.
Fox Weather's Katie Byrne in New York City. There are 235 out-of-control wildfires burning in Canada. Former Florida Sheriff's Deputy and Resource Officer at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, Scott Peterson, has been found not guilty of failing to act during the 2018 massacre that left 17 people dead. Peterson said he was thankful and that he said that he hoped the same justice could be granted if another officer finds himself in the same position.
I would never want any law enforcement officer in this country to go through the last 4.5 years of what I went through.
Peterson arrived at the building where the shooting happened about 2 minutes after the attack began. Prosecutors claimed he should have gone inside to stop the shooter. America is listening to Fox News.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Whether you're looking to get a personal loan for that summer vacation or paying off those long overdue bills, Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $4,100 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña at 671-475-4545, Upper Tumon 671-647-5626, or in Dededo 671-633-4473.
Join us at Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro and see why they've been crowned Guam's best Chamorro food restaurant for 9 consecutive years. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus tinactac, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet burgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña location from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. for lunch, 5:30 p.m. to 9 p.m. for dinner, or 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for their famous Sunday brunch.
A federal jury rules that a health clinic in Montana submitted false asbestos claims in a town where hundreds of people have died from asbestos exposure.
The case focused on the Center for Asbestos-Related Disease in Libby, Montana, and a 2019 lawsuit filed by BNSF Railway that accused the clinic of making hundreds of false medical claims of asbestos-related illnesses. Claims a jury found caused more than $1 million in damage to the government. The clinic maintains its diagnoses were in line with federal requirements and the law. BNSF is also a defendant in numerous lawsuits over its role in the town's asbestos contamination for shipping the hazardous material through the area decades ago. That's been blamed on at least 400 deaths. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Former Ohio House Speaker Larry Householder has been sentenced to 20 years in prison plus 1 year probation for his role in the largest corruption scandal in state history. The Republican is expected to appeal. There's another sign of resilience in the job market.
Fewer people filed for unemployment benefits last week, a sign companies are still holding on to staff and are avoiding layoffs. The number of new claims declined by 26,000 to 239,000. Economists were expecting claims to remain above 260,000, where they've been holding for 3 weeks. Continuing claims, the number of people remaining on benefits came in at 1.74 million in the latest reading taken June 17th. A lower number than forecast and down 19,000 from the previous week. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Christine King Farris, the last living sibling of Martin Luther King Jr., has died. For decades after her brother's assassination, Farris worked with her brother's widow, Coretta Scott King, to preserve and promote his legacy. Christine King Farris was 95. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
BK's Spider-Verse Whopper is now available for a limited time only. Our Spider-Verse Whopper features a flame-grilled quarter-pound beef, creamy mayonnaise, fresh lettuce, tomatoes, crunchy pickles, onions, Swiss cheese on a red sesame seed bun. Top off your meal with French fries or onion rings and a Spider-Verse sundae. Available at participating locations. Thank you, Guam, for 34 years. BK, you rule.
Do you or a loved one suffer from diabetic, chronic, or other non-healing wounds? If so, Guam Regional Medical City is here to help. At GRMC, we are committed to providing proper wound care using hyperbaric oxygen therapy and other forms of treatment to better manage pain and help speed up the healing process. To learn more, contact the GRMC referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 633-4762. GRMC.
Bieber, 906-609. No, 906. I had it right the first time. That's the current time here in this particular time zone where this kind of internet is happening. Hi, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by the dudes over at NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. Now, you might be looking at the daunting amount of crap that you've got to get from your house to one of these disaster junk stations that we've got, and not a whole lot of time to get it through. Chances are you're either your friends won't loan you their trucks or you're too embarrassed to ask them. So it's time for you to buy a new truck. NissanGuam.com on the World Wide Web. And there's a Frontier. I know about the Frontier. It comes in all kinds of configurations, including four-wheel drive. And I've had the opportunity to use that a couple of times in the last couple of weeks. Got me out of a couple of tough spots, and that's great. Also, helped me carry a whole bunch of junks from my house over to the junk station out in Teason. And you'll be glad that you're in a vehicle of some substance while you're doing that. In fact, a couple of the trucks in front of me were Frontiers as well, and took advantage of the incredible towing power that they've got to tow not just their junk, but their neighbor's junk as well. It's happening, and Nissan helping pave the way on that. And the great thing is now we've got incredible deals that you can talk to the sales guy or girl about. Get those things so it's possible that, who knows, maybe by today, I mean, if you got in there now, 907, maybe you would be in a brand new Frontier or Titan today. Give it a shot. NissanGuam.com.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Come in, Tokyo. Come in, Tokyo. Welcome, as I said, to the program here, last hour of this Friday, and I got to tell you what a terrific day that this is turning out to be. You know, Joe, I didn't think I had another 4 hours in me today, but here we are.
I
9
never
o'clock
had a
hour.
doubt, man.
Guest in studio, all kinds of guests online here. Bunker Menno, continuing. The war here says, I own a cordless Sawzall, Milwaukee, chopped up 70-plus cars and still going. Bunches of trees and branches. Yeah, Milwaukee rules. Do you use it in straight ahead or do you use the orbital pattern on that? Inquiring minds want to know. Sarita's in there. Frank Montanani chiming in. When we were singing that song, Heartaches and Heartbreaks, Tears in My Eyes, I couldn't remember who sang it, but he did. BBC.
Oh, that's right.
The Bad Boys Club. And yeah, I think they came to Guam because I've got a BBC. I've got somewhere in my in my stash, I've got a patch from the BBC. And so I couldn't have gotten that if they didn't come to Guam. Big man Rico B asking, are the public beaches / parks still barricaded? And that is apparently a work in progress. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez is checking on that. He said crews will be at Matapang and Ipoh today. We will get them open ASAP. That came from Clint, who got that from Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. So they are in full swing because there are still tourists coming to Guam, A. B, there are locals that would like to use those beaches. Matapang, as you know, has always been kind of an incredible place. A great first date beach, by the way. But always a nice spot to get to. You just kind of cut north a little bit and nestle yourself into that corner of the big condo that they've got there. Always cool to hang out in that spot. So anyway, should be open and getting ready. They say ASAP. Crews are going to be there today. So we'll see what's happening. Jose asking, is Governor LG off island? I don't know. They did the ribbon cutting and the dirt turning yesterday for the McDees in Manilao, and she was there. talking about how one of these days we'll get a hospital in the Mangilau area to go along with the institutions of higher learning, the clinic that's already there, and all the other great restaurants, whatevs. Alan Baldwin's online doing shouts to Trina St. Augustine. We'll get her on in a couple of minutes. Janie Nisperos, who is schooling us here, says David Allen Grier was on In Living Color with Jamie Foxx and Jim Carrey, was also the guy that played the cop in Jumanji with Robin Williams.
Oh, yeah.
I'm embarrassed.
I told you, black guy.
Yeah. It's still... Jumpin' Jupiter Day, says Jerome McDonald. Joe Dizon saying good morning. Vince Polino says there's a 3-second delay between radio and Facebook, to which I will respond, that's actually pretty good. That's actually pretty good, considering the steps that both of them have to go through. They're together right up to the console that Real Joe is on. See, now you got me thinking about the what we call the air chain that we've got here at the radio station. So microphone over here, Donna's is over there, and it goes into the console. Real Joe is adjusting the volume, mixing in the music, and throwing in the commercials and all of that stuff. And then they go in separate directions. One of them goes to the transmitter site. It goes into a box that turns it into a radio signal, goes to a receiver in Mount Ludum, and then goes directly into the transmitter. Short. But there is still some delay from the sound of my voice before it comes out the back end of the transmitter. It's not huge, but it's if you got the right kind of equipment or sensitive ears, you can hear it. Then as far as the video is concerned on the Facebook side, that one goes through a lot more steps. It's encoded at the console, and then goes into a device that mixes the audio in with the video in real time, and then it digitizes it. It encodes that signal, and it goes to wherever you are as that encoded digital signal. And it's a pretty beefy one because we send out this signal, I believe, in stereo, even though we're a mono radio station, but we send it out in stereo. And it's a really, really beefy kind of 1080p video that we're sending out. So the idea that it is encoded, gets to where you are on the planet, and then decoded in about 3 seconds, that's not bad. That's not bad at all, considering we've had latency as high as 20 seconds, 30 seconds. We've had it in the minutes before, depending on some crazy things that were going on with those companies. Anyway, so there's the science portion of the program. What have I got? We were looking for Mayor Siswico to talk about, really, this time. In late July, we'll have the, what do you call it? We'll have the Mango Festival. I'm trying to remember when it was originally scheduled, but they said, no, we can't do it then because there were not enough mangoes on the trees. They said, you know what, we'll do it. We'll do it just before the 4th of July. We'll have it that weekend, 4th of July race, all of that stuff. We'll open up the Seng Song tomorrow down there, and that's going to be great. And then the typhoon came, but they're still going for it. The mayor says we're going to have an agate mango festival. I'm not kidding anymore, really now. It will take place starting Friday the 28th. And then obviously continue on Saturday with all kinds of different events, maybe even the 5K, because I don't think they did the 5K already. And then Sunday, on July 30th, for all of the big mango festival deals that they're going to be doing. A bunch of people involved. I got the flyer that I'm going to put up on the screen. I got this from my bro Jojo over at Anheuser-Busch. They are a big part of this. They got their logo in there. I got Buddies, Bank Pacific, 76, Circle K, and the LP Gas Company. There's SPPC, PDN, and there's Anheuser-Busch, Bank of Guam, and GVB, et cetera, et cetera. So it's going to happen. You just got to take things as they come. As everybody is fond of saying, we're a resilient people. But the question is, what mangoes are on the trees anymore? Everything blew away in the typhoon a month ago. Have they come back? And the answer is, I don't know. Agate usually is one of the first places to get mango blossoms, period, in a regular year, in any kind of regular time. They will bloom and start getting edible mangoes on trees far earlier than most other places on island. At least that's always been my recollection. But and it's not like, you know, they're constantly growing, though. That's the thing about mangoes, right? Is there's a season, and when it's not mango season, there's no mangoes on the trees. Then you know we're going to get mango season when the flowers come, and then they get pollinated by the bees and the bumblebees and all of that stuff. You know, the whole birds and the bees stories here, and then they turn into these little tiny. They're so cute, little tiny green mangoes, but you cannot eat them yet until. I don't know. How long you got to wait? Month and a half before you get just the white meaty sour part and the seed. But if you wait much longer, then it gets hairy. And then if you wait much longer than that, then they get ripe. And there's a variety of different mango trees that we've got here on Guam. But again, they only happen when they're in season. There's got to be some flowering, there's got to be some growing time, and there's got to be some ripening time. And I just don't know that between now and July 28th whether there will be flowering and maturing and ripening time for the Mango Fest. What's that?
I don't like the hairy ones.
You know, you just gotta figure out how to eat these things, and not all of them, believe it or not, get hairy.
Yeah,
some of them, the really
soft meat. Yeah.
Oh my God, the ones that we get in the Philippines,
or something like that.
The ones we get in the Philippines, the ones we get from Mexico.
Carabaos.
Yeah. You open them, you slice it all the way through, and you get real close to the seed, and there's almost no seed in there. The slipper one, I think they call that, where it's like all meat and skin. And those are the best ones. And now I'm not going to suggest anybody on your next trip to the Philippines brings smuggle seeds in. I would never, ever, ever do that. But if you do, see me first, so I can show you.
People have tried, Ray.
I can show you the correct way to free the seed from the husk. There is a lot of people don't realize this. But it is the truth. So a lot of guys, they'll get the mango and go, oh my God, that's a good mango, and you finish and keep the seed and put that in the ground. That's not the seed. That's the husk. You don't want that in the ground. There's a way to do this, and I can describe it to you. Yeah, I know. Well, the reason why Shelly's giving me Kevin Susuiko's number, I got his number. He can't come on the radio because they went to go pick up some of these Filipino mayors that Governor Carl was talking about. So he's been dispatched for hospitality and logistical purposes. But what you want to do is the next time you get a mango, eat the whole thing, seeds, and then you'll come out with a husky thing. It's got some hair on it. It's got some ridges. That's not the seed. The seed is inside, and what you want to do is just kind of run it over some warm water. Get all the fluff out, and you will see there's a line coming out of the very top of it, about where it makes that little curve in the seed in the husk, and gently work your way with the edge of a spoon or the dull side of a knife or something like that. Just run it through there, and eventually it will open up.
It's like shucking an oyster.
Exactly like that. And so once it opens up a little bit, you can use your fingernails or whatever, open it up. And every single time I've done this, it has already had a little sprout coming out. That goes in the ground. Put that in the ground. Put the food in there with that. Put some vitamins and whatever it is to make the thing grow, and it will grow. And you will be surprised how quickly it will grow. And it will grow into a nice, handsome plant within, I don't know, a month or two or something like that. And then you'll stick it in the ground, and then you have to wait 8 years before you start to see anything out of that. I know. You know how I know that? Because once upon a time.
You're still waiting?
Once upon a time, Pete Adda, yes, that Pete Adda, comes over to my house, and he brought with him a mango plant. And it was beautiful. He says, welcome to the neighborhood, son. And I said, thanks very much. And stuck the thing in the ground, and I was, and then waited patiently. 5 years go by, watering, get storms, but it was a strong, solid tree. And then it turned 7. And sure enough, that year, I got a mango out of it. And then the following year there was a little bit more. Following year there was a little bit more, but it never got crazy until I sold the house. I sold the house, moved out of the place that I lived in Kenyatta, and whenever I pass by that house, it's always got mangoes on
Now
it.
they're the mango kings of that village.
They're the mango kings of that village.
Congratulations.
With a tree that I prayed over, worried over. I'd go to Benson, I'd get food spikes and stick them in the ground, and it was crazy. Anyway, just killing a little bit of time here. Thank you very much. Somebody chiming in saying, like the island print shirt. Look at me. I'm wearing an island print shirt for the most of this week. I have not worn a hat, although I might go back to it because I just realized that, I don't know, it was the stress of the storm or something like that, or maybe just being 61 years old. I'm losing a hell of a lot of hair up here. I'm not quite ready to do the Joe Coy, Real Joe Cruz treatment on it.
Yeah.
Not quite there yet.
I like the shirt, though, man. You can wear those on Fridays at FD.
I know, yeah, right.
You
It's
could.
like that.
It was fair.
20 after 888-8255, 888-TALK is the telephone number. Quick break. And when we return, we'll talk about a college fair at the mall with GCC, et cetera, et cetera. Stick around, Brown. That's on the way.
News Team 5's News on the Fives. This just in. KFC is introducing new Kentucky Fried Chicken Nuggets. For more, here's Kelly Nichols.
Thanks, Gary. These KFC chicken nuggets are tender, juicy, and highly sauceable. As one team put it, no cap. These nuggies are straight fire. Gary?
Thanks, Kelly. Sounds bussin'.
Now on Guam, order KFC hand-breaded premium chicken nuggets via WhatsApp 300-3278 or online at kfcguam.com. You'll never have this nugget so good. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Half a day. This is Claire Melania from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
With decades experience in Guam and the region, Take Care members have access to the largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs. Membership also includes the high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers and the one-stop FHB Health Center and urgent care. Ask for Take Care. Call 671-647-3526. Go to takecareasia.com for more information. Take Care. Our island, your health plan.
Studio time, 9:22. Gosh, lots going on this weekend. Opportunity marks on a Saturday or a Sunday over at the Beach Place. Definitely going to be sunsetting tonight with some friends at an undisclosed location. But then college.
Hello.
Half a day.
Half a day.
How long have you been there? What have you been? Tell me what everything that I should know about being about doing the registrar job.
I've actually been with GCC going on 17 years.
Oh my God, that's a long time.
So I've.
Oh my God, the changes that you've seen in 17 years at that place.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
So I've been with GCC, for that long, and I've seen a lot of things, as you mentioned, a lot of changes, and I just became the registrar in 2021.
Okay.
But
what are you going to do after the registrar gig is done?
Well, there's still one thing good about GCC is there's a lot of upward mobility, a lot of room
if they'd
to
picked
grow.
If they'd have picked her as president at the University of Guam, maybe you could get Mary Okada's job.
No,
it's still a couple of rungs up the ladder higher. Okay, now
I'm not ready for Mary's job.
I imagine the registrar position.
She does well.
Yes,
as our president.
Yes, she does. Big shoes to fill for sure on that
definitely.
one. But I think about a registrar's job, and I'm I never having been a student at GCC, I think in my head, okay, this is like the office lady at Father Duenas, right? There's the lady that you go to, and here's my late fee for the library books, or here's the check for tuition, and here's what I got to do to get graduated. All of those kinds of things.
Mm-hmm.
Is that bear any similarity at all?
Very similar, very similar, but a lot more work. So,
it's a much bigger scale. Father Duenas is going to graduate 80 kids this year.
Yeah.
GCC graduates them in hundreds in a variety of programs.
Definitely.
So that's got to, in my mind, and we'll get to Victor here, Fernandez, in just a second. He wants to talk about how we're going to pay for all of these magical things that we're going to be talking about. But the GCC is, in my mind, there are no two students that are the same when it comes to GCC students, because there's lots of different ways that you enter the program. There are lots of different programs that you can get into. So, you know, it's not like you've got they would all be cohorts or batch mates, if you will. Everybody kind of comes in and then moves into all of the different programs that they're going to be doing, and then taking advantage of the opportunities in the school at different levels.
Yes. Well, you know, and you're right, but we do have some cohorts. So some cohorts, for example, would be like our cosmetology program. Even our nursing program is like that. So, you know, there are certain eligibility requirements for like our nursing program that needs to be fulfilled. But for the most part,
you have to earn your way into that chair at GCC and UOG. If I know anything about the nursing programs on Guam, it's not like you can just sign up for that like you're going to automotive or something like that. You've got to be smarter than the average bear. And then some. And super motivated, because these are not easy courses.
That's a hard occupation.
Yeah.
You know, it's a hard occupation. It's a hard program. And so you have to have a lot of dedication. You have to have a lot of heart to actually be able to, you know, want to do that job.
I have an employee in a nursing program.
There you go.
And I'm very, very supportive of her role in the nursing program so that she can achieve some of her life goals beyond what the time that she's going to be spending with me at the radio station. I always tried to be, ask Trina, I always tried to be that kind of boss. Yes?
I just got a message from our administrator for Allied Health.
Yeah.
The LPN cohort list is still open. So anybody who wants to sign up for this upcoming cohort in fall can do so now. Just go to guamcc.edu.
Okay, well,
or come and visit us on Sunday, July 2nd at the Micronesia Mall from 10 to 4.
Which is why they're here on the radio. I just want to make sure I understood what the nature of the roles were. So Ave is the registrar. Victor Fernandez, I get the name right?
Yes.
Okay, you are the financial affairs guy, right?
Financial aid, yes.
Financial aid.
And I handle also the VA education benefits at GCC.
There's two separate subjects in my mind, because there are certain benefits that our veterans get, and I'm worried that they either don't know about
and also financially.
Okay, well, let's start from the very beginning. Let's say 16 years old, 17 years old. I don't need to worry so much about what university I'm going to attend or what I'm going to major in. I know what I want to do. I want to be in cosmetology, or I want to be in the LPN program, or I want to be a mechanic. I want to do air conditioning. I want to do IT. Those are the things that interest me. Those are the things that I'm passionate. How do we begin that process?
All you got to do is bring your parents with you. It'd be a faster way.
Mine are dead, bro.
Well, because you said 17 years old.
Oh,
right?
okay. Well, yeah.
So it takes about 10 minutes. Come back in 3 to 5 business days. We'll give you an answer.
Okay. So no. The application. What is it?
So FAFSA is the application online.
Okay.
For the Pell Grant.
All right, so application for the Pell Grant, last word was grant, so I don't have to pay that back.
Correct. But you do have to follow the two criteria to continue using the Pell Grant.
Which
is passing 67% of your classes you register for and maintaining a 2.0.
Passing is a D, right?
Hey, in some cases it can be, but if you want to pursue a bachelor's, you have to get a C or higher.
C or higher, okay, yes. in the class. Okay, I'm asking for guys like me.
Can't say yes and can't say no to that question.
I know I got to strive higher. I got to, it's like higher standards here. But I'm thinking about me, and I'm thinking about it in terms of guys like me. All right, so once we get that taken care of and I qualify for the FAFSA program and I meet those other requirements like passing grades or whatever, then after that, then I don't have to worry about paying anything back, right?
Correct.
Okay. What happens when I come in and the 2021 returns show that in the family, the household is making 6 or 7 figures or something like that, and the federal government says, well, grants and FAFSA is not necessarily for people in your income bracket. So how can I still get some kind of financial
Well, there's two
aid?
options. There's our scholarships, which get updated periodically on our website. It's guamcc.edu/scholarships. And then we also have our payment plans, where you can break down your payments throughout the semester so you don't have to pay up front.
Right. Okay, so now the scholarship programs, those are administered locally, or they're
locally.
they're like corporations that want to find people that and help them through their degree
They're
programs?
locally. We got our own GCC Foundation scholarships, but we also have scholarships from our local companies as well.
So the answer to the question is basically take a look at the catalog, see what it is that you'd like to do. One way or another, we can get it paid for.
That's correct.
That's the important My rule, and it's the rule that I've been given since the day after the typhoon, don't disqualify yourself. Wait for Victor or somebody, the registrar. Let them disqualify you from one program to another, because a lot of people are going to say, well, I'm pretty sure that's not going to, it won't apply to me, or we make too much money, I'm not going to be eligible. Dude, you don't know until you know for sure. So go ahead and go through those processes. They're getting back to the VA stuff, because I know that there are so many different ways, and in my mind, there's people that have given service to their country one way or the other, and the country wants to give back, and there are businesses that want to give back, it's not always kind of a one-for-one deal, but there have been programs over at GCC over the years that I recall where you come in, you're a veteran, and we'll train you at GCC. And then there's a portion of is on the job, and there are monies that will pay your salary while you are on the job and pay for the education at the same time. Do those still exist?
Correct. That program is specifically the Chapter 31, which is the Veteran Readiness and Reemployment Program.
Okay.
That one is an application process to the VA. So currently we have 8 different chapter programs that GCC hosts for the VA benefit.
Let's see, there's so many different ways. And might be a veteran listening to this going, I've never heard of that. Really?
The best way I tell vets, because I don't work for the VA, I work for the government. So the best way I tell vets is go to TZEN, see the benefits office, see what you're eligible for. They will help you apply for whatever you're eligible for. Once you get that certificate of eligibility, you bring it to me, and I do the rest.
And we've been talking about these boot camps that have been going on over at GCC, seemingly since like COVID times.
Correct.
A lot of people that were displaced and wanted to either get themselves upskilled or retrained for new jobs. There are all those kinds of incredible programs out there where you go through the boot camp process, bus driving or working in construction, working in a kitchen or something like that. There's a job waiting for you. Most of the expenses for the classes are going to get covered, and the people that are teaching the classes are people in those industries, and them and their bosses will be there on graduation day. So as you're getting your certification, they're giving you the keys to the building. It literally works like that because there's so many of these programs, these as Mary called them, boot camps on steroids, where there were significant demands for these classes and those cohorts to be able to get themselves educated and training. Training is important. Safety, which is another big part of it, so make sure we're not stepping out of the OSHA box here. But on graduation day, literally, there were people there, waiting to hire you for whatever you were trained for. I think those are fantastic programs.
Definitely.
All right, so we've got a thing here. When there's the college fair? It's going to be where? When? It's
going to be this Sunday, July 2nd, 10 to 4 at the Micronesian Mall Center Court. And so we are all going to be there.
Well, see, you guys are the ones that are kicking out the D-Snap people then, huh?
No, we didn't do that. We didn't do that.
We
just asked to use the place. They said yes.
We just go off what they tell us to be there, what day, what time.
It's okay. The D-Snap people will be out of the building on Saturday night. That is when the D-Snap program ends. And just like they do weddings at the Hyatt, we'll clean the center court out and then put everything in place that needs to be there for the GCC College Fair. So it starts at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Who's
all of those
veterans
who are 55 and over, and you want to come to school, you have the easiest thing. Just come and see us because you don't have to pay for anything.
I was going to
Tuition
say, I'm a
and
senior
fees
citizen.
is free.
Wait a minute. The tuition and fees, so what if I was going to go just materials and books?
Yes.
That's it? Okay.
Then you can apply for financial aid to pay for them books.
Right. Okay. All right. Now what about, I was going to say 55, okay, senior citizens, whatever. What about just regular old people that want to maybe explore a new position?
Everybody. We are targeting everybody. For those who do not have a high school diploma, we have an adult high school diploma program there and our GED program. For our young kids who wanted to get into visual communication and marketing, we have those programs.
Oh, Jean's done such a great job with that. It's grown so much.
That's my sister.
That's your sister?
No, I mean my sister. My sister.
Oh, she's awesome. We were classmates, sort of, after a fashion. We graduated in the same year. But I'm looking over the list. It's all the usual and then some. Automotive, bachelor's for career and technical education for those of you that are pursuing that.
And we just had our very first graduate on that program.
That's our first program.
That is our very first bachelor's program in career and technical education. So We're very proud of it.
All right, and so a growing program at that. You've already mentioned cosmetology, and Janice and everybody that have continued to be a part of that program. I'd actually participated. It's my low-key bragging, but I participated in a program. They brought in some community college people from all over the Pacific a few years ago for kind of a get-together over at GCC, and Janice and the other kids in cosmetology put together a show, and they asked me to MC it. It was hairstyles through the years, and they went back like 150 years. Wow. And the models, in fact, there was one in the other studio that you guys were talking to. The models all did up their hair like they were in the 1890s and then the 1900s, and they were doing that with guys and girls. It was absolutely terrific, and we did it where they sell all the food. And there's the culinary and baking that are in that program, construction, hospitality, and tourism. Criminal justice is in here as well for anybody that might want to explore that, maybe on their way to get more bolero training, right?
Yeah, now it's called the Criminal Justice Academy.
Sorry, I just triggered Real Joe there. And business and marketing, and just some of the basics. If you've got an entrepreneurial spirit and want to know what's going to be next, without having to go and get a Harvard MBA or something like that. I'm not saying it's an equivalent, but this is a great way to get those initial certifications.
Definitely.
And virtually every single one of these, you get your certification or a diploma, and the beautiful thing about it is they're portable. Some of you might not have plans to be here for the rest of your life. You might want to think about, Vallejo and up at Federal Way in Washington, where Keena is listening, and all over Texas, where I'm telling me there seems to be an amazingly huge number of Chamorros that are heading in that direction. And Vegas, nice to have the certificate with you, because that's going to help you through the front door of whatever firms that you're going to be looking for. And GCC has got a great reputation. And so everything that you need now to get into any of these programs is going to be there on Sunday, Saturday.
Sir. Yeah,
Sunday. So everything is going to be there. So all of your services and financial aid, everything that you need for admissions, registration, all of that. Who else is going to be there?
All our programs, health center. Everybody's going to be there. We're all going to be under one roof. So if you want to ask somebody about automotive, somebody from automotive is going to be there. You want to ask somebody about supervision and management, somebody's going to be there. So we will have a representative from all programs present.
All right. Now, this is for me to sign up for the fall courses, correct?
That is correct. For fall 2023.
You said summer is already on the way?
Summer starts on Monday.
Summer starts on Monday. All right. So all of this is perspective to get you thinking about school in the next couple of days. Then Sunday, go to the Micronesia Mall. See what they've got to offer you. See what you've got to offer GCC. It moves kind of in both directions.
Definitely.
There's a very active student body at Guam Community College. And if it's been a while since you've been on the campus, I urge you to go and take a look. There's, as we were saying, there's a whole lot that has changed there. And it seems to me about once every year or two, take a program that was already there and evolve it. I mean, what you guys have been able to do with the culinary at Guam Community College is nothing short, in my mind, of miraculous. It just started off once upon a time as little kitchens. And then we're like kitchens, and we've got classrooms that have evolved in there. And now, as many of you that listen to the program know, they're full-blown restaurants for all intents and purposes. It'll be a Wednesday afternoon somewhere, and you can go there with your $10 and get $20 worth of food.
That's right.
Which I absolutely love about that. Nothing happens by ourselves. There's always some sponsors and people that need to get thanked. So, Trina, you're going to take care of that in your best radio voice.
Thanks to you guys and Beyond the Box for the iPad Air 5th Gen.
Oh, how do we win that, by the way?
You have to come and visit us.
That's it?
Yes.
It's easy.
She said it back.
Okay. That's just how it is. It's going to be at the mall.
It's
going to be at the mall anyway. They get the new Indiana Jones movie playing this weekend. I was going to be there anyway, so swing by, take care of your entertainment needs, then your educational needs, and maybe you can run away with an iPad from Beyond the Box.
Dos.
Okay, so you and a friend could go in there with another. They're so cool. You'll need that. I mean, for all of your programming. I use an iPad here in the studio, and for the rest of my real life, I've always had one around, but it's always been kind of for fun. Yeah. But now I've really found the power and the usefulness of these things. And many of the students that I know, that's never mind the computer. That's their learning is on the iPads. So we'll get you one or two of those for absolutely free. Who else is in charge?
Thanks to Docomo Pacific for using their Wi-Fi to power up our registration and admissions program, web-based program. Also to Macy's Guam, we got the back-to-school fashion show featuring our staff, our employees, and their children, and there's special guest models.
Is the cosmetology doing hair and makeup for that?
I'm going Lisa Berdalio.
Renee,
Did you know she's
Lisa.
there?
I knew that she was,
I was
there.
Like, what? You're there?
Yeah, from Blame Adam. Yeah, I did an interview with her a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about, what was going on there and all the different things. And unfortunately, what I was really looking forward to was the 3-on-3 basketball in the center court of the Micronesia Mall. But they had to stop doing that because of the typhoon. And then they couldn't do it because we had the D-Snap there. You guys are going to take care of Sunday. And then after that, they're starting to look for middle school teams to participate in the 3-on-3 basketball team. Yeah, a lot going on at the Micronesia Mall. And don't mind the mess. That was the typhoon, but they were able to get the place open and energized with only a handful of headaches now. Last day to register for GCC is coming up Friday.
August 11th.
August 11 on Friday, and first day of class is August 16.
Yes.
Do you have to clean the place up like Chris Barnett says? Or is it already clean there, right?
What do you mean clean?
What do you mean?
Well, Chris Barnett, he's like the crusader for getting the kids back into clean classrooms and schools. But we don't have that problem at GCC.
Oh, no, we don't have it.
Since the Friday
I was going to say, since everything got
we don't
started.
have that problem.
Unbelievable. 9:42 in the morning. Guys, thanks very much for coming by.
Thank you for having us.
It's a whirlwind radio tour day. Thanks very much for the Crown Bakery, Trina, and all that. As usual, I leave you with this. If the question comes from GCC, the answer is always yes. Whatever it is, just come on by, and anything else that you need between here and the beginning of the new school year. And maybe, spring. We're going to do something in spring again, right?
Definitely.
So, got that. And anytime you've got the culinary folks that want to send food over in our direction of one kind or another, by all means, 9:42, and I'll be right back. For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
Do you or a loved one suffer from diabetic, chronic, or other non-healing wounds? If so, Guam Regional Medical City is here to help. At GRMC, we are committed to providing proper wound care using hyperbaric oxygen therapy and other forms of treatment to better manage pain and help speed up the healing process. To learn more, contact the GRMC referral office at 671-633-GRMC. That's 633-4762. GRMC.
Listen to The Point anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Find your favorite stations like The Point and discover more. Music stations, local and trusted news sources, sports talk and team coverage, plus today's biggest podcasts. Find it all on the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
One of the most curious things that I've seen in the last couple of weeks is online social media advertisement for a store general manager to join the village of Donkey. They're
the legend of Donkey.
They must have had a guy.
What?
They must have had a guy, right? I mean, I'm just kind of curious about this, what the story is behind this, because they're going to open like next month, right? They're going to July or so. They're going to have a grand opening. The thing looks like it's practically all done. I got the big asphalt parking lot, and there's still a little bit of earth movers that I see when I pass by.
They get that liquor license?
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know. I've not followed up on that, but
I remember.
Sorry, all this food and stuff that's been brought into the studio is giving me a little bit of burps. But I just I wonder what the story is with this, because this is right around the corner. They're supposed to have this thing. Now they're looking for a store general manager for the place. Did they have somebody in mind? And then the typhoon came, and he says, "Okay, that's it for me. That's it. One and done. That's a one typhoon. That's all I need. I'm going back to Japan. I'm going back to corporate. Thank you very much, but no." There is a story behind that. I just don't know what it is, but indicative of opportunities, ladies and gentlemen, for you to explore the fast-paced world of business and the economy in a facility like the village of Donkey. Maybe you think, well, maybe I'm overqualified for that. Maybe I ought to be shooting in different directions. One of the things that I noted this morning is the number of jobs that are out there and the number of situations that are out there, including this guy. The situation here is I can do concrete extensions, I can do tin roofs, I can do cabinets, tiles, painting, fencing, plumbing, etc. You need any of that stuff, you call me. Okay, after I talk to the weatherhead, it doesn't say in your ad that you do weather. I'd put it in there. If you need your weatherhead done, you call me. And then when you go over and say, I don't really know how to do weatherheads, but man, I was looking at your tile. And dude, let me show you some pictures of the tile that I can do. And those cabinets, I redo all those cabinets, Philippine mahogany, bud. Like the old days and the old ways, right?
I can smell it.
Yep,
great.
Exactly. Yeah. So I'm just saying, a little bit of bait and switch never hurt anybody. And just say, oh, I know a guy. That's what I meant. I know a guy that can do weatherheads. And, you know, the community is small enough around here that somebody knows everybody, and somebody knows somebody that will be a master electrician or a PE and sign off on it and get your electricity back from the Guam Power Authority. So there's that guy looking for a job. McDonald's is hiring. I love the way they put this. Work for a global leader in the food industry.
It's true.
Yeah, I guess.
Is the ice cream machine working or not?
Right? My guess is that no ice cream machines work anywhere, and it has nothing to do with the franchise as much as it is they're probably a pain in the ass to clean. To keep clean on a regular basis, right? Because there's a whole lot of moving parts in there that I got to be taken out every day and cleaned. And if you don't, and there's a hint of bacteria, all of a sudden 75 people get sick. Yeah. You want soft ice cream? Well, go to the store and buy ice cream and stick it in the microwave. That's how you make soft ice cream. That's how you do that. At least that's the way I do it. Other jobs, JP Superstore, they're looking for a merchandise manager. There is a mysterious title. I have no idea what a merchandise manager does. JP looking for an assistant buyer, clerical support. Okay, assistant buyer actually sounds exciting because if it's what I think it is, that job might entail a certain degree of travel. Because, you know, it's JP. What are we going to do? We got to go to, these trade shows and see what the latest and greatest is in the different kinds of merchandise and high fashion items that they sell over at that place. And again, Animus is looking for 2 Greek specialty chefs. Guam cleaning masters, janitorial, and ground maintenance personnel. Now, the reason why I've mentioned this before, I'll mention it again. Number one, it's a job for which it doesn't look like you need to have a whole lot of experience for. And you can get into this gig at $28,000 a year. Maybe you've got a little bit of experience. They might get you to $16,000. That's $32,000. And what's going to be required? It's Guam cleaning masters. What's the worst thing you're going to have to do is stick a gloved hand in a toilet. About right?
It's not bad at all.
No. That sounds like all you can eat. Black Construction is looking for an administrative assistant. Here's what I need in order to know if I'm qualified for that job. Send me the picture of the lady that used to have that job. That's what I want to know about. 949-888-8255-888-TALK. And on that phone, a little bit earlier, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez talking about with breakneck speed, they're trying to open as many parks and recreational facilities as possible here on Guam so that when the Japanese, the South Koreans, and the Taiwanese come to Guam to visit, there's someplace for them to go. Also, it's important that we have someplace for us to go. So watch and see. Yesterday, folks from Gin Air went out and cleaned up the Epau Beach Park, Joseph Flores Memorial Park, and they're getting that ready for all the 4th of July festivities that are taking place. Somebody asked about Matapang. They're headed there, and they're going to try to open those things up as much as possible as they get as much of the debris out as possible. You know what's going to look weird in the next day or so?
What?
Southbound Marine Corps Drive in East Agana.
Oh.
Because all of it from the Lupang Towers, they cleaned a whole bunch of that in the last couple of days.
Oh, they got the rakers out there.
Yeah, but there's no trees. Amazingly, the trees that look like they were able to withstand it are all infested with rhinoceros beetles. At least that's my view. For those of you that have green waste issues, get hold of the mayors and find out where you can take those. But I want to tell you now because it's important. I don't want you to be Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning going, man, I had all kinds of junk to take to the debris places and they were closed. Dededo and Tidzin. They already have curtailed the kind of items they can take. But on the 3rd, that is Monday? Yeah, Monday at 6 o'clock, they're going to close, period. And the only place that you can dump anything that you've got to dump is going to end up being over at Hospital Point, because nobody tells me I can't build a hospital in Manila. That's why. 951 and change. You got the telephone number. Don't be shy about using it. Peter Santos is online. Good morning, Pedro.
Hey, Ray, I was waiting for you to make the announcement that Real Joe's going to restart up the Manpower.
Oh, Manpower, Thunder from Down Under. No, absolutely.
The
No,
banana from Agania.
He's waiting for me to lose weight so I can be a member.
All right. No, you were
I can be a member for all those girls who got daddy issues.
You were talking about the ice cream machines at McDonald's. Did you watch the documentary?
No. What? There's a documentary?
It's a racket. Yeah, it's a racket. Why? How come all the other places don't have problems with their ice cream machines? It's sort of like a unionized contract with one company that can fix it.
Oh.
And a service call is like $800 a pop.
Oh, my God.
So it's the franchise, sticking it to the franchisers.
So we're just not going to ever fix them until the contract is expired. Then we'll go with a system that we can either control in-house, or somebody that isn't going to charge us up the wazoo every time they come into the building.
No, it's a forever contract, right?
Oh my God, forever. Take it off the menu, for heaven's sakes. 9:52. Let me. I woke up this morning and saw bits and pieces of the Supreme Court ruling that came out that said basically you cannot. What was it? They said
affirmative action.
Yeah, affirmative action. So you cannot affirmative action people into college anymore.
Yeah,
supposed to be based on, I don't know, getting good grades and merit, and you click on is not going to automatically get you into Harvard.
Yeah, there was a time in our history when affirmative action was required. I mean, that's why it came about, right? And the question has been for the last couple of decades, when does that need, or when has that need subsided? And it's very strong argument right now that we don't need it anymore. If I don't work hard, then I don't deserve it.
Boy, but you can. The squeals are already coming out. Biden talking about, wow, this is a weird kind of Supreme Court. Sure is different, and so with all of the different rulings that they have come out with, I don't know that it is it should be as politicized as it is and is going to be.
Ray,
because I mean, we're merit-based guys. I didn't get here because I'm an Asian Pacific Islander. I got here because I busted my ass for 40 years.
What people fail to understand is the more you coddle a group, the more you make where the sense of entitlement comes in.
Ooh, I love that.
Right?
I love that phrase, sense of entitlement.
So I if I was trying to give them money, they will let me do something. Let me wash your truck or something for it. I'm not going to take a charity,
And I remember distinctly in Typhoon Pamela when all of a sudden it was very, very easy to get your hands on vouchers of one kind or another. And there seemed to be a full court press towards getting people onto these. And now we've got generations of people now that are hooked on federal money.
Yeah. One of the biggest blessings I have is I had dirt poor parents, and I had to mow lawns. I had to do a paper route. I even stocked shelves at a mom and pop store under the table. And that, taught me that no one's just going to come to you and say, hey, do you need something? Here, have it. If you want something, you got to work for it.
Well, I knew this man. He was proud. He lost his house in the typhoon, and everybody was pushing him into these programs. And I remember he was vehement. He said, "I'm not doing that." He's old proud Chamorro man. So I would never ever take that kind of charity. I can rebuild my house. I built it once. I'll build it again. And he sure enough did. He sure enough did. He's a great character and a great role model for me when I was growing up to have somebody that had that kind of, I don't know, just guts, stick with it.
Those values that you're talking about, that's what we got to bring back. I mean, you just look around at other countries that don't have welfare systems.
Well, I don't know what revolution is going to come. Maybe there needs to be another Supreme Court ruling that says, okay, we'll put you into these programs because there are people that need them. There are people that are certainly eligible and are at that place, not through their own fault or through their own doing, that could use a hand up. But this should never have been anything permanent. It should always have been get you out of the mess that you're in right now and help see you through to making a life on your own.
Absolutely. You know, like I said, we don't realize it, but the more we coddle and give people, we're hurting them.
Amen to that. Amen to that. You know, I think if you stay on the line, I'll have you working back at the prosecutor's office in no time.
If only. I've offered. I really have, but it wasn't meant to be, Ray.
Hey, you know what? When you know, you know. If you know, you know. Listen, I'm going to run. I'll talk to you pretty soon. You have a great day.
All right. Biba Betness.
Biba Betness. Biba weekend and 4th of July. I hope I get a chance to see you out there somewhere. He's generally aware of my regular routine and my regular schedule, so there's the possibility that there could be a selfie out there down the road between with me and Peter Santos in it. Closing in on a couple of minutes between now and 10 o'clock in the morning. And just a reminder, there's so much going on 4th of July. I want this to be the practice weekend for you. And if for no other reason, get as much crap as you can get done tomorrow. The DSNAP program. Today's the last day for the, the Rise Up or I'll Rise Up program with the rooftops. That the military will come and put a temporary one up at your house for you. And sign up for the FEMAs if you can. Sign up for the SBAs if you can. Do all of that stuff over the weekend. That way, you got nothing to worry about on the 4th of July. You just figure out where you're going to go. What did Dennis say? 11 o'clock or so on Tuesday at EPAL Beach? Right on.
Yes, sir.
They'll have some chow. All the motorcycle guys are going to be out there. All the veterans are welcome to come by. Nobody's going to ask you for any money, any of that stuff. It's just, it's a good time to be had by all. Might still want to go over to see the guys over at Southern Mountain Gear. See if you can sign up for the beer mile that's going to be taking place over at Jimmy D's. That will be noon on the 4th of July. Now, I don't know if they've still got any room for you to sign up, but, oh, my God, it's a spectacle. It's a bunch of people running around, drinking beer, trying to get the beer mile taken care of without vomiting, and most of the time they're completely unsuccessful. And then when they're done, they're absolutely hammered. So there'll be beer. It's at the beach. There's bikinis all over the place. There's Jimmy D's. There'll be some noise coming out of speakers somewhere. Great opportunity to have some fun and pile into work on Wednesday. Just a little bit light in the head. 10 o'clock in the morning. The radio station is KUSG. I got you 93.3 is the point. Got some reading to do. I'll see if I can take care of that. So I've got interesting stuff to talk to you about on Monday when it all comes out. Keep your eye on former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. There will be a parade of some kind. Details are in the works. Stand by now. Fox News on the point.
Point 3, HD3.
Court. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden reacts to the Supreme Court ruling striking down affirmative action at colleges and universities.
President Biden says he strongly disagrees with the 6 justices who voted to end affirmative action policies at private and public universities.
This is not a normal court.
The president says discrimination still exists in the country and that the Supreme Court opinion cannot be a permanent setback.
It's a simple fact. If a student had to overcome adversity on their path to education, the college should recognize and value that.
The Departments of Justice and Education are outlining clarity for colleges and universities on admissions policies still allowed by law.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. Vice President Kamala Harris at the Essence Festival in New Orleans called the ruling a denial of opportunity. And she says she and President Biden will use all the tools in their power to continue to applaud policies that understand the importance of diversity. The smoke from the wildfires in Canada that's been drifting into the U.S. is just one of the factors that's impacting flights. Storms in the Midwest are also causing headaches for air travelers on this busy holiday weekend.
The Northeast has really been the epicenter of this ongoing conversation, but things are changing as severe weather moves into Chicago. Its airport there now has the most delays or cancellations in the entire country. This according to tracking site FlightAware. Tens of thousands of cancellations or delays have been plaguing the major airlines airlines since Sunday.
Fox's CB Cotton at LaGuardia Airport in New York City. The Biden administration's special envoy for Iran has been placed on unpaid leave and has had his security clearance suspended pending a review of allegations he may have mishandled classified information. Rob Malley has led efforts by the administration to revive the Iran nuclear deal. America is listening to Fox News.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, the Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, going far beyond the headlines, tapping into the massive reporting resources of Fox News to provide a full picture of the news of the day.
I'm Dana Perino.
I'm Brett Baer.
I'm Maria Bartiromo.
I'm Brian Kilmeade, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
Hey, this is Trey Gowdy, host of the Trey Gowdy Podcast. Every Tuesday, you'll hear what's on my mind. Plus, every Thursday, there's a special bonus episode where we answer the questions that are on your mind. Make sure to spend your Tuesdays and Thursdays with Trey. Subscribe now at foxnewspodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts. Hope to see you.
America's listening to Fox News.
3 men from Florida now face federal financial crimes charges in connection with former President Donald Trump's media company.
Federal prosecutors in New York City are charging 3 Florida men with insider trading, netting $22 million, allegedly ahead of former President Donald Trump's media company going public. The indictment doesn't implicate the former president in any way, but alleges Michael Schwartzman, Gerald Schwartzman, and Bruce Gerlich were invited to invest in a company that confidentially was intending to acquire the Trump Media and Technology Group. After the purchase, the men sold their stock at great profit. Prosecutors claim that was cheating. Trump Media and Technology Group operates the Truth Social app. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Jamie Foxx's producing partner gives an update on his health.
There's still no official word on what happened to actor Jamie Foxx. The actor was hospitalized in early April. His family has remained tight-lipped as to why, only that he has been hospitalized with a medical complication and was released last month. His producing partner, Datari Turner, though, offered an update. He told people at the Hollywood premiere of his and Fox's film, They Cloned Tyrone, that Fox is doing amazing. He added, I promise you, doing really, really good. He'll be back to work very soon. Fox has only made one public statement since his daughter, Corinne, announced the medical complication in April. He posted on Instagram, appreciate all the love, feeling blessed. Michelle Polino, Fox News.
Overstock.com is dumping its name online and becoming Bed Bath & Beyond. The news comes as a federal bankruptcy court approved the online retailer's bid to buy the bankrupt retailer's intellectual property assets for $21.5 billion. The deal doesn't include the Bed Bath & Beyond physical stores, which are closing. It also doesn't include Bye Bye Baby. Overstock says it will start rolling out the name change in Canada in early July. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
I'm Chad Pergram with the Speakers Lobby.
My peers walk through closet doors and roam all over Coliseum floors. I step on stage at Live Aid. All the people.
Democratic Florida Representative Jared Moskowitz has just started the bipartisan Congressional Sneaker Caucus. He owns 150 pairs of sneakers and has collected them since the 1990s. Moskowitz wears sneakers around Capitol Hill, matching them with his suits. Sneakers and high tops are now in style on Capitol Hill. Technically, lawmakers aren't supposed to wear sneakers when they enter the House chamber to vote or go into the Speaker's lobby off the House floor. But House security staff generally lets them get away with it. Thus, the only people who must comply with the dress code on Capitol Hill, ironically, is the press corps. Moskowitz also wants to allow members to wear pretty much what they want when it comes to footwear.
Only bring good news, and they are not used as spelling shoes. They're black and white with black stripes.
With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox News.
Fox News radio studios in Midtown Manhattan, giving you opinions and facts with a positive outlook. It's Brian Kilmeade.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the latest moments of the Brian Kilmeade Show. Glad you're here. President Biden will be delivering a big message today, talking economy. Good luck with that. Defense Secretary Austin hosts a bilateral meeting with the German defense minister. We'll discuss that and all the developments over the past weekend and what it means now as the Wagner Group is officially in exile in Belarus, along with Prigozhin. So we'll talk about that in a matter of moments with a guy that really knows what's going on in the middle of things. He is Ambassador Volker, and Ambassador Volker is going to be with us. Kurt Volker, the former ambassador of NATO, former United States Special Representative to Ukraine negotiations. And then John Levine will be here at the bottom of the hour, New York Post writer. He's on television right now developing the latest on the Hunter situation. What brings me to the big three.
Now, with the stories you need to know, it's Brian's Big Three.
Number 3.
Not a lot of trickle down from my parents' kitchen table when I was growing up. So we're changing. We decided to replace this theory with what the press is now called Bidenomics. I don't know what the hell that is, but it's working.
Bidenomics? You coined it. You rolled it out. Is it Joe's ticket to re-election? He thinks so. Well, he'll start to sell it today. You tell me what you think.
Number 2.
But because the public is really smart, my numbers went up. Every time the radical left Democrats, Marxists, communists, and fascists indict me, I consider it a badge, a great, great, beautiful badge of honor and courage.
Yup, 2024, Trump trouble on tape, but nothing but good news on the polls as the former president shows added strength among Republicans. But can he gain with nonpartisans, independents, undecideds? Well, look at the race.
Number 1.
If this was any other person, they likely would have already served their sentence. There were personal expenses that were taken as business expenses. Prostitutes, sex club memberships, hotel rooms for purported drug dealers.
Is this unbelievable? That's Gary Shapley. WhatsApp, Hunter. Yes, another message off the app shows not only unsavory activity, but actually shows millions of dollars that went to the Bidens. And more revealed on what the Chinese client got in return for the family favors. Even the New York Times having trouble bearing this corruption at the White House. And the president goes mute on this, and so does the White House go mute on this. One of the most fascinating things I've seen in quite some time was with the series of events that took place in Russia as the Wagner Group rolled within 175 miles of the capital. Now the Wall Street Journal has a story that broke about an hour ago that Prigozhin, who is the head and founder of the Wagner Group, their military mercenary organization, was going to capture the Russian military leadership. And he was going to do it in Moscow, but he didn't get the momentum and the cooperation. So as much progress as they made, they were convinced by the Belarus president Zelensky that he was going to, it was going to be a bloodbath and he was going to get squashed. So now he's in exile in Belarus. What does it mean for the war in Ukraine? What does it mean for the region and the future of Vladimir Putin? Let's bring in Kurt Volker, former U.S. Ambassador to NATO. Mr. Ambassador, welcome back. What is your take right now of these new revelations about what was about to take place on Saturday?
Right. Well, hey, Brian, thanks very much, and great to be with you. I'm not surprised. For months, Prigozhin had been complaining about the military leadership. He was saying that they were throwing people to slaughter, that the effort to invade Ukraine was a mistake. They weren't supporting the soldiers in the field. They weren't giving him the ammunition he needed. So he was ranting against the military leadership in Russia for a long time. So no surprise that that's what he was targeting. And he's even said that himself. It wasn't a coup. He wasn't trying to overthrow Putin, so to speak, but he was trying to change the leadership. All that being said, Putin was in charge, and this thing happened. And it showed that he was not able to control it, not able to prevent it. Makes Putin look very, very weak. The other thing I would say is that this happened because Russia's war in Ukraine is failing. And people in Russia are starting to see it, and they're starting to blame each other. And this is the result of that. So as much as we are seeing now Putin in charge again, efforts to rein in Prigozhin, maybe they'll try to kill him, maybe they'll try to arrest him, but it has exposed a fundamental weakness both in the leadership in Russia and in their war effort.
So is this guy, General Zolotov, who was tight with the head of Wagner, and they wanted to maybe team together, and Zolotov said, don't do this. So when it became clear that something was going on and they were going to disband the Wagner Group, because of their constant criticism, saying the war is a mistake, there's no Nazis in the Ukraine, everything that you have been saying and I've been saying from day one, of course the war was a joke, but you never know what the Russian people believe. So they're like, okay, we'll disband this group. And he says, no, I'm going to go back and I'm going to take over the military. But where's Vladimir Putin in all this? He's not named in it. He's not targeted in it, but he couldn't stop it.
Right, but he's the empty suit at the top of the feeding chain here. He's not able to stop it, as you said, didn't prevent it. Now he's trying to play cleanup, and even in the speech that he gave in response to all this, he still looked a little shaken. He did not look like he was a guy who was fully in charge.
So what does this mean for the war effort? We know there was about 50 rockets sent over the weekend to say, hey, we're still here. We know there's a few brigades that have been engaged in the counteroffensive. I assume that's tactical on your end. But what does it mean for the war effort?
Well, let me spend a little bit of time on that because it's really important. People expected this counteroffensive to be sudden and dramatic and they're just going to retake territory quickly. That's not what we should be expecting right now. What the Ukrainians have been doing is probing the Russian defenses place after place on the front line, forcing them to spread their forces, seeing how they react, seeing how they move. And even in the course of that, the British MOD estimates they've retaken about 300 square kilometers of territory that they didn't even expect to take right now. Also, those early kilometers, the first 100 meters, the first 200 meters taken, those are minefields. So getting through that is really significant as well. So I think the Ukrainian counteroffensive has gone quite well so far, and that's with a minimal economical use of force, waiting to see the right moment. I do think there will be more to come, and the Defense Minister of Ukraine, Reznikov, just gave an interview for Financial Times in which he said as much himself. He said, look, the main effort is still yet to come.
Here is the former spokesperson for the U.S. mission to the United States, Hagar Chamelli. He was talking on another network about Vladimir Putin, and he was talking... I'm sorry. She was talking on another network about the Vladimir Putin's security right now, Cut 47.
At one moment, I said that he showed remarkable logic in his conclusion, in his ability to come to this conclusion with Prigozhin, and so I would stand by that. I don't think he's a rational actor. I still think that at the end of the day, we were dealing with two crazy criminals who have, they don't think like us, they don't act like us, but at the same time, I do believe that what brought him to the conclusion to negotiate was this remarkable logic. But I also think he will absolutely exact his revenge on Prigozhin since he's going to a satellite state of Russia.
And if he's out in Belarus with, they say, thousands of men, he's not fighting. What did the Wagner Group bring to the fight that you understand that they no longer will be doing?
Well, the Wagner Group had been the only force in Ukraine able to make any territorial advances in the last 6 months. The regular Russian military forces were bogged down. They didn't have the offensive capability. They were laying defensive fortifications. And Wagner was the only one able to advance. They were upset with the Russian military because once they took territory, for instance, around Bakhmut, they wanted to hand over to the regular Russian military. And as soon as they did, Ukrainians started to take it back again. So with these guys off the field, and they've been off the field for about a month already, Russia is purely in a defensive mode. And as we've seen, they've already started losing ground incrementally. I think that's going to accelerate. A couple other thoughts here. If you're a Russian soldier in the trenches right now and you see this going on behind you, a rebellion in Russia, Prigozhin calling out Putin, saying the whole thing's a mistake and the whole thing's a failure, you don't really feel motivated to stay in that trench. You don't want to be the last one to die in a war that's going to be lost. So I think that there's a lot of soul-searching going on inside the Russian military right now. What are they doing?
So what do you think China's thinking?
China is very interesting. I've always thought that China is holding back in what it could have done to support Russia. They don't like this war. They don't like Russia generally. They look down on them as a declining power. don't take care of the state, don't take care of the people. And now they see that Russia is actually, weaker than they thought, less reliable than they thought, probably losing this war. And just yesterday, the Chinese ambassador in the European Union was saying that, look, they support Ukraine back in its 1991 borders, the original recognized borders that Russia had twice recognized as Ukrainian territory. That's what China thinks is a reasonable outcome as well. Not surprising, because they feel that Taiwan is part of China, and they want others to recognize that. So they are taking a similar position with respect to Ukraine and all of its territory.
Just amazing series of events. Ambassador Volker, thanks so much. Lastly, Will Hurd was on the other day, 9 years in the CIA, and then Lindsey Graham the day before on television. They're frustrated. They said, stop worrying about escalation. This proves it. Get them the ATACMS. Get them the F-16s. What are you waiting for? Others, who I also respect, have said, let's not make this too crazy. Let's make sure they're not hitting inside Russia. Ambassador, where do you stand?
I'm very much in the former category here. Look, if Putin could escalate right now, he would be doing it. That he's not holding back. He's not trying to save something in reserve so he sees how we act. He's not afraid of what we're doing at all. In fact, if he could do more to take over Ukraine, he would. So we shouldn't be worried about that. I also think that this idea that he might turn to nuclear weapons, look at what just happened with Prigozhin. This was actually a threat to his regime. But who would he have used nuclear weapons on? Russians? So it just strikes me that we are deterring ourselves for no good reason. We actually ought to be helping the Ukrainians end this as quickly as possible.
Just get them there. It takes too long. People are dying in the meantime. Yeah. And lastly, what about the nuclear plant? What about the nuclear plant inside?
On the nuclear plant, I think we should be preparing ourselves for Russia blowing up this plant. They're probably going to get surrounded in that area. I think that's what the Ukrainians intend to do, is cut off the forces and then try to let the Russians leave. But I would not at all be surprised if on their way out that they decide to blow up the plant like they did with the dam, that just as a scorched earth policy. Very much possible.
They do that. Don't they poison their own people? There's this thing called wind. And doesn't the nuclear, the Chernobyl, isn't Chernobyl revisited?
Absolutely. But I think that this is the kind of thing that the Russians would consider doing just to spite everybody. They don't care about their own people either all that much. And they would try to blame the Ukrainians for doing it. They'd say, hey, these guys attacked it. They blew up the plant. Very cynical, but I think we should be preparing for that just in case.
Ambassador Volker, thanks so much. Keep us up to date on how everything's unfolding over there. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian.
1-866-408-7669. I'll be able to take some of your calls shortly, and then we're going to continue to. First, I'll outline what we've learned about the Hunter Biden investigation, bigger and more precise than anything I thought would come out, has already come out, and things are changing rapidly. Keep it here, Brian Kilmeade Show.
Politics. Securing America.
The U.S. National Security Team continues to closely monitor events in Russia following the Wagner Group's abbreviated challenge to Vladimir Putin's authority. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says U.S. authorities had good communication with both Russia and U.S. allies over the last several days.
We also made clear to all our allies and partners that the United States was not involved and would not get involved in these events.
Kirby says the U.S. will continue to stand with Ukraine in that country's attempt to end the Russian invasion. And while he admits there's no indication that the unsettled situation in Russia could lead to a problem with nuclear weapons,
there's a lot of reasons to be concerned about stability in Russia and the impact that could have on the Ukrainian people and on the European continent.
Especially because
we don't know where this goes or whether this is really the end.
Kevin Uretsky, Fox News.
Fox on Tech.
TSA is testing out new facial recognition technology. It is currently being tested in 25 airports, but there are already plans to expand that to 28 by the end of the year. With the current system, the TSA agent takes your ID and compares the ID with your face, using their eyes as the tech to confirm your identity. With the facial recognition technology, a photo is taken when you get up to the agent, and then that photo and your ID are compared digitally. TSA says this will make the process faster and more secure. When asked about privacy and data security concerns, a TSA representative told Fox Business that all the photos are encrypted after use. Also, that on a regular basis, the data is handed off to the Department of Homeland Security. Right now, the tech is optional for travelers, but TSA administrators have said that they foresee a future where this tech is so widely adopted that it is mandatory for travelers to use. With Fox on Tech, I'm Madison Allworth, Fox News.
Media Minute with Howard Kurtz.
The New York Times says the aborted military coup against Vladimir Putin over the weekend raises uncomfortable questions about the Russian president's future. Washington Post columnist David Ignatius says this day will be remembered as part of the unraveling of Russia as a great power, which will be Putin's true legacy. Now, even the journalists who study Russia and Ukraine for a living are putting caveats in their copy. What's amusing is all the other journalists on Twitter who are pretending they know what's going on. Even the experts don't know what's going on. Now, yesterday, Yevgeny Prigozhin, the head of the Wagner mercenary group, said, I was never trying to overthrow the government. We were just angry because some of our troops had been killed by the Kremlin, and he has now fled the country. He made a sort of a plea deal in exchange for the dropping of criminal charges, and it's just the fog of war right now. Nobody really knows. With your Media Minute, Howie Kurtz, Fox News.
I don't know if that's true, how much is true. I'm going by everybody's word.
Is that we are well past the threshold for...
Streaming now on Fox Nation. Kelsey Grammer's Historic Battles for America.
Only by sorting through 2 centuries of fact and fiction can we remember the men who helped shape the nation we became.
Relive the fights for freedom in this American history series. 8 epic episodes. 8 epic battles.
This is more than just an opportunity for personal glory. It's a chance to save the United States of America.
Kelsey Grammer's Historic Battles for America. Streaming now on Fox Nation. Sign up today at foxnation.com.
He's so busy, he'll make your head spin. It's Brian Kilmeade.
I think the key here is that we are well past the threshold for oversight investigations and the possibility of impeachable offenses. You can't deny that. There are false statements here that have to be explored. And so oversight committees have every right to delve into these issues, and I think courts will support them. At this point, the power of Congress to investigate this matter is at its apex. There are criminal and potentially impeachable matters involved, and they can move this aggressively and quickly, in my view.
All right, here we go. That is Jonathan Turley talking about the possibility of really moving forward and blowing up this plea deal, which is really laughing in our face. And we just watched Hunter Biden walk in to his defamation suit by Johnny Paul Mock Isaac. They've countersued each other. But just to have Hunter Biden sit there and say what he said to ABC News, I don't know if it's my laptop. I really don't remember. I have a little bit of a problem. Oh, yeah, on there is a whole bunch of lurid photos. Maybe this will remind you of you. Is there any way it won't be your laptop? Is this really an exchange with your email? So this is an opportunity to do more than just that. So a lot of you are writing me, and I appreciate it. Wayne writes this. You mentioned this morning that Hunter Biden claimed the Burisma payment was a loan. Should do some research to determine if the loans were forgiven. If so, money would become taxable income. I actually didn't mention it was a loan. He was getting paid by Burisma, but I appreciate that, and I did not know that that was a tax law. Brian, on the IRS came after us for $300. $300 for 12 years. I have letters to prove it. They finally took an incentive check we were supposed to get. We never owed the money, so I fought it. They finally just stole it from me. I don't know if that's true, how much is true. I'm going by everybody's word, and our listeners are the best. But that is the IRS. That's the way they operate. That's why I'm just so horrified that we are paying for 87,000 new IRS agents. As much as I salute Gary Shapley, seems like a great guy, but he also seems pretty relentless. But my hope is they're just going for honesty and truth. They're not just going to screw you, which they can do, especially as people's taxes get a little bit complicated. Eileen O'Connor was on primetime last night. She's a lawyer and former head of the DOJ tax division. I think her insight is essential. Cut 15.
I read Special Agent Shapley's testimony. When I got to page 95, my jaw dropped. That's where the testimony specifies that as early as June 2021, the prosecution team understood that because crimes must be prosecuted in the district where they occur, Attorney General Garland's failure to make U.S. Attorney Weiss a special counsel guaranteed that Hunter Biden would not be prosecuted for his tax crimes.
Interesting. I mean, we don't usually get this deep in our lives because we're not trying to use our family's influence to get loans and do high-wire international business deals with other nations, especially enemy nations. But it's fascinating how much they felt they could get away with. And if they didn't get that majority in the House, they would have. And everyone's so down, and then no one ever pays right. I think they're going to pay the price.
Mr. Weiss, who was appointed by President Trump as the U.S. Attorney in Delaware and assigned this matter during the previous administration, would be permitted to continue his investigation and to make a decision to prosecute.
It's Brian Kilmeade.
There's certain unrealized gains because they go up and down until you cash it in. You don't pay taxes on. So he goes in front of these union audiences and talks about how the rich don't pay their fair share. What about your son and you? You made tens of millions of dollars. We don't know where it is, and we're not allowed to investigate until now. So you lost 2 arguments. Good luck with your Bidenomics speech and your rollout as you try to get more years.
Weekdays at 9 a.m. East, or get the podcast now at BrianKilmeadeShow.com.
I'm Ashley DeBorkin with a Fox Celebrity Profile with Fox's Stars on Mars celebrinaut Ronda Rousey.
I'm kind of like a space nerd, and it sounded like space camp for adults. And when you watch the show, you'll see that I never missed a single Mars fact the whole time. I've been going to YouTube University for years. A super big geek about this stuff. I went to space camp when I was in the 8th grade and stuff like that. I went to a science magnet school, and I wanted to be a scientist before I became a fighter. It didn't pan out, but this was kind of the closest I could get to being an astronaut.
She shared surprising aspects of the experience.
I was surprised with how much I absolutely adored everyone, and I have my own social anxieties. I have kind of what I call post-social anxiety, which is after I hang out with people all night, I'm like, oh, you said this wrong, you did this, you idiot. And so this is kind of like a pressure cooker of socializing on expert level.
Stars on Mars airs Mondays on Fox. Ashley DeBorkin, Fox News.
New from the Fox News Podcast Network.
I'm Emily Campagno, and this is the Fox True Crime Podcast.
And I had nothing to do with her disappearance.
I sit down with the people who lived the nightmares.
I was in shock. I was just devastated.
The investigators who tirelessly worked on the case.
And I really hope that they can catch this guy.
Bringing you closer to the story than you ever thought possible.
Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
These are the stories that keep you up at night.
I'm Anna Eliopoulos with your Fox True Crime Minute. A cold case heating up again 45 years later. Nevada State Police announcing on Wednesday that heavily decayed remains found in a garment bag in a remote part of the northern part of the state in 1978 has now been identified, thanks to advancements in DNA testing. The remains are those of Florence Charleston of Cleveland, Ohio, who had moved to Portland, Oregon shortly before her death. But how and why Charleston was found buried in a shallow grave over 530 miles from her Pacific Northwest home still remains a mystery. Officials tried multiple methods to ID the woman in the past, like digital facial reconstruction, but were able to crack the case open after teaming up with a private lab in March that eventually used DNA taken from the remains and found a link to her niece. You can get more on this story at foxnews.com. Subscribe now to the Fox True Crime Podcast with Emily Campagno. I'm Anna Eliopoulos with your Fox True Crime Minute.
Now, from the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
Baltimore Orioles shortstop Cal Ripken Jr., the Iron Man, broke the record for most consecutive games played, 2,131. The record had been held for 56 years, before that by Lou Gehrig.
Well, I see myself as someone that was very lucky and had a good career, and I think that I'm pretty good. I mean, I don't put myself all the way down and not think that I've had a pretty significant career. I've enjoyed being in the presence of all the great players and this collection of players. I sat and talked to Henry Aaron a long time and really enjoyed talking to Kirk Gibson and Pete Rose. I just enjoy being in the environment. Maybe when I get older and you start to look back, you may have a historical view of your career, but right now I just see myself as a guy that was lucky enough to play baseball for a long time.
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archives of Fox News Talk.
I'm Ashley DeBorkin with the Fox Celebrity Profile with horror icon Robert Englund. Hollywood Dreams and Nightmares, the Robert Englund story, is on Screenbox and digital. Filmmakers featured interviews with co-stars, family, and friends. I spoke with him about that Elm Street legacy.
Well, I think it's just a great hook. What if this person you hear about, once you hear about it, he can infect your subconscious and get into your dreamscape, into your dreams and nightmares, and go after you and know what scares you and exploit that.
Given the resurgence of horror franchises these days, I asked if Freddy could return and if he would return as Freddy.
I would love to be invited to do a cameo, but I'm too old to play Freddy. They need to find somebody new. I think for a minute there, they were thinking of Kevin Bacon, who I thought would have been brilliant because he really respects the genre. But he's so busy now. If they're going to reboot the franchise, they should probably find an actor that can go the distance, you know.
Ashley DeBorkin, Fox News.
Information you want. Truth you demand. This is the Brian Kilmeade Show.
Well, I just think it's ironic because the media went all in on this is Russian disinformation for so long. There are still Democrats in Congress, if they only get their news from MSNBC, they really still don't know that the laptop is Hunter Biden's. They still think that it was compromised somehow. So the fact that the Bidens have denied that this was his laptop for so long and now they're going to have to admit it in court today, I think is very ironic.
Right, and that's what's going to happen because of the defamation lawsuit that Johnny, Paul, Mac, Isaac, 4 names, 1 man, 1 cap, demanding that this guy stop, and they countersued and said you should never have let the laptop out, which, by the way, we're not saying is it is or not. Carly Shimkus is here. She says she's here. Co-host of Fox and Friends First. Hi, Carly.
Oh, I'm here.
You are here.
In the flesh. There are very few funny things about this Hunter Biden situation, but your cap joke was funny.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
You. Johnny, Paul, Mac, Isaac walked into the FBI and said, listen, this guy is Hunter Biden. This stuff is pretty bad. He wanted me to download this laptop, but I got to tell you, there's crimes on here.
Yeah.
Check it out. And the FBI basically treated him like a criminal. And
everything is so backwards when it comes to this situation. And the thing that I find very interesting is that Hunter Biden is still suing John Paul Mac Isaac. Yeah. How could you be suing somebody when his latest statement on the laptop is he's not sure it's his? Right. So it's like you're suing him because he has a laptop that you still aren't saying definitively is yours? Huh?
So what's interesting is I heard that the White House is not happy with Hunter's legal team because they're too aggressive, and that's an example. Do you really want to do this?
Really? You heard that?
Yeah, I heard that.
Wow, that's interesting.
So
that is interesting. When I thought your outfit was fabulous.
Right, not today.
Well, obviously. It's good today, but yesterday was standout.
I don't remember what I was wearing.
It was that teal tie.
Oh.
It's just everything like you look sharp.
Do you remember if I look up, he's not even there.
Where did he go?
I don't know. I don't think he likes you. I think he said, I'll book her, but I'm not going to stay in the control room.
Yep, that's right. Well, I know there was a massive booking war for me in this moment, so you guys won.
Here's more from James Comer, Cut 9.
This is a cover-up of public corruption at the highest levels. And if you go back to when we brought the general counsel for the National Archives in for a transcribed interview in the House Oversight Committee, they said the DOJ told them to stand down. We have FBI whistleblowers that Senator Grassley and I have worked with that said they were told to stand down on this investigation of Biden bribery. Now you have two very credible IRS whistleblowers who have said the same thing. They started finding those shell companies that we've disclosed in the House Oversight Committee, and I think they were on number 5 or number 6 out of 19, and they were told to stand down.
Yeah. I thought that the interview yesterday with Gary Shapley was very interesting, and the fact that Hunter Biden got the plea deal gives merit to everything he's saying, because it's clear that he was given special treatment. That's one part of the story, but I think the major story is obviously all that he was not allowed to investigate. The laptop wasn't allowed to be investigated. The WhatsApp messages that now we know came from Apple themselves through an electronic subpoena, this FBI 1023 form, where there's this allegation of bribery, and that's the what could possibly be the smoking gun. There's clearly something that happened here, and investigators are being blocked. The interesting part is that we know all of this, and they're still being blocked from using
I know, but I did when you weren't on yet, because you guys used to be on at 4 a.m, but evidently you just don't want to get up that early.
We have to set the alarms back. This was our idea.
Yeah, it was your idea. But you're on at 5, so I was switching to another channel, and I go, wait a second, I thought I was on CNN. And I was.
Yeah.
And it was about 35 after. This is a lead story. They put 35 minutes into this show. Mm-hmm. They did a pretty thorough look at what that
is very interesting, and you do have to wonder why that's happening now.
You know why?
Is it because it's just getting too big, or is it because it's political? I don't know if it's necessarily political. I think there's just too much there.
I think, I mean, it's not as if they go and have a town hall afterwards and said, tell me what you think of Hunter Biden. They don't even have an interview after. They toss a reporter who does it.
Got it.
Where we would have it. And there was just a study done by the Media Research Agency that 50% of the country does not know essential details of the Hunter Biden investigation.
Of course not. It's also there's so much there. I think that sometimes these complicated stories, you get lost in the weeds if it's not one that you could just easily pick up. 2 points to this story that I find interesting that I don't think are getting enough attention are that it looks like Hunter Biden just straight up didn't pay his taxes in 2014 and 2015 and got away. So I wonder why they let the statute of limitations go on those. And then the Chinese company that he was taking money from, their whole goal was to expand China's reach and influence around the world. This is the president of the United States' son. So if you care about the China issue, you should really care about that part, too. And then the other thing, the Wall Street Journal, their editorial board points out that President Biden is talking about the economy a lot right now, the Bidenomics. And one of his main messages is that the rich need to pay their fair share in taxes. And then look at what just happened with his son. And getting away with not paying any at all.
2 things. He's got to take the guns out of his speech. He's got to take the tax out of his speech. Or else he has no integrity at all. He's got to say, listen, I can't do this. You know my son didn't pay anything.
Could you imagine trying to write that off on your taxes? Right. It's just unbelievable.
But, by the way, do you think he does his own taxes? Did anyone else... Did you use TurboTax? You do it yourself, but does he have an accounting firm?
I don't know. I wondered that, too. And then Gary Shapley yesterday to Brett Baer said that Hunter Biden's business associate told him that he needs to refile his taxes because something went wrong, and Hunter Biden never did. I mean, maybe he could have asked somebody else to do it, but, man.
Here's Eileen O'Connor. And she is the former head of the DOJ tax division, Cut 16.
Because every U.S. attorney is in charge of the law enforcement in his district. Since 2014 and 2015 had to be charged in the District of Columbia, and the later years had to be charged in Los Angeles. U.S. Attorney Weiss is in Delaware. It was clear that without special counsel authority, U.S. Attorney Weiss was not going to be able to charge Hunter Biden's tax crimes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That was the big revelation also yesterday, because the New York Times said that they confirmed those details, that Weiss was trying to pursue charges in these 2 areas because those are where the crimes took place. And both Washington, D.C. said, nope, we're not gonna pick up this case. and Los Angeles said no as well. So that's when David Weiss said, you know what, maybe according to this whistleblower, I need special counsel status because that gives him, broader reach to do whatever he wants. And apparently he was turned down.
Twice.
Now, Merrick Garland is saying none of that happened. And David Weiss himself released a statement and said that I did have ultimate authority. But if you listen to this whistleblower, he said behind closed doors that he was not happy with the way this case was going, and he felt like he was getting the runaround.
No, he was. Here's Merrick Garland, cut 3.
Mr. Weiss, who was appointed by President Trump as the U.S. Attorney in Delaware and assigned this matter during the previous administration, would be permitted to continue his investigation and to make a decision to prosecute any way in which he wanted to.
Can you explain the rationale for not appointing a special counsel in this case?
Mr. Weiss had, in fact, more authority than a special counsel would have.
Right.
He had and has complete authority, as I said, to bring a case anywhere he wants in his discretion.
Yeah, sure.
Not true.
This, in a way, sort of reminds me of covering like where COVID came from, because it like so clearly came from the lab, and yet you weren't allowed to say it, and the evidence is all there. Same thing with this, and obviously Hunter Biden was getting a favor. He got the plea deal.
How about this? There's a storage allowed to go in. By that time, it's all cleaned out. Everyone's tipped off. And they said, we had certain people we were targeting to talk to him about, to try to find out, unwind how much money was exchanged and what the goods were. What did you actually do to get this money? And the only person who answered was Rob Walker. 9 other people were swing and a miss because they were all tipped off that they were going to be pursued.
Yeah, and when it comes to the storage container, that was very interesting because Shapley said that prosecutors actually initially gave them the go-ahead. Yes, there is enough evidence here that you can search the storage unit. And then it got closer to the election. And then they changed their mind. And then ultimately what happened was that prosecutors ended up telling Hunter Biden's legal team this search is going to happen. So what do you think is going to go down? I mean, are you going to move the documents?
So, Carly,
I think there's a reasonable suggestion
There's a theory out there that all this stuff happened because people just said not Republican problem, a Trump problem. Nobody thought that Trump should be in office again. So they'll do anything to keep Trump out. I believe now it's pretty obvious that they'll do anything to keep the nominee out, whether it's Trump or anybody else. In 2028, I think we're going to have similar issues.
Yeah, I don't know.
Unless we can straighten this out.
It could be that. I also just think that if you are a Democrat and you are in a high power position, I think a lot of people feel this way, you can get away with whatever you want. You're just in a protected class.
I guess so. When we come back, we're going to find out if Carly needs to know more.
I always do.
Well, you always do, right?
Learn.
All right, back in a moment. Listen to the Brian Kilmeade Show.
Expanding your knowledge base. It's the Brian Kilmeade Show.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-2013. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-2013. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-444-2013. 800-444-2013.
Freedom is vital to a business owner like you, and having the right capital from Capitus can give you that freedom. Freedom to take action when your business needs you to. Don't let a lack of financing prevent you from running your operations, purchasing new equipment, or expanding your business. Capitus financing could be the answer you're looking for. Head over to Capitus.com today and see what options we have for you. That's Capitus.com. Capitus.com.
Okay, team, line's already around the block, and we're open in 10. Yesterday, we had 3-hour wait time.
Chef Pierre's staff is a little under-seasoned.
Why is this pot not boiling yet?
An experienced sous chef is the missing ingredient in his kitchen.
What do you mean, plate or a bowl? You work at La Pasta in La Cup.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Stay on top of the latest forecast with America's Weather Team in the palm of your hands.
Here's the latest from America's Weather Center.
It's Fox weather updates throughout your busy day, every day.
5 inches of rain by tomorrow.
Temperatures being 30 degrees above average.
Put the power of over 100 meteorologists and the worldwide resources of Fox in your hands with the Fox Weather Podcast. Precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A community in Texas who came together to celebrate a young girl's birthday makes today's Dean's List. Willa invited several people to her party, but the guests never came. Her mom, Lex Fitzgerald, decided to post a message to her local Facebook group in hopes to turn things around for her daughter. The note read, "If anyone has young kids and are looking for something to do right now, no one showed up to my daughter's party. We'd love to celebrate with you." The response was incredible. Families who saw the message came up with wonderful ideas for presents, and some brought balloons to the restaurant Willa and her family were celebrating at. Within minutes, people were coming to the party. Willa's mom says they went from not a single person to not a single table empty. She posted a video on Instagram showing the day with kids and their parents having fun, with a note that read, "I just want to say thank you to all the people who came today to be with us. Happy birthday, Willa. You're amazing. And so is your mom." Janice Dean, Fox News.
Live from Seattle, it's the Midsummer Classic on Fox.
Man, is this going to be fun. Stars all over the field.
Mookie Betts, Shohei Ohtani, Aaron Judge, and baseball's biggest headliners are serving up their mammoth hits. They're taking center stage for one incredible show.
Sensational!
The MLB All-Star Game, July 11th on Fox.
Absolute madness!
From his mouth to your ears, it's Brian Kilmeade.
I just wanted to weigh in on this RFK video of him doing push-ups. Man's, what is he, 70? Dude, if I can do 9 push-ups when I'm 70, I'll be very disappointed. I don't think it's very many. Biden came out and said, "Hey, man, you know, I do 1 to 2 pull-ups. You know, if I'm a morning routine, though, man, he does the push-ups, he does calisthenics." Biden has a morning routine that consists of 1 set of where am I's, and then he does that stare thing, you know, he just looks at the wall and tries to figure out who it is.
So that's Jamie Lissow. Where was Jamie doing this, Eric? Oh, that was just on Instagram. It does sound very similar to his appearances with Craig Gutfeld. With me right now is Carly Shimkus. Carly, I don't really, I feel as though you didn't think that was funny.
I was trying to understand the point of what he was saying. No offense.
You saw the video.
I was also distracted by the train sound in the background. Did you notice that?
Yeah. No,
like there's a passing train.
What was the train, Eric? You don't know. Pete, would you find out?
Did you just ask them what train it was?
I'll look into it.
Yeah.
Number 326.
All right. Let's find out if there's indeed more to know.
More to know. Invest in premium American whiskey as it ages. The older it gets, the better it gets. And the more valuable it gets. Go to caskdeeds.com. That's caskdeeds.com to learn more. Paid for by Spirits Capital Corporation.
All right, here we go. Invest in whiskey. I've always said that. Right?
Buy gold, invest in whiskey.
Yeah, absolutely.
That sounds like a party.
Domingo Germán through the 4th perfect game in Yankee history. Here's the final out.
Domingo Germán, 1 out away from forever. Grounded to third. Donaldson has it. There it is. Perfection for Domingo Germán.
Oh.
Domingo Germán.
And believe it or not, he was on the road, too, Carly. 12,479 in Oakland, California. They're a bad team about to move to Las Vegas. Final score is 11-0. You did not stay up to watch it. Why?
No, I don't even know what a perfect game is.
That means 27 up, 27 down. No
so he
walks,
struck
no hit
all
by
of them
batters.
out. Okay.
No, just got him out.
He put the ball in that little box, that imaginary box.
Fake imaginary box. Yes.
Yeah. Each time.
Yes, or someone swung at it, and he was out.
Okay.
So that means no errors, no walks, no hits. Pretty good.
Yeah, I congratulate him wholeheartedly.
He hasn't even been that good, right, Pete? I mean,
no, he hasn't. But here's something for you: the Yankees now lead the major leagues in for the most perfect games by a franchise.
Finally, that franchise is doing something historic.
Yep.
Next.
Okay, new poll shows, you're not going to like this, golf fans, well, maybe you will, loathe the PGA Tour Saudi deal. This is a Quinnipiac University poll, my alma mater. It found that 51% of Americans say they disapprove of the partnership. That's half. Approximately 29 did not offer an opinion, while 21% said that they approve. So that's how that poll broke down.
Couple of things.
Okay.
They are making the sport bigger. A lot of people don't know the details of it. They don't like the way the LIV came in, took some of the best players, and then forced the merger. But there's a lot of things about the tour that weren't player-friendly, and they are upping the prices, the prizes. Mm-hmm. They should make it a lot easier for people who are making their way through. There's a lot of money in the sport, and I think they opens people's eyes to make it a little bit more player-friendly. There was nowhere to go.
When I was on maternity leave, I watched that golf docuseries that followed the players.
Yeah, what'd you think?
I loved it, and I want to become a golf person now.
How great was it that they're doing it? And at the same time, the LIV Tour happens. So then you got this drama.
Yes.
So
they actually said that there are cameras in the room when all the players found out about the PGA LIV merger. So that will be next season.
Wow. So no one can make sense of it. They're going to find the players that left. Wait a second. I thought you merged. Can you imagine that?
They are going to find the players that left.
So Dustin Johnson and others.
To make it fair.
To make it fair. But why is it fair?
No, I heard that the PGA players that turn down LIV deals are going to get equity in the
is that true?
Yeah, I don't know.
Right.
I don't even think they know.
Let's find out about this story. The best coffee chains, top 5 cups of Joe, according to experts. Number 5 is a Caribou Coffee. Never had it. Number 4 is Starbucks. How do you know which one? I guess it's pure coffee. 3 is Tim Hortons, which you find.
Like
do you like Tim Hortons?
Sure, yeah.
And number 2 is Pete's Coffee, not your Pete.
Nope.
And number 1, Dunkin' Donuts.
Dunkin' Donuts is a good cup of coffee. I like Dunkin' Donuts over Starbucks because Starbucks coffee is too strong for me.
Right, I agree. It takes the lining of your stomach out. But
really
it does wake you up.
Next. That's exactly right. Okay, staying on the drinks topic, any amount of alcohol could increase the risk of over 60 diseases, according to new research.
Can you name some of them?
Of those, 28 ailments have already been tied to drinking, such as esophageal
That'll
cancer,
be the worst.
liver disease, and diabetes.
Right.
So those are the ones that they're saying.
Well, esophagus cancer, it's esophagus,
Any amount of alcohol.
Right.
I just read a study that said drinking red wine is great for you.
Right.
I choose to follow that study.
But it does.
Pick your study.
Not great for your teeth.
Well, there's a thing called wine wipes that you can put in your purse or your pocket.
Really?
You're going to have a glass of red wine out, and it's a little wipe, and it takes the red wine stain off your mouth.
Is that something you need before you come to work? I mean, I'm getting the sense. I mean, it sounds like you have that in your purse. That's what I'm sensing.
No, only responsibly on the weekends.
Right.
Yeah.
What do you have? Like, do you do it to loosen up?
I don't really like red wine. I like white wine more.
Do you do it to loosen up, or?
I just like the taste.
Of all alcohol.
What is wrong with this?
No, I'm just saying.
No, I drink wine and gin. I do like gin.
Gin?
Mm-hmm.
That's so interesting.
I do not like whiskey. Vodka is good. Because it tastes like nothing.
But you would love to invest in whiskey.
Oh, yes. We're investing in that whiskey company. What's it called?
Cast.
Yep.
Cast Deeds.
I will
CIDs.
be an investor.
Carly Shimkus, welcome aboard. Wall Street, banks, U.S. dollar, all unpredictable. So you need a portfolio asset that behaves differently. Spirits Capital Corporation has developed an investment opportunity that some experts say is outperforming stocks, gold, and treasuries. So listen up. Cask investment deeds, or CIDs, they're secured by newly filled barrels of premium American whiskey that some experts say will steadily increase in value as they mature. According to industry data, fine whiskey as an asset class is achieving double-digit returns from 3 to 5 years. And each barrel is fully insured for the duration of the investment. Get in on the barrel level, because the older it gets, the better it gets, and the more valuable it gets. Cask allocation is limited, so call 1-800-988-8070. That's 1-800-988-8070. Go to caskdeeds.com. We spell it C-A-S-K, deeds.com. Paid for by Spirits Capital Corporation. Individual results may vary. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment.
This is House Call for Health. Today is International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, also commonly referred to simply as World Drug Day. The United Nations theme this year is People First. Stop stigma and discrimination, strengthen prevention. The UN's Office on Drugs and Crime say this year they want to raise awareness about treating people who use drugs with respect and empathy, while at the same time providing evidence-based voluntary services to help all, leading with compassion rather than punishment. Here in the States, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration is one of the lead federal agencies supporting scientific research on drug use. Their fact sheet released this year looks at some stats from several previous years. In 2019 alone, more than 20 million people were diagnosed with substance abuse disorders. In the same year, only 10% received treatment. And in 2020, nearly 92,000 people died of drug overdoses. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health, I'm Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
People won't give you the real talk on drugs, but it's time we know the facts. Fentanyl is killing people. It's a powerful opioid, often made illegally and commonly mixed with illicit drugs. It can even be pressed into counterfeit pills that resemble prescription medications. Just 2 milligrams, about the size of a few grains of sand, can potentially be lethal. This isn't an ad to scare you, but it is an ad to make you think twice. Get the facts. Go to realdealonfentanyl.com. This message is brought to you by the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Listen to The Point anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Find your favorite stations like The Point and discover more. Music stations, local and trusted news sources, sports talk and team coverage, plus today's biggest podcasts. Find it all on the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
For the High Court. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden says he strongly disagrees with today's Supreme Court ruling, which strikes down affirmative action at colleges and universities.
Many people wrongly believe that affirmative action, this is not how college admissions work.
The president says discrimination still exists in the country and says the Supreme Court opinion cannot be a permanent setback. Vice President Kamala Harris, speaking in New Orleans, encouraged people to read the dissenting opinion of Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
This is now a moment where the court has not fully understand the importance of equal opportunity for the people of our country.
Ketanji Brown Jackson is the first black woman named to the High Court. She was nominated by President Biden. A Florida jury acquits a former school resource officer of child neglect in connection with the 2018 mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School.
A jury in Fort Lauderdale says Scott Peterson, the former school resource deputy on duty at the high school in Parkland, Florida, when a former student killed 17 people, is not guilty of child neglect.
Sir, the jury having found you not guilty on counts 1 through 11, I will likewise enter an order of acquittal.
Peterson, weeping while listening to the verdicts, clung to his attorney, Mark Eiglarsh.
How dare prosecutors try to second-guess the actions of honorable, decent police officers.
Those prosecutors claimed Peterson, seen on video staying outside the building, should have tried stopping the gunman. Peterson claimed he couldn't tell from where gunfire was coming and had no support.
Fox's Evan Brown in Miami. America is listening to Fox News.
Stay on top of the latest forecast with America's Weather Team in the palm of your hands.
Here's the latest from America's Weather Center.
It's Fox Weather updates throughout your busy day. Every Fox in your hands with the Fox Weather Podcast. Precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com. Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
New York's Attorney General is suing the operator of several nursing homes over claims of mistreating residents and stealing federal money.
The legal action accuses the Israeli-American the money set aside for their care into purchasing a stake in the Israeli flagship airline El Al and other investments. Attorney General Letitia James maintains Center's healthcare owner Kenneth Rosenberg and the Center's co-owner Daryl Hagler used Medicare and Medicaid money to buy a controlling stake in the struggling airline in 2020 for $107 million and to enrich themselves, their relatives, and associates. The AG alleged understaffing at the homes led to people being malnourished or left to sit for hours in their own excrement. The company denies the allegation.
Fox's CJ Papa. Two parents convicted in a widespread college admissions cheating scandal have charges against them dropped.
They were found guilty in 2021 of buying their kids City Huffman as well as other influential parents. All charges were dropped against Gamal Abdelaziz and all but one against John Wilson, who remains convicted of filing a false tax return. This coming a month after a First Circuit Court of Appeals tossed convictions, finding the trial judge was wrong in jury instructions and that the government failed to prove the parents agreed to join in an overarching conspiracy. Lillian Wu, Fox News.
Maryland is the latest state able to begin selling it recreationally Saturday, more than 5 years after the state started selling medical marijuana. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Stop by GCC's College Fair, Sunday, July 2nd at the Micronesia Mall from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. On-site registration for the 2023 fall semester, adult education classes, and financial aid. The last day today, and all on-site registrants will get a chance to win a 5th-gen iPad Air. Thank you to our supporters, Macy's Guam, Beyond the Box, and Docomo Pacific.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Fox News radio studios in Midtown Manhattan, giving you opinions and facts with a positive outlook. It's Brian Kilmeade.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the latest moments of the Brian Kilmeade Show. So glad you're here. We come to you from 48th and 6th in Midtown Manhattan, heard around the country, around the world. And this news is breaking. Don't blame yourself if you don't know it. You're about to learn it. The Supreme Court strikes down affirmative action affirmative action plans in competitive college admissions. They dealt affirmative action a major blow, it reads, ruling against the continued use of racial preferences in higher education admissions policies. And by the way, John Roberts on the record in the past saying, being a critic of affirmative action, has said if you want to stop discriminating, stop discrimination, stop discriminating. And that's what he believes affirmative action was. So we'll see how this goes. People try to spin this on racial issues. It was revolved around race at a time in which this country was having a hard time adjusting to liberty for all. Separate but equal lasted way too long. And affirmative action forced people to open up their eyes and make people do something they weren't doing in colleges. But now it seems as though, what many people have said, affirmative action has passed its time. Now, Mark Thiessen, you join us now as not only chief speechwriter for George W. Bush, Washington Post columnist, Fox News contributor. We'll get to other issues, but you're also a deep thinker. Your thoughts about this Supreme Court decision?
Well, it's the right thing to do. I mean, here's the interesting thing. There's a history to this, which is, it used to be that all these elite Ivy League schools, everyone was admitted on the old Boyd network, right? And it was all WASPs. And then they started allowing Jews to come in. And what happened was, when they were admitting people on the basis of merit, too many Jews were getting in. And so what they did is they came up with this concept of holistic admissions, where they would look at different, not just your grades, not just your test scores, but, your character and your personality and all that. And it was all designed to keep the Jews out. And so now they use holistic admissions to keep the Asians out and keep other groups out, and to sort of racially balance the classes, as opposed to doing this stuff on merit. And I just think that's fun. Most Americans think that's fundamentally different from what we should be doing. You should be getting into school on the basis of not of race, but on the basis of merit. So and it's just common sense.
Asian community is the one that brought this forward, and they're likely going to benefit from this because their culture focuses on education. And they focus on academics. They want to be valedictorian. They want to go to the Ivy League schools, and they get results. I don't think we should be telling people enough Asians.
No, exactly. And also, by the way, this is a minority that it wasn't that long ago, that they faced the same kind of discrimination that other minorities in this country faced. Back during the, long before Jim Crow, there were anti-China laws, and especially in the Pacific Northwest and in California, where the Asians weren't allowed in restaurants, and Asians weren't allowed in stay in hotels, and Asians weren't allowed to, all the same things that were being done to African Americans were done to Asians, and then suddenly things turned around, and they became enormously successful. And so it's like, apparently, if you're a minority that overcomes discrimination and becomes successful, now you have to be punished for that success. So this is just righting a historical wrong.
Justice Roberts writes, many universities have for too long done just the opposite. Done just the opposite. In doing so, they have concluded wrongly, and the touchstone of the individual identity is not challenged, bested, skills built, or lessons learned, but the color of their skin. Our Constitution, Harvard University, a private institution, and North Carolina University of a public institution decide who fills their classrooms. We'll see how this goes, but people are going to be talking about this Supreme Court being conservative and being racist. You know that, right?
I mean, they're going to say whatever they want to say. The left is going to they have a clear strategy of trying to delegitimize the court because they don't like the outcomes of the decisions. If it had gone the other way and there were liberal justices, they would have been celebrating it. So it's outcome-based ethics. But the court is another. I mean, again, all credit to Donald Trump. Donald Trump gave us 3 outstanding Supreme Court justices, best record of any president in Supreme Court nominations. Every other Republican president going all the way back to Nixon, they put more people on who defected to the left than stayed on the right. And even Ronald Reagan, who gave us Antonin Scalia, also gave us other justices that didn't do so well. So credit to Trump. This is the Supreme Court that he gave us, and he deserves a shot.
And Mitch McConnell.
And Mitch McConnell, especially Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell took a very courageous step in not moving Merrick Garland. And by the way, everything we're learning about the Hunter Biden investigation, everything, thank God we didn't put Merrick Garland on the Supreme Court.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. So let's talk about what's happening now on the right. Donald Trump, in the latest Fox News poll, has even a wider margin in the GOP nomination race. So nationally, Donald Trump with 56% of the vote, DeSantis 22%, Vivek Ramaswamy 5%. Then you got Pence and Scott 4%, Haley 3%, Christie 1%, and a whole bunch of 1s, including Suarez. Yep. So a couple of things are happening. If you look at Donald Trump's speeches, they're a little bit crisper. Number 2, he's got a very good team around him. And number 3, he is dominating all the headlines, isn't he?
Yep, he is, and then there's a rally effect when the left goes after him and indicts him. Then a lot of Republicans rally around him. Look, the Republican, it's still extremely early. At this time in 2016, I can't remember who it was, Jeb Bush or Scott Walker, who was in the lead. And things can change. So there haven't been any debates yet. There's a long time before voters go to the polls. But look, if you look at the polls, there's a really interesting CBS News poll, which shows that basically 25% of the electorate, a quarter of the Republican electorate, is just considering Donald Trump. About a quarter of the Republican electorate will never consider Donald Trump, and 50% is looking at Trump, looking at other candidates. And if you look at his numbers, about half of those people are right now saying they're supporting Trump, but that's soft support, that they can be convinced to go to somebody else. So, there's basically 75% of the GOP electorate is up for grabs for any one of these other candidates if somebody emerges. It's just a question of whether one person can emerge to be the challenger to Trump. If it's a one-on-one race, then I think it's competitive. If it's Trump against a field of a half dozen people or a dozen people, then he wins.
And do you think he wins against Joe Biden, who is bumbling his way through re-election?
No, I do not think he wins against Joe Biden. I think there was a recent poll that came out of swing voters, and here's an interesting thing.
He does beat him in this poll.
So here's something. 68% of Americans say that they are concerned that Joe Biden there's an NBC News poll. 68% say Joe Biden is not mentally fit to be president. They're concerned about that. Kamala Harris in that poll, the most unpopular vice president in the history of the United States of America since polling began. At least in that poll, right? That poll. So people think that Joe Biden is mentally unfit, and that the person who would succeed him if he falters is the most unpopular person. In that same poll, Biden beats Trump by 4 points. If you look at there was another Wall Street Journal poll, I think it was, that looked at the voters who disapprove of both Trump and Biden. Biden wins those by 39 points. Swing voters are done with Donald Trump. And so there is a huge disapproval of Joe Biden, and people could be convinced to vote for a Republican, but they dislike Donald Trump more than they dislike Joe Biden. I agree with you that Trump is doing better right now, that his speeches are better and all the rest of it. He's done so much irreparable damage to himself with the swing voters by his behavior after the election that it's unrecoverable. I think any other candidate in that GOP field, which is an embarrassment of riches for the Republican Party, any other candidate can crush Joe Biden. The only candidate I think that Joe Biden could beat is Donald Trump.
But the poll show yesterday, the ABC poll from last weekend said a dead heat DeSantis and Biden. Trump loses by 4. This latest poll has Trump up by 1. So
by 1. I mean, that's a margin of error, and that's a sign of Biden's weakness, not Trump's popularity. And again, there's other polls showing him losing. I think he's, the reality is people are, their opinions on Trump are set. I think their opinions of the other Republican candidates are malleable. So I think there is room to grow. I think Trump has a ceiling that is hard, that is unbreakable. The other candidates don't have that ceiling. They have a chance to go out and make the case for themselves and convince swing voters to vote for them. And I guess Republicans just honestly, I'm watching a slow-moving train wreck. And I'm screaming at the Republican Party, get out of the way, the train is coming, you're going to get crushed. And, people will listen or people won't. Maybe it'll take another election for us to realize that, but the disaster of just stop and think to yourself, what would 4 more years of Joe Biden be like? Look at how he has declined over the last 18 months, and imagine what he'll be like on Inauguration Day. If he is reinaugurated in January 2025. Do you think he's going to make it for 4 years? I don't. Do you think you want Kamala Harris to assume the presidency and be the next commander in chief? That's what's at stake here. This is not about avenging Donald Trump. This is about saving the country from the left, and that's got to be the priority.
Do you think one thing that could happen? Number one, we had a 3-year look at Joe Biden, and it's not an imaginary Joe Biden the moderate. We know how bad he is. We know the failure that we're witnessing. We know that the absolute disaster he had in Afghanistan, the slow-walking weapons in Ukraine. We see this literally this train wreck, balloon wreck of a China relationship. We watch this performance. And then we watch him debate and fall apart. I mean, this guy's he's not pulling off solo speeches right now. He just said Russia is not as strong after their war in Iraq.
Yeah, twice on 2 different events.
Yeah, in fact, here it is, cut 24.
It's hard to tell, but he's clearly losing the war in Iraq. He's losing the war at home. And he has become a bit of a pariah around the world. It's not just NATO. It's not just the European Union. It's Japan. It's 40 nations.
So no correction, out by himself, dents in his face from his CPAP machine. So it's absolutely awful what we're witnessing right now. And now he's running on the economy, which only 33% of the country thinks he's doing a good job with. He's actually running on that.
So beatable. And so why would we not pick the best candidate to beat him as opposed to, the one candidate that could possibly lose to him? I mean, look, I'm not saying that Trump cannot win. It's entirely possible that Biden is so decrepit by the time the election comes around that even Trump can beat him, but he's the least likely to beat Joe Biden of the entire Republican field.
So the approval rating is 38.3% on average, right? The real clear average. Yeah. So here's Joe Biden kind of kicking off his economic message. Cut 23.
Well, guess what? A guy driving a truck knocked down a whole bridge and the whole block, 4 lanes of the highway. Today, with the help of the Inflation Reduction Act, a new plant's being built. 3/4 of U.S. industries grew more consecrated. I'm thinking I didn't go to Mass.
What the hell is that? Senator Fetterman just called and said, straighten yourself out.
Yeah. No, I mean, and they put him up for Fetterman and standing next to each other. Who's the genius at the White House for, the communication shop who said, hey, that's a good idea. Let's put Fetterman and Biden up together and let's show that to the American people. I mean, again, so it's like it reminds me of that old Saturday Night Live skit when Dukakis is debating Bush and Dana Carvey's going 4 more years, points of light, and he looks and turns to the camera like, I can't believe I'm losing to this guy.
I know. I thought about the same thing. And meanwhile, Bush was unbelievably competent. He was unbelievably experienced, and he was a war hero, but he wasn't as eloquent as he could be, and that's eloquent.
It wasn't dementia that was causing
no one thought he had dementia. They just didn't know if they wanted 4 more years. So I want you to hear a little Gary Shapley, the IRS whistleblower, who's been blowing me away with his facts. It's easy to follow, and his disenchantment is palpable. Here he is, the IRS investigator that said, I've had it with a 5-year slow walking of an investigation into Hunter, and they were not allowed to go into the
fairly, and it was my oath of office to make sure that happens. And, we wouldn't meet our mission as an agency with IRS criminal investigation, and we'd really lose the trust of the people of the United States if we didn't ensure that everyone was treated fairly. In my past, I've voted for both D's and R's, and, politics are irrelevant when I'm conducting my job.
And he was told, you're not allowed to follow this, you're not allowed to follow that, you're not allowed to go check out storage units. And the father was off limits, and David Weiss was not in control of the investigation. Your thoughts about how this is progressing?
Well, David Weiss is going to have to testify under oath. And, Shapley, he says that when David Weiss said that he wasn't authorized to indict him, Shapley says that he asked him again because he realized what an important statement he was making and how impressive it was, and he repeated it, and he did it in front of witnesses. So David Weiss is going to have to testify under oath, and he can't lie because there are witnesses to what he said, not just Shapley. It's not just one man's word against another. And the other thing you got to remember also, by the way, this is not just a corruption investigation. It's not just a tax investigation. It's not just nepotism. It's a national security issue. This guy, Henry Zhao, who he's sending this email to saying, I'm staying here with my father and we're waiting for your answer. This guy had already, before that email, sent him $5 million from an account he shared in a business with the daughter of the Chinese Minister of State Security.
It's amazing.
Okay? She was the daughter-in-law of the head of the Chinese Communist Party's propaganda bureau.
That is a lot worse than holding on to documents. Mark Thiessen,
exactly.
Thank you.
Take care.
He's the best. Your calls are next. You're the best, too.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GA.
Don't let a lack of financing prevent you from running your operations, purchasing new equipment, or expanding your business. Capitus Financing could be the answer you're looking for. Head over to Capitus.com today and see what options we have.
Angie's List is now Angie, and we've heard a lot of theories about why.
I thought it was an eco move. Fewer words, less paper.
No, it was so you could say it faster.
No.
Instantly, and even get your project handled from start to finish.
Sounds easy.
It is. And it's so much more than just a list. Get started at Angie.com. That's ANGI. Or download the app today.
Jason in the House, the Jason Chaffetz podcast. There is always someone doing something stupid somewhere. Dive deeper than the headlines and the party lines as I take on American life, politics, and entertainment. Join me, you never know who will drop in. Subscribe now on FoxNewsPodcast.com or wherever you download podcasts.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A customer from Monroe, Wisconsin, who helped raise money for a grocery store worker, makes today's Dean's List. Stephanie Peach got to know Dennis Rayton at her local Pick and Save, where she shops. One day she heard Dennis mention he didn't have any heat in his house and was hoping the weather stayed warm. Dennis's boiler system hadn't been working for over a year, and he didn't have enough money to replace it. Stephanie wanted to help and created a fundraising campaign to help get Dennis a new boiler. She wrote on the GoFundMe page, no 65-year-old should have to take cold showers and not have heat. In under 3 weeks, the GoFundMe page raised nearly $5,000. Dennis couldn't believe an air conditioner, too. Thank you, Stephanie, and to all those who helped Dennis. You all made today's Dean's List. Janice Dean, Fox News.
This is Fox News Talk.
Headline Rewind.
1981. President Jimmy Carter.
We have now reached an agreement with Iran which will result in the freedom of our American hostages.
I, Ronald Reagan, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States.
In the White House, pending return.
Charles Philip Arthur George, wilt thou have this woman to thy wedded wife, so long as you both shall live?
I will.
MTV is just videos with music.
As a judge, it is not my function to continue to try to develop public policy by means of making the law.
News as it happens then, news as it happens now.
This is Fox News Talk. Streaming now on Fox Nation.
I looked up and there was a dark figure in the doorway of the bedroom.
Celebrity stalking is a huge problem.
Madonna claims she was terrified of the man who allegedly threatened to slash her throat.
The dark side of fame. The terrifying true stories. Can you run FoxNation.com? Show that's real. This is the Brian Kilmeade Show.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. A lot of you are writing, and I appreciate it. And I'll get to a lot of what you had to say. I mean, here's one that just came in. A lot of people are really into Trump's camp and don't want to hear anything negative about him. Some people think Mark was a little bit too negative. They also are urging to they also love Donald Trump's explanation of what to do in Ukraine. Joe Rogan loved it, is making a lot of news. When Donald Trump came out and said the first thing I would do in 24 hours is stop the fighting and stop the killing. He said that was a totally reasonable thing. My feeling about Ukraine, though, both those things are impossible right now. There is a story out there that the general that was in contact with the Wagner chief, Prigozhin, that general is missing, and that was the general in charge of the nuclear codes. All chaos, all hell's breaking loose in 24 hours ends it because now, people that wouldn't be happy, the West and Ukraine. Would we want to give Texas to Mexico? I don't think so. Daniel Bilak is next, and then we'll do a simulcast on Barney and Company. It's going to be a bigger hour. So glad you're here.
Facing households and businesses across the country. Listen to interviews with key business newsmakers. The Kudlow Podcast will be available on the go after the show every weekday at foxbusinesspodcasts.com or wherever you download your favorite podcasts.
This is House Call for Health. June is PTSD Awareness Month, post-traumatic stress disorder. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention describing it as an intense physical and emotional response to thoughts and reminders of an event lasting for many weeks or months after the traumatic event. There are 3 types of broad symptoms: reliving, avoidance, and increased arousal, like being overly alert or easily startled or outbursts after the trauma. Keep to your usual routine. Take the time to resolve day-to-day conflicts so they don't add to your stress. And don't shy away from situations, people, and places that remind you of the trauma. The National Center for PTSD says there are about 12 million people in the United States living with the disorder. For more health news,
President Franklin D. Roosevelt asked Congress to declare war on Japan the day after the attack on Pearl Harbor. The date, December 8th, 1941.
Hostilities exist. There is no blinking at the fact that our people, our territory, and our interests are in grave danger. I ask that the Congress declare that since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan on Sunday, December 7th, 1941, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archives.
A local fire department from Oklahoma going the extra mile to help a family makes today's Dean's List. Megan Percival and her family had recently moved from Tulsa. Her daughters had hopes of having a backyard with a tree swing to play on. They had the swing but didn't have the ladder big enough to install it. Megan says she posted a request for help on their community page asking if anyone had access to a bucket truck or an extremely large ladder, and someone recommended they get in touch with the local fire department. A few minutes after contacting the firehouse, they not only offered to bring the equipment, but to install the tree swing themselves free of charge. The first responders came with their fire engine to the house, brought the tall ladder, climbed the big tree, and helped put the swing up. In a post on social media, Megan thanked the fire department for coming and said, "I will never forget this moment. Thank you for taking the time out of your shift and your dinner plans to come help our family. This is the kind of community I love." Janice Dean, Fox News.
I'm Ashley DeBorkin with a Fox Celebrity Profile with Five for Fighting, a.k.a. John Andrasik, who joins Bare Naked Ladies on the Last Summer on Earth tour. His set includes his greatest hits, recent recordings, and he spoke about how he always incorporates a song for our military and military families.
Every show for the last 15 years, we do a song that either recognizes our military veterans or our military families. And it's kind of become a tradition. Songs like Two Lights, songs like Freedom Never Cries. You know, I think it's important to recognize those who kind of secure our freedom and the military families, and we'll continue to do that.
He enjoys sharing the stories behind his songs with audience.
I think for me, the way I like to see my favorite artists is like, James Taylor with the guitar. Tell me where that song came from. Tell me something I don't know about that. Tell me if you're sick of playing it 20,000 times. And also, playing the solo shows or even the quartet shows, it kind of keeps you on your toes.
Ashley DeBorkin, Fox News.
Fox News Books presents Unbroken Bonds of Battle, a modern warrior's book of heroism, patriotism, and friendship. After suffering a life-changing injury, retired Marine Johnny Joey Jones had people to rely on, his fellow veterans. Now, he's spotlighting their service in his new book, from the high cost of defending our freedom to the remarkable triumphs that they achieved together. Johnny Joey Jones presents Unbroken Bonds of Battle, the latest book in the Modern Warrior series. Buy today at foxnewsbooks.com.
Show like no other. It's Brian Kilmeade.
There's a couple of things that this exposed. Number one, even if Putin had wanted to stop it, and it appeared that he did, Prigozhin and his forces shot down multiple Russian aircraft on their way to Moscow, and it exposed that the cupboard is bare when it comes to security forces for internal security. 85% of the Russian military is devoted to Ukraine. All the chips are on that table, and I think Putin's going to be looking over his shoulder for the foreseeable future.
Pretty interesting, right? That is Mike Waltz, the go-to guy on all things that don't have anything to do with party, but just about security and defense. And he was weighing in on what was going on last weekend and what has changed since. We understand, too, the general, as I just mentioned, that was in charge of the nuclear codes, understood to be charged of the nuclear codes, that evidently was in conversation with Prigozhin last weekend, is missing. We also are not sure the whereabouts of the Wagner leader and founder over in Belarus. Maybe it's different now if we go and check in with Daniel Bilak. He is the member of the territory.
Hey, Brian, how are you?
So, first off, I don't know how much you know about the Russia situation. It is vital to the success of Ukraine. But has anything changed on the ground, according to your forces, with the counterinsurgency since the uprising on Saturday?
Well, Brian, we just keep taking more land every day. We're moving forward on multiple fronts of a kilometer to 2 kilometers every day. That may not, it's like a mile every day. I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it actually is quite substantial, especially when you think about the multiple lines of mines that we've got to go through and all the trenches and the fortifications that have been dug. And the fact that we don't have air cover. Our troops are moving forward with armor, much of it provided by the people of the United States, which we're very grateful for.
but we don't have the air cover. And you know, our guys are just heroically digging them literally out of the trenches. They're losing a battalion a day, Brian, and that's a lot. That's like 500-600 men. And the other day they lost over 1,000 in one day. And so, you know, we're taking a fight to them. We have the strategic initiative, as General Zaluzny, our chief of the general staff said, and we're pushing them back in Bakhmut, and we're pushing them back in Zaporizhzhia front. So they're you know, as we move closer to cutting off the land bridge. So it's slow but steady, and you know, we have not seen, you know, and they've been reinforced by all the guys, the troops they brought from Kherson when they blew the dam. They moved so it was pretty clear why they blew the dam in Kherson, to flood the plains and make it harder for us to cross, and to be able to reinforce their lines in other places using those troops. But, you know, we're undeterred, and we're just going to keep pushing them out.
So I hear, you know, you're supposed to do the long-range missiles, I thought, from Britain, and I heard your pilots are being trained for F-15s, F-16s. Have you heard any progress on that?
Well, I mean, it's one thing to train our pilots, frankly, should have been started training in last fall when we asked for this for the first time. You know, unfortunately, it's happening, which is great. Unfortunately, it's happening pretty late in the day. So, I mean, we may not get those planes until you know, after the summer, which, you know, we need them now. But we can't wait, Brian. We got to move forward. We got to take easy advantage of what we're doing, and whatever we get, we'll get. The long-range missiles that the British have given us have proven very effective. We've taken out a key set of bridges that connected the Post Road to Crimea, which they were using to resupply their forces from Crimea into Zaporizhzhia and Kherson, and even up into Donetsk. And you know, if we had the ATACMS, we'd be so much more effective. But, you know, hopefully we'll get those. I understand that there's some movement in Congress to try to get the administration to finally agree on that. But they would be super, super helpful to us. And, you know, the sooner we get this done, Brian, the sooner we all celebrate victory. And, you know, the people of the United States can feel very, very proud of what they've done to preserve freedom and democracy in Europe and against this terrorist state.
Listen, it's a blow to China. Russia, every time Russia takes a hit, China takes a hit. This is an evil combination. Who would have thought that Russia needed to be propped up using North Korean missiles and drones from Iran? I mean, these are junior nations, impoverished nations who brutalize their people. I thought they'd have military hardware, but this is supposed to be a semi-superpower, and they're falling apart before our eyes. I want you to hear Vladimir Putin. This is one of the yesterday he was seen on the streets, and this is what he said about the Wagner Group, Cut 39.
The organizers of the rebellion, betraying their country, their people, betrayed those who were dragged into the crime. They lied to them, pushed them to death, under fire, to shoot at their own.
And here's what Prigozhin said, Cut 40.
We showed a masterclass on how February 24th, 2022 should look like. We did not have the goal of overthrowing the existing regime and the legally elected government, which we have talked about many times. We turned around so as not to shed the blood of Russian soldiers.
Now, the word is he was expecting other military to fold them into the regular army. I think it's important in the big picture that the Wagner Group is not in, and that Vladimir Putin is not putting a warrant out to kill Prigozhin or using his name necessarily, and he's asking for weapons back. Now, I love that the Wagner Group is not in and is not fighting against you guys. What's been the effect on the battlefield, and what do you think's really happening?
Well, you know, Brian, this is like, you know, Frankenstein's monster turning around and attacking the creator. I mean, you know, the Wagner Group has really been an extension of the Russian military. They were created to allow Russia some form of plausible deniability when they go into African and Middle Eastern countries and try to, you know, either overthrow governments or support people like Syria and Iran. But it just shows how completely compromised, and you know, it took them a year. took Wagner a year to take Bakhmut, and they almost took Moscow. And they took Rostov in 2 hours and almost took Moscow in a day. So, it gives you a pretty good idea that, the emperor has no clothes, and there's nothing worse for a dictator than to stop being feared by his people. So Putin's paranoia must be at just like, unprecedented levels right now. And he's been shown he has to compromise with basically a warlord. It shows that Russia doesn't have an army that they can fight. He's got to rely on warlords.
And he's got to rely on Chechens. The Chechens are going to confront Wagner. I mean, what kind of country is this? 85% of their military is deployed in your country. So, and they're not doing well. They're good at mining people and killing civilians. So I want you to hear Will Hurd. As you know, you might know, the congressman from Texas running for president who spent 9 years in the CIA. And this is what he said. He's not somebody just to fly off the handle either.
And one of the things that I was concerned that Secretary Blinken said, he said help the Ukrainians take back land that they lost in the last 16 months. How about we take back land that they lost since 2014? We should be making sure that we're supporting Ukraine and pushing the Russians out of Crimea, out of the Donbass. And I hope that was just him misspeaking and that the official policy is not just going back to the way things were when the Russians most recently invaded 16 months ago.
So I know he's singing your song, but what is the U.S. policy, Daniel?
Well, I'm really hoping that it is going to continue to be that total victory means back to our territorial boundaries and our full sovereignty of 1991, meaning all of our territory back, including Crimea and the Donbass. I mean, you and I both know, Brian, that if we leave the Russians on 1 square inch of Ukrainian soil, there will never be peace in Europe, and it'll be a pause, and he'll just rearm, regroup, and come back. Yeah. And the only way to ensure peace in Europe is to defeat the Russian army. We are now the eastern shield of NATO. We got the NATO summit coming up. NATO needs Ukraine as much as Ukraine needs NATO. I mean, without us in fighting this fight, there would be huge security issues in the Baltics that can taxpayer 50 cents a day and no cost in American lives. This victory will be the greatest victory of the United States in the post-World War II era.
Yeah, and we just stopped the expansionism. Daniel Bilek, obviously the line isn't great, but my goodness, he's in Kyiv. He's in Ukraine. The guy's an accountant, put on the fatigues, and is fighting this war. That's how hard they're fighting, and that's where your money's going, and I think you should feel good about it. Barney and Company will do a simulcast next. You'll listen to the Brian Kilmeade Show. At the back end of my live simulcast, I'll be able to take some calls, so line up.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information. Want to get FDA-approved generic Viagra sent to your door and get your first month free? RexMD has made the process incredibly simple. Here's what RexMD patients are saying.
The process with RexMD was really easy. You go online, you answer the medical questions. I didn't have to call a doctor. They made it fast and simple.
I order it. The medication is at my house within a couple of days.
I can tell my wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
Your consultation is free, your shipping is free, and your first month is free. Generic Viagra starting at just $2 per tablet at freerexmd.com.
My partner thinks that I am a rock star.
It's life-changing. It's literally life-changing.
I wish I hadn't waited as long as I did.
REXMD.com.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for health care can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Medi-Share works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, economy or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network. Listen to the all-new Brett Baier podcast featuring Common Ground, talking to lawmakers weekly from opposite sides of the political spectrum about the issues of the day and how Americans can find common ground in a politicized world.
That's just not happening on Capitol Hill. It takes leadership, right?
Yeah, it absolutely does.
Along with all your Brett Baier favorites like the campaign, the candidates, the all-star panel, and much more. Available now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
Saving you money, I'm Hillary Barsky. Major appliances are expensive, and there are things that you can do to make them last so you don't have to buy a new model. Let's start with the fridge. You need to clean the dust that accumulates around the compressor and coils, which can reduce airflow, causing temperature issues and shortening the life of the refrigerator. And make sure to clean your oven and range around every 3 months. You can use the self-cleaning feature, but not for deep cleaning major messes. And properly load the dishwasher and place all silverware and dishes in the right way without anything sticking out so nothing jams the door or damages the dishwasher. And don't overload your washing machine, filling up your machine past the fill line, add strain on the motor, tub bearings, and other parts. And don't forget to read instruction manuals. Yes, it might be boring, but it will help you make sure you're using your appliance correctly and will also give you pointers on maintaining it. Saving you money, Hillary Barsky, Fox News.
This summer,
What is it going to take to stop the U.S.?
it's the U.S.
Two-time defending champs.
versus the world. When the best team on the planet looks for a third consecutive World Cup win. The FIFA Women's World Cup begins July 20th on Fox.
Now, the Brian Kilmeade Show joins Fox Business's Varney & Company with Stuart Varney, live on your radio and on Fox Business. Here's Brian Kilmeade.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. In a matter of moments, we're going to go on FBN, the Fox Business Network, and we're going to be talking about a few things. We're going to be talking about Hunter Biden, the investigation that's moving forward that even other people are tracking, other networks besides ours. Also, we're going to be talking about the New York City Pizza Alliance, which is fantastic, and also looking at the historic ruling by the Supreme Court that overturns affirmative action as a reason to get admission into college. And I think we're ready as a country. What about you? But first, let's listen in.
Into space. We are following it, and guess what? It's 10:51 on the East Coast. That means it's time for Brian Kilmeade for defamation. You know, Hunter's scandals, I hate to say, are really piling up because it really doesn't do it justice. I mean, where do we go from here? It's drip, drip, drip of scandal, scandal, scandal. And this guy just seems to just float along merrily, doesn't he?
Yes. And we're not looking at new scandals. This is paying for the old scandals where he seems... Yeah. It seems to still think he's impervious to ever getting any type of punishment. Think about when he shows up at that Modi dinner in front of everyone. No, the cameras were rolling. Think about going to Camp David with his father when the Russian invasion's happening, knowing this the Hunter Biden explanation, the whistleblowers coming forward about the true investigation. And now think about Johnny Mac Isaac. He is the one who was just absolutely getting death threats because he handed in the Hunter Biden laptop to the FBI. And after 9 months of feeling like a criminal from the FBI and basically had his dad step in to kind of watch his back, who's got the military background, then all of a sudden this becomes major news. He was told the laptop is fake. Johnny Mac Isaac, again, he has to go hide. He's worried about his own welfare. And now even the Washington Post says it's real, he said, wait a second. They're still defaming me. They won't admit it's his, technically, but they're countersuing him now for exposing things on the laptop while still not admitting that it's his laptop.
It's just, it's just mind-boggling, the whole thing. But I want to move on to another scandal. A pizza alliance, Brian, has been formed to fight against New York's new rules on coal and wood-fired pizza ovens. The city wants them to cut emissions by 75%. That means they could end up spending 20 grand on new filters. Of all the things that are happening in New York City, and we've been talking about this a lot, but is this the focus that we really should be looking at?
It's bizarre. I mean, the same thing Mayor Adams yesterday saying kids should make sure that every teacher gives kids 5 to 7 minutes just to sit there still and breathe. Really? Okay, is that the way you want to get math scores up and English scores to soar? They're way below grade point average, and now they decide to focus on pizza kitchens. You know what is emblematic of something you talk about all the time? Yeah. They have no sense in the Democratic Party of what is it like to run a business. Nobody who ever ran a small business in their life, from dry cleaner to small restaurant, would ever walk in and put a mandate on something with margins so small that will require $20,000 or you're shut down. They also wouldn't have been shutting down businesses and fining them the way they were during the pandemic, crashing into kitchens, trying to find a short order cook with the mask below his nose so they can hit you with a $10,000 fine. That's very similar to the $20,000 you've got to go to clean up what's in your chimney. And don't tell me it's not going to change the taste of the pizza. It absolutely will affect the heat. Experts say that absolutely will affect the pizza. You want to take everything good about New York? It's bad enough the Mets are having such a disappointing season. Now we're giving up pizza? But I love that they're combining. I love that they're combining and becoming a force, and I hope they all show up because if you've ever been to a pizza place, they are loud, and they are confident people, and you don't want to cross them.
You don't. We had Paulie G on yesterday. I know you did on Fox and Friends. He was great. Very quickly, though, what always just absolutely boggles my mind more than anything is these policies are ridiculous. And yet, in New York City, in Chicago, in San Francisco, these liberal, progressive government leaders, even when they're booted out of office, they're replaced by another liberal, progressive leader. I don't understand why voters don't kick them out altogether.
You know, actually, the other thing is Republicans are to blame, too. They just have given up on the cities. We're the organizations. It might take a few elections, but you present them with another opportunity, another legitimate option. It makes everybody better. But right now they say, let's just focus on the governor races. Let's focus on the areas in which we can be successful. Instead of realizing to be a successful party, you can't do it without the urban community. We become very polarized when we give up on certain sections of the country. And I would love to see a Rudy Giuliani emerge in Chicago and in Philadelphia and in New York and in Los Angeles and San Francisco.
We'll keep on dreaming.
They just came up with this mandate that you have to, with coal and with wood, they decide the carbon footprint is too great. So if you have an oven that was not put in prior to 2016, that was put in prior to 2016, you got to change it within a very short period of time. You got to alter it. We're going to have inspectors, and they're good at inspecting in New York, or we'll shut you down. So that's a $20,000 investment. So we've asked a few pizza people, especially after the pandemic, what do you think? Do you have it? He goes, well, no, I don't have $20,000 sitting around. So in a mandate that is unfunded to the small business people fighting to sell every slice in order to make ends meet. We just do the opposite. They say the Biden administration overall has added $10,000 to every family due to regulation. The one thing that Trump did, as experts will reveal later, more than the tax cuts, which were the corporate tax cuts, got to 21%, brought back trillions. But the one thing that Trump did better than anybody else, he cut regulation. And he even said to me, he might even said it on this show, cutting regulations was even more effective than anything we did on tax cuts, because it also gives the business owner a sense that we're on your side. How can I help you? It's kind of the attitude that Texas and Florida has. How do we get you down here? How do we get you to be a police officer in our city? How do we get you to get your pool company in our city? How do we get Elon Musk and SpaceX out of California to Texas? Give them a tax break, give them some land, and tell them they're appreciated. And all they want to do is give back. That's the attitude. We need that in America again.
Advertisement.
Listen to The Point anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Find your favorite stations like The Point and discover more. Music stations, local and trusted news sources, sports talk and team coverage, plus today's biggest podcasts. Find it all on the Odyssey app. AUDACY.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Sharp criticism for the Supreme Court. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden says he strongly disagrees with the ruling handed down this morning that strikes down affirmative action in colleges and universities.
I believe our colleges are stronger when they're racially diverse. Our nation is stronger because we are tapping into the full range of talent in this nation.
That Harvard and the University of North Carolina are in violation of the Constitution's Equal Protection Clause by using race in admissions decisions. The court's 3 liberal justices dissented, warning that the opinion rolls back decades of precedent to the ruling.
It is a complete misnomer to suggest this is about colorblind, when in fact, it is about being blind to history.
Harris encouraged those in attendance to read the dissenting opinion of Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, saying the justice said it's a moment where the court has not fully understood the importance of equal opportunity for the people of our country. Violent protests continue across France, with fires being set for the 2nd night in a row after a police officer shot and killed a teenage driver.
French President Emmanuel Macron held an emergency meeting today over the violence, putting in effect a curfew tonight in some areas and even ending public transportation early. It all started on Tuesday when a police officer shot and killed a driver for running a traffic stop. The driver, a 17-year-old named Nael, was working as a delivery worker. Friends acknowledged that he was driving without a license, although that deadly use of force mobilized people across the nation. Today, the officer who opened fire is charged with voluntary homicide.
Fox's Alex Hogan. America is listening to Fox News.
Stay on top of the latest forecast with America's Weather Team in the palm of your hands.
Here's the latest from America's Weather Center.
It's Fox weather updates throughout your busy day, every day.
5 inches of rain by tomorrow.
Temperatures being 30 degrees above average.
Put the podcast precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com. Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
A utility company is seeking a federal loan to cut California's wildfire risk.
Pacific Gas and Electric tells the Wall Street Journal it has applied for a roughly $7 billion loan with the Energy Department to help reduce the risk of wildfires in California. Executives say the funds will go to bury roughly 10,000 miles of power lines and upgrade the state's electric grid. PG&E has struggled for years to reduce fire risk, pleading guilty to involuntary manslaughter charges after power lines sparked the 2018 Camp Fire that killed 84 people in Northern California. President Biden recently announcing California will receive $67 million in federal funding to build power lines and transmission infrastructure, an effort he says aims to make the state more climate resilient. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
An update on Madonna after a health scare that was made public yesterday.
Madonna is out of the hospital and recuperating at home after her stay at the intensive care unit due to a serious bacterial infection. According to Fox News Digital, she is home and feeling better. Her longtime friend, Rosie O'Donnell, also assured fans on her Instagram with a throwback pic of the two in a yoga pose. She wrote, "She's feeling good," and added a thumbs up emoji. The two met while filming the movie A League of Their Own in the early 90s. Madonna's manager broke the news about the superstar's hospitalization. He wrote, "On Saturday, June 24th, Madonna developed a serious bacterial infection, which led to a several-day stay in the ICU. The pop superstar's 40th anniversary celebration tour was postponed." Michelle Polino, Fox News.
A team of Italian researchers has reached the edge of space. They're flying aboard Virgin Galactic's rocket-powered plane. They launched this morning from the New Mexico desert. The flight was a research mission with the Italian crew performing experiments that included measuring how the body and cognitive abilities are affected by microgravity. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
If you love them enough to turn off your music and pretend like their music is your music,
this is Mommy's jam.
then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're in the right car seat.
Let's play it again.
Check today at NHTSA.gov/the-right seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Top going division. It's Brian Kilmeade.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the latest moments of the Brian Kilmeade Show. We're going to have EJ and Tony with us, economists with the Heritage Foundation, in about 15 minutes. And then Kennedy at the bottom of the hour to ride the breaking news, which is about the Supreme Court. They've just struck down affirmative action. Means we're all on a level playing field when it comes to getting admitted to colleges. Remember, this case was brought and got to the Supreme Court level when an Asian American decided that he was being discriminated against because his grades were through the roof. He should be getting into an Ivy League school, but he wouldn't because there were already enough Asians. And he thought to himself, wait a second, how could you discriminate me? I'm a minority, and I can't get in because other Asians also have discriminating, and they believe that discriminating when it comes to college admissions in 2023 is discrimination, deciding that if you are a minority, you should have a leg up on, I guess, white people. That, to me, is no longer going to fly, in theory, with these colleges. Now, keep in mind, too, when it comes to this, the debate is worthy because a lot of people who do it on their own merits, who happen to be a minority, so they walk around campus and then people look at me as if to say, the only reason you're here is because of the color of your skin. So the people that earn their way in have that label. Also, if you get into a university that you can't handle, that your high school grades said and your SAT scores reveal that you can't handle an Ivy League school, you're not helping anybody. You're struggling. You're not getting out of it. You're going to hate it. And you're not an institution so reflective of what you've learned to this point. So that's the other side of it. But just another interesting thing coming from the Supreme Court. And, of course, everybody on the left is outraged. They say it's unbelievable. Can you pop up again the dissent, if you can, Pete? So the dissent on this is from Sotomayor. Obviously, I think the decision went on party lines. But here's what Sotomayor wrote in dissent. Notwithstanding this court's actions, society's progress towards equality cannot almost all uses of race in college admissions. Universities can and should continue to use all available tools to meet society's needs for diversities in education. Despite the court's unjustified exercise of power, that's what she believes, the opinion today will serve only to highlight the court's own impotence in the face of America, whose cries for equality resound. As has been the case before in the history of America, democracy, the arc of the moral universe will bend towards racial justice despite the court's efforts today to impede its progress. Martin Luther King said, our God is marching on. There you go. Or you could say society's got to the point where they don't need it. that African Americans, Asians, minorities don't need a leg up because they melted into the country. They have been able to use the same educational system, and they don't need to be graded on a curve anymore. We'll talk about that. All right, I do want to talk about what's happened with Hunter Biden. Last night, Gary Shapley did his second network interview, and it was with Bret Baier. Who is Gary Shapley? Gary Shapley's the IRS whistleblower. What has he done? He's worked on the Hunter Biden case for the past 5 years, and for the last 14 years, he's been an investigator for the IRS. You know, relentless guy. We've all had these people in our lives, in our work. And you know what it's like. If you have a small fine of $5,000, $7,000, $80,000, they're coming after you. They're figuring out a way. They'll garnish your wages if they have to. I got an email earlier, a guy said that I was owed $300. The IRS said they owed $300. He didn't believe it. He kept going back. They kept fighting it. And finally, they just took it. They took it out of his paycheck. So that's how ruthless they can be. Even file in 2014 and 2015 while doing deals with Kazakhstan, China, writing off things like sex clubs along the way. And the IRS got a hold of this. They're about to blow it up, and they were told you can't pursue it. You can't pursue it against the father who ended up being the president. You can't pursue it against the family. And they ended up giving a heads up. The prosecution got a heads up. Gave a heads up to the defense, to the Bidens, before any raid was done or any investigation took place. In fact, everybody was given a heads up who were friends or business partners of the Bidens. Nobody talked to them except for Rob Walker, and he was helpful. So here's a little of what Shapley said. He said the IRS wanted to get a search warrant for Hunter's storage locker, but prosecutors tipped off the lawyers. Said investigators weren't allowed to ask questions about the president or include certain names during the Hunter probe. Hunter's latent account received $5 million days after the WhatsApp message that was threatened one of the CEOs of this Chinese energy company. However, pay taxes, not $1.5 million. James Comer came out and says it's more like 20 and growing. Here's Gary Shapley, cut 2.
I was there and I witnessed this personally, and he started with, they went to the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office in March of 2022, and they presented this case to them. At the same time as that was occurring, they requested discovery from the agents, which is a typical step when they're getting ready to charge. Now, that occurred, he was no longer looking to charge in that district.
So the guy is David Weiss. He was in charge, but he wasn't really in charge. He said he was in charge. He wrote a letter to Jim Jordan saying he was in charge. Merrick Garland says he was in charge. But in these meetings with IRS agents and FBI agents, he said he wasn't. You just heard that. So when Shapley was done, he memorialized this in an email and then sent it to some of the people in that room and said, guys, is this how you remember this conversation? And they wrote back and they said, yeah, you got it exactly. That's it. So he said, I'm going to come forward. He ends up coming forward. Cut 4.
I didn't learn that fact until October 7th of 2022, so looking back to March of 2022. And that's when David Weiss, in October 7th, 2022, said that the D.C. U.S. Attorney's Office will not allow us to charge there. And then he added that he would requested special counsel authority and was denied. In that meeting, I even had him repeat that because I knew how important that fact was, and I wanted to make sure I understood it.
There you go. I'll play another one here. This is about following up with President Biden because in his mind, especially in the WhatsApp message saying his father, Hunter Biden, said, my father's sitting right next to me. This is what he said, cut 6.
When we received the attorney-client filter-reviewed copy of information from the search warrant to Apple, which produced that document, we went back to the prosecutors and we requested to take various investigative steps, and they were not supported. And when they weren't supported, they said, well, maybe he wasn't co-located with him. So, well, we can take investigative steps to see if that happened, right. And they didn't support anything in relation to that effort, and it's consistent with their ongoing theme of not allowing us to pursue or ask questions about President Biden, the big guy.
Is this maddening or what? And they're cutting close, and you can see that Biden is getting a little. He's always ticked off, but he gets up, he talks to the press.
President Biden, how involved were you in your son's Chinese shakedown text message? Were you sitting there? Were you involved?
No, I wasn't.
Were you?
No.
little angry, huh? Well, then your son's a liar, just telling you. You know, the son that always does everything right and is great, he's a liar because he said, my dad's sitting right next to me. They geolocated him, and he was in the beach house when he sent the WhatsApp message. How did you get the WhatsApp message? They sent a subpoena to Apple. Apple cooperated, and they gave it to him. That's one of the few cooperations. So what does it mean in perspective? Jonathan Turley weighed in last night, cut 12.
I think the key here is that we are well past the threshold for oversight investigations and the possibility of impeachable offenses. You can't deny that. There are false statements here that have to be explored. And so oversight committees have every right to delve into these issues, and I think courts will support them. At this point, the power of Congress to investigate this matter is at its apex. There are criminal and potentially impeachable matters involved, and they can move this aggressively and quickly, in my view.
Candidate and have a policy, and that is to underline his great economy. The problem is the numbers reveal that only 33% of the country thinks our economy's great, and just over 20% thinks we're on the right path. Is Bidenomics going to be his ticket to 4 more years in the White House? We'll discuss it. Don't move.
Want even more Brian? Download the podcast at BrianKilmeadshow.com. Every episode, exclusive interviews on demand. More of Kilmeade coming up.
Ad paid for by Anthem Tax Services. Attention, if you or your business is behind in filing your tax returns, or if you owe over $10,000 in back taxes to the IRS, please listen carefully. The IRS does not joke around and will not stop their collection efforts. If you're tired of the IRS letters, levies, liens, or wage garnishments and would like to get a fresh start, we can help. Due to the financial hardships in the country, the IRS is making it easier than ever to settle tax problems for those who owe more than $10,000. We can help settle your delinquent tax problems, end all collections, and may even reduce your back taxes significantly. Even if you can't afford to pay your back taxes, you can still get the help you need. We've helped thousands of taxpayers just like you, but you must call 800-217-1316 today to stop your tax problem from getting worse. The information is free and the help is real. Call 800-217-1316. That's 800-217-1316. Again, 800-217-1316.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Freedom is vital to a business owner like you. And having the right capital from Capitus can give you that freedom. Freedom to take action when your business needs you to. Don't let a lack of financing prevent you from running your operations, purchasing new equipment, or expanding your business. Capitus financing could be the answer you're looking for. Head over to Capitus.com today and see what options we have for you. That's Capitus.com. Capitus.com.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
The Fearless and Proud podcast series looks at acts of bravery and strength by women. And in this first season, we look at women who played important roles in the Civil War as soldiers, spies, and battlefield nurses. Listen ad-free on Fox News Podcasts via Apple Podcasts. And Prime members can listen to this show ad-free on Amazon Music.
The Dean's List with Janice Dean.
A wounded war dog that became a role model for kindness makes today's Dean's List. A brave German Shepherd named Rambo was hit by shrapnel during a rocket attack in Ukraine. His injuries made it impossible for him to continue his duties alongside of soldiers, and now his surgery that saved his life. He was brought to a rehab center and is now training to help interact with kids, older adults, and people with disabilities. Rambo is also teaching humans to be kind despite despite what they look like, Rambo looks different, but he's just as lovable as all dogs who haven't been through what he has. It's those qualities that the police department hopes inspire others to open themselves to kindness and acceptance and to persevere in the face of adversity. Rambo, you are one amazing German Shepherd. You made the Doggy Dean's list. Janice Dean, Fox News.
Now, from the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
Yankee great Casey Stengel and Mickey Mantle testified before the Senate Antitrust and Monopoly Subcommittee hearing on baseball.
I was asking you, sir, why it is that baseball wants this bill passed.
I would say I wouldn't know, but I would say the reason why they'd want it passed is to keep baseball going as the highest baseball sport that has gone into baseball, and from the baseball angle. I'm not going to speak of any other sport. I'm not in here to argue about other sports. I'm in the baseball business. It's been run cleaner than any baseball business that was ever put out in the 100 years at the present time.
Well, Mr. Mantle, do you have any observations with reference to the applicability of the antitrust laws to baseball?
My views are just about the same as Casey's.
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archives of Fox News Talk.
Streaming now on Fox Nation, an exclusive comedy event. Rob Schneider woke up in America.
Men can't have babies. I don't care what they say. I feel something. Take some Metamucil. This problem's going to work its way out.
He stands up and sounds off on women.
A woman is someone who gets mad at you for something you did 3 years ago.
Diversity.
I want a pilot who says, we're going down in 3 languages.
Vasectomy.
You should take a drink before this next joke. I'm serious.
Rob Schneider woke up in America. Streaming now on Fox Nation. Sign up at foxnation.com.
The middle class. It failed America. It blew up the deficit. It increased inequity. And it weakened our infrastructure. It stripped the dignity, determined to change the economic direction of this country. You know, reversing 40 years of Republican trickle-down economics that helped few but hurt the middle class, it's going to take some time. I'm here to say we have a plan that's turning things around incredibly quickly.
And that is Bidenomics, I guess. Spend a lot. Make sure interest rates are high. Keep inflation high, 40-year high overall. 33% of the country don't seem to like it. 20% think we're on the right track. But that's exactly what Joe Biden wants to do, and that's what his people are saying. They say the American people want the low unemployment, which is true. There's 10 million open jobs, which is also, I think, bad. But they say anyone who wants a job can get a job, so go get a job. E.J. Antoni joins us now. He's an economist with the Heritage Foundation. E.J., welcome back.
Oh, Brian, thanks for having me again.
So were you surprised that the administration's rolling out Bidenomics?
Oh, absolutely, because if you look at the track record, what is there to brag about? And amazingly, what they're doing is just essentially gaslighting the American people and saying, don't believe your lying eyes, don't believe your empty wallets, and instead just believe what we're saying. It's scary. It's very Orwellian.
To think that they think it's going well. You know what they're saying is, look at the projects being done. People need to realize the infrastructure. He's pointing over and over to
jobs that we've seen created under the Biden administration are simply us just getting back to pre-pandemic levels. And if you look at the pre-pandemic trend, we're still about 2 million, a little more than 2 million jobs below that because labor force participation is down.
Yeah.
The employment to population ratio is still depressed. So we are still far below trend. On top of that, we have double counting the jobs numbers from
right. Also, with the interest rates high, I guess real estate prices have dropped for the first time in a long time.
Right, that's starting to come down really since for the first time since the financial
trickle-down economics. The deficits were added, but those deficits you could deal with those deficits. How is this president's focus on middle out doing?
Oh, my goodness. I
never heard of that, by the way. Is that a principle in
No,
economics?
Dear goodness, nothing this president says is a principle in economics. And this whole thing of trickle down is a straw man. Find me the person who espouses this theory. Find me where it's been implemented ever. I mean, what we saw under the Trump administration, for example, which he claims was trickle down economics, we saw real wages growing for lower income earners. Today, they're falling. So far from a case where you're giving handouts to the wealthy, the Trump tax cuts disproportionately went to people in lower incomes.
You also write, EJ, that with regulation being back in the fray all of a sudden instead of being cut, is costing families between $7,000 and $10,000.
Right. And, this is one of the things that people really miss because it's just so hard to identify these things. But you saw under the Trump administration, the biggest impact they probably had was not the tax cuts. It was the reduction in regulation. We saw the exact same thing under Ronald Reagan. The reduction in taxes really didn't result from the businesses coming back home. Well, initially, you always see this reduction in corporate revenue because the rate's lower. But what happens is, as you just said, corporations come home, corporations increase their activity, and as a result of that, the tax base grows more than the reduction in the rate, and you end up with higher revenues.
So that has worked. Do you fear it going up under this?
Depend on the corporations, but for some corporations, it represents a 15 percentage point increase.
So they wanted to roll out Bidenomics, like Reaganomics. They wanted it to come out. Here's Joe Biden. No one briefed him that this was their idea. Cut 22.
You guys granted, I didn't. I never called it Bidenomics, and so I was asked the question. Why did I?
Your economic team is calling it Bidenomics.
No, wait, let's get it straight. First time we're using the Wall Street Journal. Okay? I don't go around beating my chest Bidenomics. So the press started calling it Bidenomics. I like it. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine because it is my policy.
Well, what's going on? Just embrace it. I mean, if you're proud of it, embrace it. Why are you wrestling with that?
Well, probably because there's such a hesitancy to embrace it because it's bad policy, and you know that from the bad results. I find it so ironic that he is trashing the last 40 years of economic policy as if it's been somehow horrible. In the last 40 years, we never had inflation like we've had under Joe Biden. So please explain to me how Bidenomics is so superior to what we've had before.
Where's the deficit done for these 2.5 years under the Biden administration? What's happened to the deficit?
Oh, it's exploding. If you look at, for example, the current fiscal year, in the first 5 months, you had a deficit that was larger than the first 11 months of the previous fiscal year. In other words, Biden has managed to essentially double the deficit in a year's time.
Yeah, what about the reclaiming of COVID funds? Is that going on, or is that just
increase? They were going to claw back all of the. Now only a small portion of that is going to get clawed back, which means the rest is going to be spent. But there's nothing to spend it on, so it's going to be wasted.
The untapped, pun intended, the untapped part of the economy is energy. Mm-hmm. How are they being affected?
Oh, dear goodness. There was actually a report earlier this year that showed if Biden had simply made no changes to Trump's energy policies, we would have several more million barrels a day being produced here at home, right, and billions more cubic feet of natural gas. But instead, he has done everything he could to put a boot on the neck of American energy producers.
All right. To the magic, which is Bidenomics. Just don't bring it up to him because he doesn't want to be called Bidenomics. Go figure. Kennedy's next.
From the Fox News Podcasts Network, Fox News Rewind Financial Crisis 08.
This is an extraordinary period for America's economy.
A look back at the biggest financial crisis since the Great Depression.
The market is not functioning properly.
And the events leading up to it from the people who were there.
You started to see the Dow plunge in synchronicity with the vote on the House floor.
Subscribe now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you download podcasts.
Never, ever 100% trust Wall Street.
I'm Ashley DeVorkin with a Fox Celebrity Profile with country singer-songwriter Kimberly Perry, formerly of the band Perry, who is releasing debut solo EP, Bloom.
I think this first collection of the Bloom project, these 5 songs really speak a lot to the space that I needed to make in my life, both as a creative and as a woman, to stand on my own 2 feet and to really look back and embrace the highs and the lows of the last handful of years and really make peace with both halves of that. Even in a song, If At a Young Part 2, it was a really important song to me the first time that I wrote it. It was such a full circle moment to get to write a sequel to that song.
She's excited for this next chapter, including
promoting music in probably November, December, and then 2024 is we're going to have a bus baby. Can't wait to just hit the road and play this music across the country.
Ashley DeVorkin, Fox News.
This is Poll Parade with Fox News Director of Polling, Dana Blanton.
Unemployment sits at a 54-year low. The pandemic emergency is over, and Joe Biden's party had a more successful midterm election than any president in decades. You'd be forgiven if you thought that would pave a smooth path for a president's reelection. But our Fox News survey shows some potholes. Inflation continues to be the top concern for voters. 90% are worried about it, including most Democrats. And more than 8 voters in 10 read the evening on the economy ends up underwater by 32 points. And his approval overall stands at 42%, near his record low. It's a smooth path to foxnews.com/poll. I'm Dana Blanton, and that's your Poll Parade.
Now, from the historical audio archives of Fox News Talk.
One of the forgotten players, standing only 5'4". He was known as the Little Giant from Little Dixie. In 1992, Albert recalled meeting future presidents Nixon and Kennedy on his first day of Congress.
Nixon walked across from the Republican side of the aisle and shook hands with me and asked me if we had a college contest somewhere in the high school, and I won that one. And he asked me if I was the one who won that contest. I said yes. He said, well, he tried out for it later on, but he didn't get that far. John Kennedy came over to me and introduced himself, and he said, are you the Oklahoma boy that was a Rhodes Scholar? I said, yes. He said, well, I met several Rhodes Scholars, so I met them both the first day.
Stay tuned to hear more history as it unfolds before your ears. It's the audio archives of Fox News Talk.
This is House Call for Health. An advisory panel for the Food and Drug Administration voting in favor of a new drug for Alzheimer's disease. The vote paves the way for the medication Leqembi to be considered for full FDA. Gave accelerated approval back in January, so it's already available to some patients. A final decision on full approval is expected by early July. That would pave the way for some sort of coverage by Medicare. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention describes Alzheimer's as the most common type of dementia, a progressive disease that starts with slight memory loss but can eventually lead to issues with conversation and responding to a person's environment, as well as memories. And complications from declining brain function can ultimately lead to death. For more health news, go to foxnewshealth.com. House Call for Health. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Did you hear the news? Now you can. With instant updates from Fox, because everything's ready to go in the app. Just say,
Alexa, play news from Fox.
In Fox News.
It's the latest when you need it, on demand, from Fox News and Amazon Alexa.
Kilmeade. Hey, welcome back, everybody. You know, this is pretty interesting because Eric usually rolls in a clip to kind of talk about what we should talk about first. And if I don't talk to him, he'll do it by himself. But with you here, Kennedy, he probably feels as though we should play defense. Because you're like a wild Bronco.
Yeah.
And we should.
Oh, I thought I was playing defense.
No.
Oh.
Well,
because whatever you guys are talking about in there is better than whatever I'm going to roll in.
I just caught a glimpse of myself on the monitor. I look like a crazy person. I walked into your office
just put your hair up,
thinking I look amazing. I look so classy, and I looked at myself and I'm like, I should be in a home.
Holidays.
Holidays.
Yeah. Not like you shouldn't be sentenced to a home. No, but you had your hair down. You just put it up right before.
Yeah.
I could never do that.
If you grew your hair out, you could.
Can't.
I don't know that.
So the hair and then my back of my neck grows up.
Does it really? Well, then you could put it up on top of your head. Just have it keep growing up.
Just keep growing up. That look a little wacky. So we're just looking at the first thing with affirmative action.
Mm-hmm.
An Asian man was upset that he couldn't get into college even though he had the best grades around, and he said you discriminate against Asians. So he brought it up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court says in 2023 we no longer need affirmative action, so no more race-based admissions. Al Sharpton to even put a camera in his car today. He's so upset. Chuck Schumer thinks it's bad. I just read Sotomayor's dissent. If you had to type out something, what would it say?
We need school choice.
Thank you.
Yes, it is very hard for a lot of minority students to get into college because they have been so underserved by being forced into failing schools where they don't have a snowball's chance in hell of success. So it starts so much further back than college in that admissions process. And I get very upset when people say, oh, it's just white women, rich white women who want school choice. No, actually, minority children are the ones who are the most choice. That means competition. That means better schools. So kids from every community all across the country would have a much better foundation that their parents could be a part of and select. And then by the time they got to college, they would be in a far better position.
There's school choice in Arizona. There's school choice in Oklahoma. There's school choice in Iowa. There's school choice in Florida. Texas. So, I mean, there's a lot of places, just off the top of my head, they're ahead of us a little bit.
Of all races. And it's really, I mean, it's pretty awful. Like, we have been raised to think that the university system, particularly in our country, is a meritocracy.
Yeah.
That if you work hard and you check all the boxes and you do community service, you get great grades, you do well on the SAT, then you are writing your own ticket. But I have heard stories of so many state schools because of...
Right. Because I know it's, for example, if you are white and you're applying to Harvard, you better be really white. Or, I should probably rephrase that. Your grades have to be 111, and you have to be George Bush's relative in some way to get in. If we level the playing field, do you think America... establishments, or do you think that people will go out of their way? These admissions, no one's telling Harvard what to do. They're not mandating what to do. Doesn't mean that Harvard can't say, I guess no, it does mean they cannot say, I need 100 blacks, 100 Asians, 100 American Indians, 100 Filipinos. They can't say that anymore.
Yeah, so we have to...
Could be an unsaid mandate.
It is such an antiquated education system that we have in this country. We shouldn't be surprised in the disparity of outcomes. But it starts so much further back than college. So you can't be surprised at this, but also race-based admissions aren't necessarily the fix. That's not...
I listened to some black students on campus, and they said, now you know how we feel. Because they would see a celebrity on campus. Some really have 105 averages and almost a near-perfect SAT, but they looked at it and said, you're only here because you're famous, or we know who your dad or your mom is. And they said a lot of these African Americans do have great grades, and people go, "You're only here because you're a minority."
Yeah, that's
also
and
wrong.
It also creates another form of soft bigotry.
Yes,
it's awful. We're not doing it right. Whatever we're doing, like I look at this, but obviously I look at it from a limited government perspective, and wherever things are the most screwed up, that's where you find.
Can we talk about something refreshing, exhilarating?
Summer cocktails?
That's second. I'm thinking of Hunter Biden.
Oh, yeah. Right. Please. Hit me with your best shot.
Right, Pat Benatar. So we notice that right now Hunter got his red backpack, and he went in to be deposed because Johnny Paul Mac Isaac's attorney wants to talk to him about a defamation lawsuit, and he's going to countersue back on a laptop he might or might not be his.
I love that his attorneys are still sticking with, might not be his. Like, really?
While you're suing the guy.
Who put all those ween pics on there? The Russians? Where'd they get them?
Dossier?
Perhaps. That's absolutely right.
Dossier.
Christopher Steele.
Right.
Randy photographer.
Absolutely. So I want you to hear Merrick Garland, cut 3.
Mr. Weiss, who was appointed by President Trump as the U.S. Attorney in Delaware and assigned this matter during the previous administration, would be permitted to continue his investigation and to make a decision to prosecute any way in which he wanted to.
Can you explain the rationale for not appointing a special counsel in this case?
Mr. Weiss had, in fact, more authority than a special counsel would have had.
The only problem with that statement is none of it's true.
None of it's true. Not even a little.
Right.
And also, he is just assuming that no one is going to challenge him on that statement. So if David Weiss had more power than special counsel, why did he make several requests to be named?
And David Weiss in the same room.
I would like to see them in the same room. And I would like to see them with Gary Shapley in the same room.
Yeah.
And I would like all of them to answer questions and provide documentation, because if Hunter Biden were a legitimate person, why would you need someone to engineer a letter from 51 former intelligence officials on his behalf running defense in order to get the president elected? If there was nothing there, if he's just, sort of a cracked out family member, They knew what was on there. They knew it was real. And all of this that has followed from that just smacks of corruption and cronyism. And it's not the kind of government that we were set up to have.
Right. I don't know if you saw me interview us interview James Comer today.
I was sleeping because my daughter had her graduation party, and I was up till 2 in the morning cleaning, but I really meant to.
Right.
How was it?
I had one great question. It was 3 hours.
I mean, you're being very humble now. Yeah.
So I had one great question. I just said, look, it turns out, according to Shapley, the laptop was authenticated in October of 2019. Now, we know what...
Thomas Jefferson.
Almost.
Donald Trump.
And the William Barr was the Attorney General. And I'm just wondering, did William Barr get briefed from the FBI just saying, hey, guys, we got this laptop. A lot of crazy stuff is on here. Joe Biden's like, why would Christopher Wray not tell William Barr? And if William Barr found out that the laptop is real and it shows maybe the former vice president is dealing, using influence to change policy.
I think he knew that. I think they kept a lot from him. Those deep staters who had been in successive administrations, they have their own shorthand.
They just stopped it. They just stopped this whole thing and didn't even tell the guy in charge. I understand that Merrick Garland might go, yeah, I'm not saying anything. But for William Barr not to get word, that is a smash system. Christopher Wray appointed whatever we have to do to make sure Trump is not president. And I think
I believe that.
And I think it's crazy to think that we'd accept that.
Of course it's crazy but that's the problem with what is dubbed the deep state, is you have technocrats who feel like they know better than voters. And it is not only okay for them, it is their moral responsibility to change the outcome of elections when they feel they know which candidate would better serve the country.
Right. That's not the way democracy works, according to reports.
Do you have those reports?
Yes. I'm going to put them in front of an audio tape later at my golf club and claim that they are on back. It's not even 8.3 million that Shapley says. Listen to this, cut 10.
If you look at all the money that the Bidens took in, I mean, that's going to exceed $20 million. The way they set these up in these shell companies, these LLCs, they were deducting basic living expenses as business write-offs when there was no business. There was no legitimate business. For example, Owasco was supposedly Hunter Biden's law firm account, but he didn't practice law. But that was an LLC for his law firm. That's where he wired money there, and he was paying for the pornography site, which is what triggered the IRS investigation to begin with. It was an audit not of Hunter Biden, but of a pornography site.
But by the way, for the record, they say it was an audit of an amateur pornography site. They aren't
that
pros.
You can write off.
Right.
Yeah, amateur pornography you can write off.
They were still in school. They don't want to ruin their eligibility. So, just like, these are amateurs. Just got to warn you.
More years of eligibility, but
they should be able to, according to reports. So Comer says, can you imagine? Yeah. Can you imagine 20 million? I mean, where is this money? How dare you take this money and not pay any taxes? How dare your father get up and tell everyone pay a fair share?
Pay your fair share.
Is that too much? 8%. This guy's paying 0%.
What a knob.
And what is knob? Is that an act?
The worst thing that's ever happened to him, because then the presidential microscope is not kind, and he can't pull his shenanigans like he could when his dad was at the Naval Observatory.
Very specific. They said there's 10 different incidents. When he was there, they could tell you what exactly happened. Now, if you're Devin Archer, you're going to jail anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So why not just come out and say, yeah, I'm not asking you. Do you know who Tony Bobulinski is?
Was his wife working in the White House?
This is the craziest thing ever. When we come back.
Oh, I love a cliffhanger.
Right. When we come back. Wall Street, banks, the U.S. dollar, unpredictable. You need a portfolio asset that behaves differently. Can't tell you many people come up to me and say, Brian, are you worried about the money? Are you worried about the economy? No. It's called Spirits Capital Corporation. They developed this investment opportunity that some experts say is steadily outperforming stocks, gold, and treasuries. Cask investment deeds, they call it CIDs, are secured by newly filled barrels of premium Americans. Get in on the barrel level because the older it gets, the more valuable it gets. Why not Have fun with your investment. Cask allocation is limited. Call 1-800-988-8070. That's 1-800-988-8070. Or go to caskdeeds.com. CASK-deeds.com. This is paid for by Spirits Capital Corporation. Individual results may vary. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment.
Or the end of one. Introducing 24/7. Only from Simply Safe. Now, monitoring agents can see and speak to intruders through our new indoor camera to help stop crime in real time and for fast police response. Get 20% off.
We still connect you with top local pros and show you ratings and reviews. But now, we also let you compare upfront prices on hundreds of projects and book a service in
News Podcasts Network.
Hey, everyone. It's Kennedy, and you can listen to my podcast, Kennedy Saves the World. It's going 5 days a week right here on the Fox News Podcast Network. We're bringing you all the fan favorites. Party Swap, Kennedy's Court, even a Kennedy Saves the World happy hour. Listen on Spotify, Apple, FoxNewsPodcast.com, or wherever you down words.
Tell another story. 33-year-old Brittany Holbrook allegedly gunned down 30-year-old Tyler Newlish after an argument. The couple's roommate called 911, and police say they found Holbrook cradling Newlish in the living room floor of their Key West home. He was taken to the hospital where he died. Now, the roommate says he didn't witness the shooting, but claims Newlish said Holbrook shot him in the back as he lay dying. But according to an affidavit, Holbrook told to kill her. But police say there were no marks to suggest that she was attacked. Holbrook is being charged with 1 count of premeditated murder. You can get more on this story at foxnews.com. Subscribe now to the Fox True Crime Podcast with Emily Campagno. I'm Gianna Gelosi with your Fox True Crime Minute.
You've read the shocking headlines, heard the troubling statistics, but what's the real story behind our country's crime epidemic? Starting Monday, July 3rd, the Fox News Rundown presents America's Calm, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Radio that makes you think. This is the Brian Kilmeade Show.
Well, guess what? A guy driving a truck hit anyway, knocked down a whole bridge bill. 3/4 of U.S. industries grew more consecrated.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
So he's saying because of the infrastructure bill, when a truck erroneously takes out a bridge, we can rebuild it?
Okay. We couldn't have done that before.
The infrastructure bill.
We had to have $6 trillion to do that.
All right. So your thoughts about him doing that 4 times a week? I mean, let's just say minimum when you're trying to run for president, 4 times a week. He struggled. He doesn't even know the name of his Bidenomics was supposed to be the theme.
All he did was question the theme.
Right. Jill. By the way, where is she?
Very good, Brian.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Where is she? I mean, that guy should never be alone.
She's probably starting the sequel of Stella Got Her Groove Back.
Right. By the way, is that a good movie? Because I thought
it was adorable. Yeah.
What happened? She had tragedy, and then she got her groove back?
Yeah, with a younger dude, man. Like on vacation.
So did the guy die? Did her original husband die?
I don't remember that part. I just remember her getting all sassy with a young fella. Little cubby, they call it.
What was the turning point in the show?
Probably when they boned.
Okay, that's not, I don't think that's
you asked.
Appropriate.
Well.
But you were accurate. So we want me to tell you about Devin Archer?
Yes. Oh, the Devin Archer cliffhanger. I almost forgot.
So Devin Archer's in that picture with the Bidens, but of course they didn't talk about business in the golf. They're playing golf, right? Of course they never talk about business. I know nothing about my son's overseas business operations, except for when I golf with him for 7 hours. So Devin Archer, when Donald Trump decides he's going to cheat on Ivanka with Marla Maples, they had to get Marla Maples out of there. So she liked to play tennis. So they sent her to the tennis club, and guess who she played with? Devin Archer. Because Devin Archer could play.
Marla Maples did?
Yes. So she's playing tennis with, she's within the Trump circle. They're playing at one of the Trump clubs, playing tennis, Marla Maples and Devin Archer. Little would they know, he would, years later, meet Hunter Biden in college or something, and end up going into business with him.
Wow.
And
then goes to prison.
Right.
Circle of life.
And how about I'm not sure that circle of life really works here, but I know what you mean. It means But and what about the guy that's...
Well, no, because he was born into politics, lived through different administrations and powerful offspring of influential people, and then goes to prison. That's a circle.
Seems like a Pentagon. You mentioned 5 different points when making lists.
Points on the circle.
Right. So, and the other thing would be you were either dead, disappeared. The Chinese guy that they're dealing with, that they're WhatsApp messaging.
Henry Zhao, where is he?
Where is he? And
I
also,
haven't seen him.
There's the Dung guy.
Yeah.
D-O-N-G. Is that the same one? Because there's Z and there's Dung.
Yeah, that's absolutely what I've said every day since high school.
Exactly. But for this case, they're gone. Right?
Sayonara, friends.
What about the tone in that message? That's not the way we talk to them now.
Certainly not.
This is Claire Melania from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
Not too cool for me. And in return, I reciprocate that sentiment. I'll never be too cool for you. I was a man with a plan, but now I'm a dad with a decree, and you can't take that from me. Please let it be noted that I told my job they can dock my pay. Right now, it's just too important to take you to school every day. I want to be legendary for you. I want you to puff out your chest when you go to school, the same way I do. I walk taller because of you, because I found everything to live for.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Download our app from the App Store and Google Play. This is K227CT, KUSG Hagutnya. This is The Point.
A harsh criticism for the Supreme Court. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden says he strongly disagrees with today's ruling that strikes down affirmative action at colleges and universities, urging schools to continue efforts to make their student bodies diverse.
What I propose for consideration is a new standard, where colleges take into account the adversity a student has overcome when selecting among qualified applicants.
6-3 ruling authored by Chief Justice John Roberts says Harvard and the University of North Carolina are in violation of the Constitution's Equal Protection Clause by using race in admissions decisions. Vice President Kamala Harris also expressing disappointment in the ruling while at the Essence Festival in New Orleans this afternoon.
Our administration will use all the tools in our power to continue to applaud policies that understand the importance and the significance and the strength of diversity.
And the vice president said the ruling is a denial of opportunity, saying the court has not fully understood the importance of equal opportunity for the people of our country. Pentagon officials make an important determination about the Chinese spy balloon, which traveled across the country earlier this year.
The balloon, which was first spotted in Montana, made its way across the U.S. during late January, before being shot down off of the coast of South Carolina by an F-22 on February the 4th. At the time, there was concern about the balloon collecting and transmitting sensitive U.S. military information back to China. Pentagon spokesman General Patrick Ryder.
It has been our assessment now that it did not collect while it was transiting the United States or overflying the United States.
And therefore, in the Department of Defense's view, the balloon sent no information back to China.
Fox's Kevin Ureski. America is listening to Fox News.
the Fox News Podcast Network.
I'm Emily Campagno, and this is the Fox True Crime Podcast.
And I had nothing to do with her disappearance.
I sit down with the people who lived the nightmares.
I was in shock. I was just devastated.
The investigators who tirelessly worked on the case.
And I really hope that they can catch this guy.
Bringing you closer to the story than you ever thought possible.
Listen and follow now at foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
These are the stories that keep you up at night.
Get all of your favorite Fox News podcasts commercial-free on Apple Podcasts with Fox News Podcasts Plus. From Dana Perino, Kennedy, Ben Domenech, The Duffys, and many more. Subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. The Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day, featuring insight from top newsmakers, reporters, and Fox News contributors. Listen and subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com.
A Connecticut man is officially charged for attacking a state lawmaker attending a Muslim religious service.
Andre Desmond faces several charges, including assault, breach of peace, and unlawful restraint. Police say he attacked State Representative Miriam Khan, her kids, and her sister Wednesday as they left the service marking Eid al-Adha, the close of the yearly pilgrimage to Mecca. Police say Desmond confronted Khan, assaulted her, and tried to keep her from leaving the scene. The confrontation was enough to cause the representative minor injuries. Desmond was stopped and held by other congregation members until police arrived to arrest him. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
3 Florida men have been charged with insider trading, netting $22 million, claiming they had knowledge beforehand of former President Donald Trump's media company going public. As we approach Independence Day, a survey outlines brands that Americans view as the most patriotic.
Jeep still rules the road when it comes to patriotism, but Disney isn't far behind, according to the annual Most Patriotic Brands in America survey. For the 22nd consecutive year, Jeep, the vehicle maker with an 80-plus year history and deep ties with the U.S. military and owned by multinational company Stellantis, is the leader of the pack. However, Disney claimed the second spot for the second year in a row, which could be seen as somewhat surprising in light of its battles with Florida Governor and Republican presidential hopeful Ron DeSantis. The other companies rounding out the top 5 include Ford, Coca-Cola, and Levi Strauss.
Fox's Hillary Barsky. The Grammy Awards are heading back to Los Angeles next year. The Recording Academy has announced the award show will air on CBS February 4th. Earlier this month, the Recording Academy announced 3 new categories will be added to the Grammys in 2024. Best Pop Dance Recording, Best African Music Performance, and Best Alternative Jazz Album. I'm Lee Silasara. This is Fox News.
Stop by GCC's College Fair, Sunday, July 2nd at the Micronesia Mall from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. On-site registration for the 2023 fall semester, adult education classes, and financial aid. The last day to register for fall semester is August 11th. This event is free and open to the public. Win prizes throughout the day, and all on-site registrants will get a chance to win a 5th-gen iPad Air. Thank you to our supporters, Macy's Guam, Beyond the Box, and Docomo Pacific. What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is Dariana. We call him Day for short. Every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge. And there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, that he's a good person. I want him to be able to sit back one day and go, we worked together, we did a good job.
That's dedication. Find out more at fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Thursday edition of Clay and Buck kicks off right now. Everybody, thank you for being with us. I finally made it back to Miami, Clay, after, 12,000 flights canceled earlier in the week. Things getting a little crazy there. And lots of people affected by this. What's going on with the FAA? Isn't Mayor Pete Buttigieg supposed to be handling this kind of stuff? Transportation Secretary? He's doing a heck of a job. He's the most infamous Transportation Secretary, maybe the only one anyone could even name in recent memory. But we'll dive into a little bit of what's going on there later on. We also have a very interesting case in New York City of a man who was defending himself and his girlfriend with a knife, who was arrested on the subway. This happened. He was arrested for stabbing to death a guy that attacked him and his girlfriend, and he has just had charges dismissed, which is interesting considering the Daniel Penny case also making its way through the courts. We will absolutely discuss that. But I think we should hop right into this. We got a lot of things to talk about today. Senator Tim Scott, presidential candidate, will be with us later. Chris Christie not joining today, says he doesn't feel well. Clay will give the benefit of the doubt on this one and just say, okay, I do believe he was on TV this morning, but if he's really not feeling well, we will gladly have him on next week to answer some questions.
How bad would you have to feel to not do a 15-minute radio interview?
Really, really sick. Like no voice, I think short of no voice, it's probably inexcusable. So, but look, benefit of the doubt, because we're gentlemen. We're just we don't think he's ducking us here. This is a great opportunity for any Republican presidential contender.
For any candidate.
Yeah.
I mean, our audience is so big, RFK Jr., I mean, why would you not want to talk to this audience?
So, a little strange. Just want to tell you, because we promote it, and we did have him booked, and he's backed out. He's claiming health reasons, and, maybe. So, we're just going to take this one this time as the rain check, and we should be having him on the next week or two. All right. The big story today, by far, huge breaking news from just the last 2 hours or so, is that affirmative action in college admissions has been resoundingly ruled unconstitutional, a violation of the Equal Protection Clause, a 6-3 decision coming down. I was ripping through it, speed reading as fast as I could today when this thing came out, and the Democrats are obviously very upset about this. Joe Biden, I believe, is going to speak about this decision today. Yes, President Biden is going to give remarks at 12:30 Eastern. So at the bottom of this hour, he may be addressing everyone, Clay. It's pretty straightforward when you read, and I'm very curious to hear your take on this. I would say that one of the first times that I realized that the left just makes up things and is dishonest early on in my political formulation was on affirmative action as a high school kid. I had the Asian kids in my class. I went to technically like a school for the gifted. I had Asian kids in my class who were geniuses in their respective fields of study, and they were having very different college lists and very different admissions from some of the other minorities in the class who we knew were much lower down in the class rankings by GPA. And that was when you say, hold on, why is this fair? It's not fair, obviously. The whole thing is not fair. And we can get into it. I mean, for you, what was the single? For me, there was a line: eliminating racial discrimination means eliminating all of it. That was from the majority opinion.
Yeah, what stood out to me is, and there's not going to be, I don't think, a vast amount of attention on this because it's always characterized, these cases are, as if it's, white, black. Really, this is about Asian discrimination. And here's what stood out to me. There is a penalty of around 140 SAT points on an Asian applicant to an elite college. That is, you get substantial detraction based on being Asian when it comes to admission. And if you are Hispanic, you get a 130-point bonus on average. And if you are black, you get a 310-point bonus. And here's another stat fact that is out there before we get into the actual reasoning and everything else associated with it. Well, two more things, Buck, I would say. One, here is the stat. This is from Greg Price, Harvard's affirmative action policies, and I'm reading from his tweet. A black student in the 40th percentile of their academic index was more likely to get in than an Asian student in the 100th percentile. I mean, think about how crazy that is. Black students in the 50th percentile are more likely to get in than white students at the very top. And then additionally, you're going to see all sorts of craziness, including, as you mentioned, Joe Biden speaking at 12:30 Eastern, about 20 minutes from now. Huge majorities in the United States believe this Supreme Court decision is the right one. Buck, 74% of Americans believe that race should not be used as a factor in public college and university admissions, including 60% of Democrats, 75% of independents, and 88% of Republicans. And you'll remember, because we talked about this on the program, the state of California overwhelmingly rejected the return of affirmative action in the 2022 midterms by massive majorities. So while you're going to see a lot of left-wing activism reacting to this, it's actually a decision that the vast majority of the American public, Republican, Democrat, and Independent, agree with. And this, to me, is indicative, Buck, of how often the talking points of left-wing policy are super far left-wing when it comes to what they are saying. It doesn't even reflect what the majority of the party believes.
Justice Roberts, writing for the majority, had a real piece-by-piece demolition of this. There's the what I would argue are the very purely almost legal formalism aspects of this, or the mechanistic, well, stare decisis, this was previously decided, there's some of this back and forth. And then there's just the what's really going on here component of it, like what's actually happening. And on the what's actually happening, they lose on both counts, the pro-affirmative action side of this. And I read as much of Sotomayor's dissent as I could stomach. But how this is implemented in practice versus what they said it would be, that's when you realize the whole thing is a scam. I mean, for one, they rely on a precedent that says that there would be no need for this in 25 years. They were arguing that they should have a few more years of this, 4 more years of this, as if that would somehow address anything, right? That was one of the ways the pro-affirmative action side was going at this. The diversity benefits to an education. I mean, this is something that you would put on a slide at some kind of HR meeting or something. You'd say, well, what does that even mean? It means nothing. It can't be measured. So when they say that it has to have strict scrutiny applied, which is very specific legal tests for why you would be able to take race into account at all, strict scrutiny on the applied so that you can then meet the educational benefits of diversity. What is that? It's meaningless. I mean, this is meaningless. And when you start to look at it, it becomes even more absurd. The categories are overbroad. It's another thing they brought up. I mean, that they treat for the purposes of admission. Everyone should understand this. If you are an immigrant kid from South Korea whose parents arrive here and speak no English, you are treated the same way as, for the purposes of admission, as a Pakistani, kid who maybe has parents who have founded some company is worth $1 billion. Doesn't matter. Asian and Asian. Very far away, very different cultures, very different backgrounds and different ethnicities, but Asian is Asian, that's why this whole thing really fell apart. I mean, you brought this up on the Asian side of it. Relies on stereotyping, which is also true. Oh, if you're black, you'll bring this to the conversation. If you're Asian, you'll bring that to the conversation. That's absurd. You can't make these determinations. And then the fact that it was negatively used against some. These were kind of the main that they said, oh, it's not that we take it against you that you're Asian. We're just going to give more points to black and Hispanic applicants. Well, it's zero sum.
Yeah, what it does is it presumes that you are a perfect representation of your race on a socioeconomic basis. We all know that, for instance, Barack Obama and Michelle Obama's kids are far more advantaged than almost anybody, white, black, Asian, or Hispanic in the country, yet they would count as black and be given tremendous advantages for purposes of admissions. I would say, Buck, so if they gave me a magic wand, right, and they said, hey, how would you handle college admissions? I do think there should be some element of consideration for socioeconomic status, right? It is, I believe, harder for someone from the lowest quartile, right, the bottom 25% of income to rise to the level of getting into Harvard than it is to somebody from the 90th some odd percentile. And, in fact, if you go look, for instance, at Ivy League data, Buck, overwhelmingly Ivy League institutions are made up of super wealthy people, no matter who what their background is, right? There are a lot of black kids walking around at Harvard whose moms and dads are doctors and lawyers, yet they get a benefit because of their race. I do think there is socioeconomic lack of opportunity in this country, right? It is harder to rise. This is factual. It is harder to rise from the bottom 10% to get into Harvard or any other elite academic institution. I think that could be taken into consideration. I don't know what you think about this. I actually wish that and would support eliminating legacy admissions. I understand people out there who argue for it. I don't think just because your mom or dad got into a school that you should get a substantial benefit, in my opinion, that you should get a substantial benefit because your mom or dad went there. That obviously goes on in a big way. I don't think that makes sense either. I just wish we had, in many ways, as meritocratic of a system as we possibly could. I also think we focus, and I'm curious what you would say about this, way too much on where people go to college. And I'll say this as somebody who went through it. We went to elite schools, but by the time you're out of your 20s, where you went to college has no impact whatsoever on your success once you're out of your 20s.
So I really mean this, and I say this with the reflection, the sort of self-understanding, and which you bring to this as well, of, yeah, we both went to institutions that were supposed to be able to help us and elevate us in the job market, et cetera. When I went to the CIA, I was working along people who, a lot of them came from state schools. A lot of them came from programs where they had to do, extra. We had obviously a lot of veterans also who did later in life study, finished their degrees later on. My point here just being, there's many ways to get there. There's many options. There's many pathways. And I think that the value of the elite degree, the quote-unquote elite degree, is much less than it once was. I also think that because so many people are getting 4-year degrees, the notion that it is inherently, and this takes us to the student loan issue, right, that all these people are told you need to get a college degree or else you'll never have the kind of earnings you should have. It's not true. There are a lot of people that, when you say, I think, Clay, there's a little bit of but we should talk more about trade school. And the left will say, the right-wingers don't really take that seriously. Yeah, like everyone should learn to be, an air conditioning repairman or something. It's like skilled electricians make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, right? And don't have $150,000 of college debt or whatever it may be. People that can do some of the trades and grow, and there's always the managerial track. There's just a lot of ways to get there without necessarily having the stamp of some of these more elite schools. And I think that that's going to continue. I think in part because these schools are also less serious institutions than they used to be. Honestly, they're just not. They're hard to get into, but they're kind of like a social club once you're there. It's kind of a joke for a lot of people once you're actually into the school.
We're approaching 100 employees at Outkick. I'm not sure that I know where anybody that we have hired went to school. I'm just using that as an example. I think it matters when you're 22 or 23 and you're trying to get your first job. It doesn't matter at all after that first job. And I think that is we need to have a big discussion. I think this is a big deal, this ruling. But I think the implications and what the colleges and universities are going to do going forward is also a big
Can I make a prediction? We can come back to it. The admitted numbers of the preferred or elevated minorities in this process will not change. And they will not change because they will just continue to do what they do. They'll just find another way to do it so that it's harder to track what they're doing in the admissions process.
I think that's true. And sadly, I think it's likely that many of these standardized admission tests are going to be done away with because they'll say that they are reinforcing the
They're going to make it optional.
Racism.
Play. And then there's going to be this wink and a nod of, well, you don't have to submit your SATs. But that other guy, if he wants in, he's going to have to submit his SATs. That's what I see coming.
You've heard us talk about our friend Dutch Mendenhall. He's the co-founder and CEO of Rad Diversified. You can add the word author to his credentials. His new book is called Money Shackles. What are money shackles? These shackles represent the financial hamstrings that Americans have fought with. Go to school, get in debt, buy a car, get in debt. He believes it's the wrong thoughts, wrong teachings. In his book, he'll give you strategies to use debt to your advantage and tap into lucrative alternative investment vehicles to redefine your American dream. Dutch is on a mission to be at the forefront of the greatest financial change in American history and look beyond Wall Street and see the future of alternative investments. It's now no longer just available to the super rich. Get ready for the redefined American dream with Money Shackles. Learn more at therad.com. That's THERAD.com. Break free from your money shackles. Visit therad.com.
Learn and laugh. Weekdays with Clay Travis and Buck Sexton.
It's all too obvious. We're being distracted by meaningless news headlines. When you dig to find the truth, you discover that the American way of life is being threatened by the institutions we used to trust. It's easy to see the future holds more food shortages, systematic controls, and government overreach. But instead of throwing up their hands, folks are preparing. They're taking steps to be self-reliant and investing in emergency food storage. My Patriot Supply, the nation's largest emergency preparedness company, makes it easy to get started and join the ranks with this limited-time offer. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and get their top-selling 4-week emergency food kit. Enjoy tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Get new lower pricing this week on these 4-week emergency food kits. Secure at least one food kit for each member of your family. They ship free, too. Those who know what's coming are preparing. Smart folks. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com right now. MyPatriotSupply.com.
No sound bites, no quick hits. Each week on Talk Easy with Sam Fragoso, you'll hear intimate, long-form conversations with some of today's most interesting public figures, like Jake Tapper, Amanda Seyfried, Noam Chomsky, and more. It's the podcast where people sound like people.
I want to go back. You're laughing at me.
No, I'm just noticing you have a very seductive voice, so it's like, yeah, let's go back. Yeah, I want to go back. Wherever you're taking me, I want to go there.
Listen to Talk Easy with Sam Fragoso wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Jacob Goldstein. I used to host a show called Planet Money. Now I'm starting a new show. It's called What's Your Problem? Every week on What's Your Problem, entrepreneurs and engineers describe the future they're going to build once they solve a few problems. How do you build a drone delivery business from scratch?
Our customers, they want us to do this unbelievably reliably, in the storms, no matter what, and hundreds of times a day.
How do you turn a wild dream about a new kind of biology into a $10 billion company?
We didn't have a particular technology. We didn't have a way of making money. It was a great way to start a company. I highly recommend
What could go wrong? How do you sell millions of dollars worth of dog ramps for wiener dogs in the middle of a pandemic?
We're working with 400 influencers, and the majority of them are actually not a person, but it's actually a dog.
I can tell you right now, the dog ramp guy has some very interesting problems. Listen to What's Your Problem wherever you get your podcasts.
Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin. Get the lowdown on all things cryptocurrency on the Coin Bureau podcast. Your home for unbiased crypto knowledge. Hosts Guy Turner and Mike Mooch share the latest tips and tricks, providing education about cryptocurrency without the hype.
I had to go back and think about money in general and how I understood it. And once I got that all square, I found that Bitcoin and crypto
made more sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Listen to the Coin Bureau podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Somewhere tonight, a Wells Fargo guard, an ex-Wells Fargo guard, is on the run with $7 million in cash.
White Eagle is a 6-part true crime podcast that explores one of the largest heists in U.S. history. On September 12, 1983, 25-year-old Victor Herrera set off to work for an armored car company. 12 hours later,
the thief had so much money to steal from here that he couldn't even haul it all away.
But stealing the money was only the beginning. This is the story about a robbery that captivated national media.
It was all over the front page of every place in the world.
Divided Congress.
What we want to know is, why did the president make this decision?
And mobilized a radical organization.
I was ready to engage in gunfire if it had to be to protect my comrade from getting caught.
Listen and subscribe to White Eagle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your favorite shows.
Welcome back in, Clay Travis, Buck Sexton Show. Buck, I just popped up a couple of questions, and I'm curious to see. The first question is, do you believe race should be used as a consideration in college or university admissions? And already 1,000 people voted on that in the first 3 minutes. 98-2, the answer is no. 98-2, all right? Almost, my audience so far, almost 100% agreement that it should not.
I mean, can I just say, if we could get, all the MSNBC today is in full mourning, right? I mean,
Yes.
this is a sad day for CNN and MSNBC on air. They're going to be complaining about this. And ultimately, what they want to tell everybody is that an immigrant kid from Vietnam who arrives here, his parents arrive here and have not a penny to their name, and that kid just, works his heart out and gets a 1,600 on the SATs and a 4.0 GPA. That doesn't matter as much as somebody who's black, Latino, or Native American who gets 200 or 300 points less because of historical discrimination.
Yeah,
that's what they're saying.
Could have multimillionaire parents. Right?
Yes.
To me, that's the catch. When you're giving benefit to kids who have every benefit already, it's an added benefit. I put up another poll, and I'm curious on this one. We're about to go to break. Legacy admissions. Do you think the kids, this is a question for you guys, we could potentially talk about it as everybody's reacting. Do you think the kids or grandkids of parents who went to a school should get a benefit?
So I have something to tell everybody, legacy admissions on that side of it, that is not being taken into the debate. But we'll come back to this in a second. Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, 3 cell phone companies charging you too much money every month for the same quality of service you can get from Pure Talk for far less money. How much lower? Right now, get unlimited talk, unlimited text, and ultra-fast 5G data for just $20 a month. When it comes to Pure Talk's coverage, it's every bit as good. Pure Talk uses the most dependable 5G network in the country. Make the switch and put the savings into your pocket. Using your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the keywords Clay and Buck to get unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $20 a month. Pure Talk's amazing U.S. customer service team will make switching so easy. Pick up your phone, dial pound 250, say Clay and Buck for unlimited talk and text with plenty of 5G data for just $20 a month. You'll be signing on with a veteran-owned company. Just one more reason to make the switch today. Dial pound 250 and say Clay and Buck. Save an additional 50% off your first month.
Sexton on the front lines of truth. Your next true crime podcast obsession. On April 4th, 1968, a lone gunman assassinated Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in Memphis, Tennessee. At least, that's the official story. The MLK Tapes podcast explores recordings of eyewitness testimonies to reveal the real story of the plot to kill Dr. King.
James Earl Ray was a pawn for the official story.
Listen to the MLK Tapes wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello.
Hi. Oh my God, I want to come through the screen and hug you. Hey everybody, Jessica Zor here, also known as Vanessa Abrams on Gossip Girl. I am so excited to share my new podcast with you guys. It's called XOXO, and it's a walk down memory lane all about Gossip Girl. I'll chat with some of the cast, crew, fans of the show, and I'm just so pumped for you guys to go on this journey with me.
Hi, I'm Ed Westwick. I played Chuck Bass.
Is this Michelle Trachtenberg? I'll never tell.
Hey, I'm Taylor Momsen, and I played Jenny Humphrey.
Hi, I'm Sebastian Stan, and I played Carter Payson.
That was one of the reasons I liked the character Jenny so much, is that she was very relatable.
The whole thing was such a joy for me to do, and I was just so thankful that people responded the way they did to what we were doing.
This really was just wonderful. I have warm feelings inside.
Yeah, me too.
To the case of the 2016 slaughter of 8 members of an Ohio family on the Pink Moon Murders podcast. Investigative journalist David Raderman tells the story of a night that shocked the nation with its brutality. Who would commit such horrific crimes, and why?
Schools went into lockdown, stores closed, and home doors were bolted shut as word spread that a mass murderer was on the loose.
Listen to the Pink Moon Murders wherever you get your podcasts.
Anxiety and panic attacks can take over your life, but only
only if you let them. Join comedian Jen Kirkman for Anxiety Bites, the podcast about normalizing anxiety. Jen thinks it's time for those living with the condition to stop whispering, "I have anxiety," and to start saying it out loud with a shrug.
You can have a great life and be anxious during it.
Jen brings her own life lessons, humor, and hope to a show that's an open, honest discussion about anxiety disorders.
If I hear one more time, oh, it's left over from being a caveman. Well, okay, but when will this default setting to being anxious? When will this change?
Along the way, Jen speaks with PhDs, creatives, and spiritual gurus about how to self-diagnose, start treatment, and live every day with anxiety and panic.
It's interesting with a panic attack that it never really is about anything that's happening in that moment, right? It's always kind of this build-up where, like, you almost can't take it anymore. It's the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Listen to Anxiety Bites wherever you get your podcasts.
Think you could avoid being drawn into a cult? The answer might surprise you. Every week on the new documentary-style podcast, Was I in a Cult? You'll hear fascinating real-life stories from cult survivors who got in and, most importantly, got back out again.
Why are we all so obsessed with cults?
Well, because it could happen to anyone.
Perhaps you too will be asking yourself, wait, was I in a cult?
Listen to Was I in a Cult wherever you get your podcasts.
Bridgerton Season 2 is out now on Netflix, and it's left us with some pressing questions, like how did Colin Bridgerton look so tan if they filmed in the winter?
We talked about the idea of how I was going to be tanned, whether it's going to be like a spray tan, and I would have to have it every couple of weeks or something.
Oh my goodness.
But then it was much easier to just like sort of tan my face, neck, and hands.
No Bridgerton season would be complete without behind-the-scenes stories and exclusive interviews from the cast and crew.
My big question is why bees? Why bees, Julia?
Something very special that Shonda has brought to this show is that people of colour are cast and playing in it as if really all it is about is human beings.
It was very weird. You know, you film the show, you finish, the world changes, and then you're going back. It was like one of the first times I'd like left the house.
Fall in love all over again with Bridgerton, the official podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
Take a trip back to Apartment 4D, home to the crew of the sitcom New Girl for 7 incredible seasons. On the Welcome to Our Show podcast, join real-life friends Zooey Deschanel, Hannah Simone, and Lamorne Morris as they rewatch their Emmy-nominated series.
We could do a whole episode dedicated to Jake Johnson and his lack of awareness around certain technological things, especially with his phone.
Listen to Welcome to Our Show, wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, welcome back. A big day in the Supreme Court. We have seen the striking down by a 6-3 decision of affirmative action based on race in college admissions. We're also expanding that discussion out a little bit to should there be some kind of socioeconomic component in college admissions that is taken into account? Should there be some change in legacy admissions? So those are all certainly interesting and worthwhile aspects of the discussion, I think, too. First off, I can say, Clay, they're very unhappy with this over in the Democrat world. They view this as an enormous, betrayal of a system that has been in place that, quite honestly, has benefited a lot of the people that you see on TV and a lot of members of Congress. And, there are people that recognize, I think, whether they're open, some are open about it, others don't like to talk about it, that they themselves benefited very directly from affirmative action and all of this, as we talk about all of this. So that's going on. You brought up legacy admissions. So legacy admissions, I had a couple friends. One, actually, I went to school with, and then he was on the admissions board of my college later on. So I got to know quite a bit when he left. He wouldn't tell me anything when he was actually on the board when he left about it. They have this really, the numbers show it's not accurate, but there's this longstanding perception that it's necessary for fundraising. So it's just about the money. Yeah. That's why they take the children of alumni, because they believe they are more likely to donate, but some schools have gone away from that. I can tell you another area, you may not like this one, some of these schools always say, well, we have to recruit for all these different sports because otherwise alumni donations will drive. Now, I'm not talking about like University of Michigan football. I'm talking about, Swarthmore field hockey, okay?
Yeah.
And they're like, why do we have to? Oh, because the alumni will stop donating if we don't have winning teams. I'm like, I don't think anyone's not writing a check because of women's field hockey at Swarthmore.
Yeah, right.
So, there are these ideas that are untrue, and it's funny because the left comes back at this. AOC's already done this with, they didn't even. Well, this is about skin color and college admissions. If they want to do a legacy admissions case, fine. And it's really hard to justify this on the merits because you're really just saying, well, I think your rich mom and dad are more likely to write a check, so I'm going to let you in because your mom or dad went here, right? I think that's a failed notion, a failed approach. But I also think that what we see is these schools, the notion that, especially we're talking about the elite schools now, that they are so hard up for funding. I mean, I think Harvard has a $60 billion endowment now?
Yeah.
Some crazy number. I mean, these are massive hedge funds where there are classes also taught. So they've been able to create these just cash piles that aren't taxed and, sort of allow them to operate in this world of tremendous administrator hiring and a lot of social justice and social engineering. At the end of the day, what they've been doing, though, by looking at students and saying you're Asian, you're black, basically get a huge advantage in college admissions than an elite school. Elizabeth Warren, for anybody who's wondering, why did Elizabeth Warren pretend to be Native American? So she could get into, or rather, do you find any aspect of any of the argument that they should have stayed compelling? I mean, I just look at this and I look at it and I just say none of it makes any sense. There's no component of this. You are looking at skin color specifically, not socioeconomic status, not specific harm to the individual from the government, and saying, well, there's racism, so let's just create a hierarchy of admissions based on skin color that disadvantages Asians more than anybody else. That's what they did.
Yeah, no, I disagree completely with the idea of using race. I do think that legacy admission should also be ended. And some of you may disagree with this, by the way. 800-282-2882.
On what grounds, though, right? Like, I agree with you that it's unseemly, but is it unconstitutional?
Oh, no. As schools should be able to admit who they want to, so long as they don't violate, like, again, this was found to violate the Equal Protection Clause because you're treating some people differently based on their race, treating people differently based on, I don't even know what the protected class would be associated with legacy admissions. It just feels icky to me. And I say that as someone whose own kids would now benefit, right? I went to Vanderbilt University. I've got a couple of degrees there. I went to George Washington University. My wife's got a couple of Vanderbilt degrees. She went to the University of Michigan. Our three boys would benefit. I didn't. My parents went to Middle Tennessee State University. They were the first that I would have gotten. Maybe I would have at MTSU. But I don't think that my kids should be judged based on the fact of where their mom and I went to school. I don't think they should get a benefit just based on that. Now, I can see an argument let's say that I ended up a billionaire, Buck. Let's say I ended up a billionaire and I decided that I wanted to endow one of my alma maters with $1 billion. If I gave that much money to a university and my kids didn't get in, then I can see to endow a school and there's tens of thousands of people who are benefiting off of their largesse in that respect. But as a legacy is, and I would imagine that it changes some based on what the university is, but it's pretty substantial.
It's less than in terms of the SAT, it's substantially less than being a preferred minority.
Right.
That's also a part of this that doesn't get talked about. It's an advantage. Don't get me wrong, of course. Yeah. But you're talking about maybe, just to try to quantify it, 100 points.
Yeah, the meritocracy in general, I think, should be the aspiration. And that's the thing that I would like to take from this opinion, Buck, is, and I would suggest this to Republicans out there in general, people who are at the absolute apex of their achievements in all fields, and we want to encourage that for all children. We want to embrace in my experience, most people who are elite are huge paragons of the meritocracy, but they're not elitists in that they're saying, oh, you could never aspire to do what I've done. It seems to me that people who are elitist actually aren't very talented, and they're trying to preserve whatever limited social status they have. I want the meritocracy to flourish across the entire, United States, where every kid, no matter where they grow up or what their background is, can aspire to be the next Elon Musk or the next Mark Zuckerberg.
I have some maybe slightly outside the box or even radical thoughts also on the notion in general that you can be judged that your intellectual ability, your cognition, and then beyond that, your worth as a leader in society or whatever when you're a 17-year-old.
Yeah.
Based upon every school has different curriculums, every situation, every person. So the only way to do it is with these standardized tests. And as I always tell everybody, no one cares if you took calculus in high school. It actually doesn't matter in your life. So multivariable calculus at a hedge
professions where it truly matters.
But it matters
once you get past the what, like algebra 2, even algebra 2, like what math, do you act?
All this different subject matter that is generally stuff that most people forget. I mean, it's giving you a baseline, and that's why standardized tests came in, and the whole idea was you can't trust people's grades are doing. So then now we have this holistic admissions process that even included race as a factor. And you go down the line and you just say, at the end of the day, you'll get paid more for extreme specialization and excellence in one area than you will for being the person that always, does the extra credit and gets an A+ on everything. No one really cares.
Here's the real question, because you think about this as a parent. I bet every parent, grandparent thinks out there. To what extent does where you go to college, or even if you go to college at all, dictate your likely success in life? That's the big question. Let's say you got a 1,600 on your SAT, right? I think that's still the perfect score on the SAT. I know they changed the scoring mechanism.
It's back to 1,600 now, yeah.
Okay, it's back to 1,600. Perfect score. And you have an option between...
Wow, Texas is listening, Clay. Texas is listening.
I'm just saying, Harvard or Texas Tech, how much difference do you think there is in later life achievement for the person who is clearly very smart, right? If you get a 1,600 on the SAT, you are a very smart person. How much difference in life outcome do you think there is for a kid who gets a 1,600 and goes to Harvard versus goes to Texas Tech?
Your kids just went through this admissions process. It will be great to hear from you, 800-282-2882. Clay, people get into these schools for different reasons. That's the bottom line. So if you got in successful or not,
that's right.
But it certainly doesn't mean that you're smart. It certainly doesn't mean, that you're somebody that anybody should listen to on anything. So I think that this is, what do you do in the school? What did you learn? And who are you as a person? Because ultimately, what does an employer want? You know this. I've hired before. I'm not, hiring these days like you are, but you want someone who is.
The work is the test now. That's what I said. We got 100 employees or whatever at Outkick. I can name like 3 or 4 where they went to college, and that's because I know them, as friends, not because I looked at their resume and said we have to have this person based on their college graduation, school.
Look, my friends, inflation is still a major problem out there. Prices are high. You see and feel it every day. With the current stock market volatility, how are your retirement accounts doing? The Phoenix Capital Group says the time to diversify your investments is right now. They're recommending high-value U.S. oil and gas investments with current yields ranging from 8 to a Regulation D corporate bond offering open to all accredited investors with terms as low as 9 months and includes monthly or compounding interest options. To find out more, download the You should only invest if you can afford to bear the risk of loss. Before making investment decisions, you should carefully consider and review all risks involved. Learn how you can diversify your investments and earn 8 to 12% APY. Download the Phoenix Group's free investment packet today at phxonair.com.
Want more Clay and Buck that you didn't hear on the show? Podcasts.
Of a young woman who dreamed of a career in law enforcement. Journalist Melissa Jeltsin untangles the mystery at the heart of the case, revealing a troubling pattern of...
You could tell that they were hiding something.
Listen to What Happened to Sandy Beale, wherever you get your podcasts.
Crypto channel on YouTube, and I've persuaded my old friend Mike to sit down and talk crypto with me. Together, we're going to explore this crazy world right from the beginning. Sound good?
Less on the techie, more on the sexy.
I had to go back and think about money in general.
Yeah.
And how I understood it and challenge my conceptions of it. And what just guns. Listen to the Coin Bureau podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
The podcast, What's Your Problem, dives deep into new technology and the challenges facing people at the top of their field. On each episode, Jacob Goldstein, former co-host of NPR's Planet Money, speaks with the entrepreneurs and engineers creating innovations in medicine, artificial intelligence, and more.
We didn't have a particular technology. We didn't have a business model. We didn't have a way of making money. It was a great way to start a company. I highly recommend it.
Listen to What's Your Problem wherever you get your podcasts.
In the 1990s, there was nowhere Bruce Willis could go to avoid the celebrity spotlight until Hollywood glamour collided with the small-town values of Haley, Idaho.
I've never been one who's starstruck. I wouldn't walk across the street to meet a movie star, but I liked his...
Welcomed the celebrity, but soon realized that Bruce Willis didn't just want to live in Haley. He wanted to transform it.
We kept hearing that a corporation named Ixnay was...
Wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back in, Clay Travis, Buck Sexton Show, reacting to the striking down of race as a factor that's allowed in what he's saying, because we know the left-wing playbook on race as well as the left-wing does. Has he said anything that would be surprising?
Diversity in our universities is so important. What ways is it so important? It's all vague, talking point, boilerplate nonsense. He strongly disagrees with the Supreme Court ruling. It's a 6-3 decision, not even a 5-4. Yeah. Just going to throw that one out there, too. Look, I would encourage anybody. Look, it's about 230 pages, and I'll be totally honest with you guys. I read the beginning of it, the majority opinion, got into some of Thomas's, his concurring opinion pages of it, because you'll see the arguments for keeping this are rooted in, honestly, they're rooted in lies. And one of the biggest ones is, it's because Biden just said this, modified applicants. That's actually not true. If you're talking a place like Harvard, if you do not have some special thing to get you in, but you're just not getting into Harvard.
The data reflects, honestly, for people out there who are losing their minds, there was actually a really good study on this, that affirmative action, as it's applied, actually elevates you to succeed. Now, this is counterintuitive in some way because you're outside the bounds of your ability to do the work, and you would just go to a lesser school and be more likely to have success there because there's a better fit, right? That's what the data actually shows. 100%
what California schools, the UC system, and they have the data to back this up. You know what happened when they got rid of racial preferences in admission? This is only possible because there's so many Asians in California who are like, why are we being discriminated against? But you know what happened? The enrollment of black students specifically at UCLA and USC, I think it was, the two, or maybe UC Berkeley, sort of the top of the UC system.
UC Berkeley, because USC is private, but yeah, the other
I'm sorry, thank you. UC Berkeley and UCLA went down a little bit. But the enrollment at, UC Davis and a few other schools went up. And you know what also went up? Graduation rates.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is why it's so interesting. And that's what the question I asked. And I wasn't trying to take a shot at Texas Tech or anything. But how much is the individual versus how much is the institution is a question that I think goes to the very essence. And I would love to see the data if somebody has a good study that's been done of high testing students who make the decision not to go to the most expensive elite school that they could have, but go to a big state school. And what's the likely outcome 10 years, 20 years, 30 years later?
But at the most fundamental level, it is a violation of the Equal Protection Clause.
Travis and Buck Sexton on the front lines of truth.
Every American needs an edge. The other guy's working on his edge right now, whether you have one or not. Testosterone levels are at an all-time low historically. Thankfully, there's Chalk, C-H-O-Q. Chalk's all-natural herbal daily supplements have been proven to improve testosterone and give an energy and focus boost to every person that subscribes to this daily regimen.
That's right. Chalk Daily's main ingredient has been clinically studied to boost testosterone 20% in 90 days. This boost is all thanks to the patriots at Chalk who scoured the globe to find the most pure and potent ingredient.
Chalk subscription for life when you visit CHOQ.com. That's CHOQ.com. An incredible offer, a lifetime offer. One more time.
After taking it for a month, I stopped. And sure enough, the pain returned. So I started taking Relief Factor again, and within a week, the pain was relieved. I'm now taking Relief Factor daily. Well, thank you, David. Your first step to living the life you love, free from aches and pains, could just be to order the 3-week quick start for the highly discounted price of $19.95. After trying ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4-RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's 800-4-RELIEF. Live your best life and feel the difference with Relief Factor.
Internet-connected devices is the lack of control with whom they interact. Now, Meta, the company that owns Facebook, is making good on some promises to give parents more oversight of their kids, meaning teenagers' use of their Messenger app. New controls announced this week allow parents to see how much time their teens are spending sending messages and with whom. The safety control is a way for parents to see their kids' messages, either sent to others or sent to them. And that could be a deal breaker in some families. But in a statement, Meta says it is testing another feature that wanted unsolicited contact. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam.
Action in college admissions struck down. I'm Jack Callahan, Fox News. The U.S. Supreme Court finding that by using race in admissions decisions, Harvard and the University of North Carolina are in violation of the Constitution.
Education affirmative action policies. Writing the court has permitted race-based admission only within narrow confines that never use race as a stereotype or a negative.
We cannot let this decision be the last word. While the court can render a decision, it cannot change what America stands for.
The president said this is not a normal court. Constitutionality of the president's student loan forgiveness plan and whether the state of Colorado can compel businesses to serve same-sex couples, even if it was high school during the 2018 mass shootings. Tony Montalto, whose daughter Gina was one of the 17 victims, had a message for the jurors.
I think your school should hire him to protect your children.
The rapper Travis Scott for the deaths of 10 people crushed to death when the crowd surged the stage during his music festival in Houston in 2021. Wall Street Thursday, the Dow gained news.
Stay on top of the latest forecast with America's Weather Team in the podcasts and the worldwide resources of Fox in your hands with the Fox Weather Podcast. Precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com. Jimmy Fallon and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
In Canada,
air quality is unhealthy in every corner of the state of New York.
She says with reoccurrences of this hazard, getting the word out is key. They'll use weather and amber alerts, but will use these warnings.
If the air quality hits 200 or higher, for a sustained time of 1 hour or longer.
She adds in affected areas.
For parts of 8 states in the Mississippi Valley and the Mid-South, the triple-digit feels-like temperatures to continue into the holiday weekend. A team of Italian researchers has reached the edge of space aboard Virgin Galactic's rocket-powered airplane, launched Thursday morning from the New Mexico desert, reaching an altitude of more than 52 miles. The starters have been named for Major League Baseball's All-Star Game.
The 9 starters for both the American and National Leagues were selected by fan votes and include Pell's 9 starters, including shortstop Corey Seager. The Braves and Dodgers are tied for the NL lead with 3 starters apiece. 8 players won the fan vote for the first time in their careers and will be announced on Sunday. The All-Star Game will take place July 11th in Seattle. Eric Messersmith, Fox News.
And I'm Jack Callahan. This is Fox News.
To detect shaking and vibration consistent with motor vehicle collisions and prompt you to seek help, or if no response from the wearer, call for help on its own. all at once as the Bonnaroo Music and Arts Festival was underway. As it should turn out, all the dancing and loud music had the same effect on the phones and wearables every errant call. With Fox on Tech, I'm Eben Brown, Fox News.
Welcome back in. Hour number 2, Thursday edition, Clay Travis, Buck Sexton Show. We know that a lot, maybe you are gearing up for a trip. If that is you, why not go ahead and do a couple of things? Download the iHeartRadio app. You can take this show with you anywhere, no matter where. Cast. Tens, what are we, like at 20 million or something downloads a month coming in the Clay and Buck podcast. If you want to make sure that opportunities that aren't found elsewhere. We're building out a great podcast network involving other people. It is absolutely fantastic. I encourage all of you to get out there. Hours ago, to end the affirmative action, the use of race as part of college and university admissions. Having really interesting conversations there. 800-28 at educating people. In other words, how much of your success in life is attributable to where you went. Would you agree with that, Buck, that you don't have kids yet, but I think the number one sales pitch of you will be more efficient and more successful in life than you would be if you didn't. And the more elite the university is, the more they sell it's basically the essence of why you would be willing to pay $75,000 or $80,000 a year to go to these schools, right?
Yeah, and I think a vast majority of cases of these different schools, real door openers. You know, there's like on-campus recruiting, and if you went to the right school, I mean, I can tell you, I don't know if you had a different experience. Nobody ever cared where I went to school. The alumni network never lifted a finger. Guidance counselor, and encouraged to write letters to alumni in different industries I was interested in, like actual old school. Write a letter like, hey, I didn't even get a response. I think it makes a difference to me. But at the time, I saw this a lot, and I think that Clay, the value of these degrees is going down because ultimately this is an arms race. Ultimately, this is inherently competitive, which gets lost in this conversation. You know, Harvard talks about, we need like holistic and the benefits of diversity. People go to Harvard because 95% of the people who apply to Harvard, then the excellence you've shown academically. The whole thing is premised on how hard is it to get in, because then that becomes how valuable is this in the market. Yale ever change its name? Yale is named for a slave trader, everybody.
Yep.
Yale will never, ever change its name as a university, because you go there so that when you're at a college and last think that this stuff really even matters. Clay, I got into Ivy League business MBA programs. I didn't do it. I went to work for Glenn instead. So I sit here days because I think, it's going to open all these doors to be amazing. Maybe. It's all very situational. It's not some golden ticket to this amazing future. And that's to your better and better. And then, life is a long game. I just feel like people need to stop thinking that.
It's interesting, Buck. GW was probably the worst school that I got into, Georgia. The University of Georgia has an incredible honors college. You might get into Emory. You might get into Vanderbilt. You might get into Duke. I bet the education that you're going to get, I'd take a shot at GW. It's a great school in D.C. If your kids just got in and you're like, I'm so excited.
In the Northeast, I'll tell you, it's considered a rich kid school. So, because it was the most.
Right? They charge a lot. But D.C. is a fabulous place to go. All these things. I will say grad school. Vanderbilt University. I think Vanderbilt University Law School. I met my wife there. It's the best 3 years of my life I've ever spent. I can't speak highly enough about it. But to people being like, this is amazing. You work 80 hours a week. You basically are chained to your desk. Much of that time is spent. I do think this idea gets sold to kids that is oftentimes not reflective. And look what I did. I went into media and ended up, completely doing something different.
2004. So it's pre-Great Recession, and, it was investment banking and management consulting. Go work for Goldman, go work for McKinsey. That was kind of, or some variation of those firms out there, JP Morgan or whatever.
And those are sweatshops out there for people who don't know what investment banking jobs are for young kids.
Almost none of them stayed in those fields. Yep. Almost none of them. I mean, At this point, I mean, one out of 20, 1 out of 30 maybe, or still got into the restaurant business. I had another friend who went into finance, and then he went. So now people will argue. They'll say, well, it's a huge benefit to your resume to go to one of those fancy places. It helps you go up, sort of both different and similar respects. Is that you figure out where you have opportunity, where you want to be, what you think you're good at, and you move and maneuver. The spend 30, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, let me say this, too. This is a good email I just got from one of our listeners, Carl. He said, I have to disagree with your statement that a university degree does. Good point I should bring up. I do think, Buck, you were mentioning athletics earlier.
I like, though, otherwise good show. I'll take it. Yeah. I'll take it.
You're totally wrong, which I respect. You're totally wrong on this. I will say, hey, we are all monster fans of, and I bet this guy is a big Texas A&M Fighting Aggie fan, and you go back to games all the time in your super positive way, where it's not necessarily, though, the degree. It's basically the fraternity and relationships that you have. You're like, oh, this person went to my favorite school, and you may be more likely to respond to it. I don't think anybody ever saw me go to GW and was like, oh, I got to give this kid a job. Now, I went straight to law school. Again, I'm not trying to take a shot at GW because I don't want somebody – inevitably, people that are out there, Buck, right now, they're like, You
can also get a great education. We live in an era with the democratization of education and your ability to be an autodidact of people know, whether it's Khan Academy or, there are a whole series of Yale. I mean,
how about our friends at Hillsdale who put out incredible programming all the time that you can go check out? I mean, that's free.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. You have access to do some papers, you have exams, rinse, repeat. That's what it is. So it's all out there. You can get an excellent education at growing up in New York City, Clay. If you didn't get into an Ivy or something similar, oh man, everyone's like, oh, that's rough.
Northeast is obsessed with schools.
Obsessed with the whole system has changed, and it's changed in part because of legacy admissions, athletic recruiting, affirmative action. There are reasons that people get into these schools that aren't academically in high school who went to these places, right? I mean, that's, I think famously Jared Kushner was like dead last in his class in high school. Went to Harvard.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes.
I will say this too, Buck. The best argument I think you can make is one that Carl kind of hit on. I think the peer group. To the extent that you pay for your peer group, being surrounded mates that you meet there ends up being the most valuable aspect, I would say, of college or law school or any graduate degree that you would get. You feel the effects of inflation every day, whether you're at the gas station, supermarket, or even just buying a cup of coffee. If you're a homeowner, you're likely feeling it with every repair. Yourself under some of that crippling debt load, sometimes 23, 24, 25% or more a year. They'll put together a plan to pay off high. Call American Financing. They have a salary-based mortgage consultant today. 7,000 positive Google reviews. Cost you nothing to get started. And if you get started today, the number, 800-777-8109. That's 800-777-8109. You can also visit
Buck Sexton.
You've heard me discuss how my everyday aches and pains were affecting my daily life before I started taking Relief Factor. You've also heard me talk to you about how my friend Gary says, I cannot thank you enough. I am 62 years old and have just started taking Relief Factor. I've never felt better and will recommend Relief Factor to all my baby boomer friends. Well, thanks for writing, Gary. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing. Your first step to living the life you love, free people have gone on to order more. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF to find out more about this offer. That's ReliefFactor.com.
The new true crime podcast, White Eagle, investigates one of the largest cash heists in U.S. history, the robbery of over $7 million from an armored car warehouse.
For others, they were heroes.
Listen to White Eagle wherever you get your podcasts.
before Saturday Night Live alum Vanessa Bayer and her musician brother
kind of orangish plastic top to it, and Jonah used to wear it on his head and say that he was He-Man.
On the podcast, How Did We Get Weird? Vanessa and Jonah are joined by...
I'm a vegetarian. You were not a vegetarian and used to like blatantly eat meat in front of me at the dinner table. Okay, go ahead.
Unless you're a monster, you'll love this hilarious and surprisingly
costume.
Listen to How Did We Get Weird with Vanessa and Jonah Bayer, wherever you get your podcasts.
Take a deep dive into the cultural phenomenon known as...
Going there and everybody was dressed so well, and then like they gave me like I don't even know what they gave me. It looked like I was wearing a rug in that first episode.
Your host for Inventing Anna, the official podcast. From Shonda Rhimes and the creators at Shondaland, Inventing Anna tells the story of a young woman who charmed her
foundation. You know, people look at Anna and see what they want to see.
On this podcast, you'll get VIP access to the real people who inspired the television series and to the actors and creators.
I remember doing a dramatic reading of Todd's opening statement for the writer's room.
Who is the fake heiress, Anna Del...
Until it's not, basically, in Anna's world.
Listen to Inventing Anna, the official podcast, every Wednesday, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Clay and Buck. Hunter Biden giving depositions in laptop lawsuit. That up on Fox. Now, we're going to continue to follow that story. $1 million gift given in his name, which was probably helpful to get into Harvard. Got to get the facts right here. Hunter Biden, Joe Biden, what stuff happens on the Democrats, Republicans, not as much Republicans. If you have a famous last name and you're a Democrat, you will get into, I think, didn't Cuomo, not Andrew, the other one, Chris, he got into, I think he's a Yale Law grad as well, because his dad was Mario Cuomo, the well-known Democrat. No, they got into absolutely every school they applied.
Every school they applied.
But you know what? I bet they only applied to one, Harvard. That would be my guess.
I don't even know where they went.
Yeah,
but,
if you're a powerful Democrat politician, people write big checks. People have famous last names. So you start to add all this up, you realize, it is supposed to be about education. It's supposed to where you make all this money. I know plenty of kids who went to Ivy League schools who didn't really amount to very much. So yeah, it's not a guarantee of anything. Clay was pointing out that the president of see how this is going. I think Columbia University dropped SAT requirements.
Yeah,
so they're going to drop SAT requirements if you're not a preferred minority, racism and discrimination you faced, and then you'll still.
They've already sent an email, Buck. Harvard University said the court ruled that colleges and universities may consider in admissions decisions, quote, discrimination, inspiration, or otherwise. They will have these essays, which are default tests for who is actually
clamp down on how people get information about admissions. You're just going to have to sue these places. You're going to have to sue them a lot. Otherwise, nothing's going to change. It might not change anyway. Look, this could go down. Dangerous new program put forward by the Biden administration. Forget about banning guns or gas-powered cars. We could soon see a total ban on cash itself. This is all thanks to the launch of a new technology called FedNow. It's an attack on our cash, but it's also an attack on your privacy and your ability to spend your money when and how you see fit. Soon, you may not be able to buy a cup of coffee without tripping an alarm at the IRS. Huge changes are coming this summer. DisappearingDollar.com. Take action today so you can prepare before this financial calamity hits. Go to DisappearingDollar.com.
On Amazing Wildlife, a podcast in partnership with the San Diego Zoo, you'll discover fascinating insights into the animal kingdom. Learn facts like, did you know female elephants are leaders of their herds? Or that a grizzly bear's bite can crush a bowling ball to pieces?
When you observe the behavior of a polar bear,
wherever you get your podcasts. What if one day you woke up to the news that everything you knew about your best friend was totally wrong?
My best friend is an Irish...
Really wrong. Awfully, catastrophically, and terribly wrong.
My best friend is an international con artist who scams me and many others.
Of the many shocking crimes of a phony Irish heiress and his journey to help finally bring her to justice.
She seemed so nice when we first met. So kind.
Wherever you get your podcasts.
Bridgerton, the official podcast, takes you behind the scenes of the newly released season 2 of the hit.
To this show is people of colour are cast and playing in it as if all it is about is human beings.
Listen to Bridgerton, the official podcast, wherever you...
And for inspiring conversations with influential women about self-help and life.
We're talking about health. We've been talking about money. We've been talking about standing up for yourself.
Let's just say I don't have any resentment now, but there was one year where I sent $9,000 in coins and a check for 30 cents.
Hear real-life lessons from risk takers like Joan Jett, Nicole Byer, Lauren Lapkus, and more.
But if I'm Christine Baranski, I will ask how much number one is making. If there's such a huge difference, I will probably pass on it. I passed on
podcasts.
Inventing Anna, the official podcast, delves deeper into the story behind the Netflix series about Anna Sorokin, the fake heiress who stole the hearts and money of New York social elite, featuring conversations with the actual people who played a part in this iconic story, and series creator Shonda Rhimes.
My theory of Anna, which is, it is that thing that...
Official podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
The Real-Time Crime Podcast isn't just for the true fans of true crime. It's for people who have an obsession.
Devils in the details. So we're going to find out who's the devil here.
Join Leah Lamar and Teddy Mellencamp for an iHeartRadio original podcast dedicated to the passion of every armchair. Embark on a quest to unravel unsolved mysteries and delve into current criminal trials in real time. Each week, Lamar and Mellencamp are joined by investigative professionals who will reveal the...
It was a pretty dull year for Maxine Miles, until her classmate vanished. Join the investigation into the deep, dark secrets of a small town on Maxine Miles, the teen audio drama podcast.
Sorry, kiddo, but you lost your curiosity privileges when you lied to me and went running headfirst into danger.
Listen to Maxine Miles, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back in, Clay Travis, Buck Sexton Show. Exactly what Joe Biden did when he put Ketanji Brown Jackson on the Supreme Court. One of the three people who said affirmative action should still be legal. You'll recall that Biden specifically made the promise as he campaigned in South Carolina in the spring of 2020 that if there were a Supreme Court vacancy, he applicants in the United States to sit on the Supreme Court. Probably higher than that, because I don't know what percentage of black women are lawyers in this country, but considered to sit on the Supreme Court, right? I was not specifically considered by Joe Biden because I'm a white guy. That would not be allowed. Probably is. It first of all, probably is unconstitutional what Joe Biden did, but, and this ties into me with the Supreme Court decision today, if Ketanji Brown Jackson to be the most qualified, you or I might not agree with it, but at least it would have considered her in comparison with her other selection before he even made it. And I hinted at this, and we kind of mentioned it in the first hour. The data reflects that this actually becomes a major issue with affirmative action because people get into schools that they're not qualified to get into, and then they fail more often than if they had gone to a better match of a school where they would fit the overall undergraduate student body better. So this, to me, is just very own qualifications by which he selected his only Supreme Court justice are not actually constitutional if they were being applied beyond just calling to question the entire DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion narrative that has taken over so many parts of our government.
Or specific hiring of minorities by private companies. If it's illegal now, unconstitutional, to see how that argument goes, I think we are going to be heading in that direction. It's also interesting. I find that the weakest of all for a very long time, meaning a sweeping Supreme Court decision of any kind that the left likes, is finally justice. A Supreme Court decision that goes against. Look at the precedents here. The precedents were super weak. The precedents are, hopefully we won't need this in 25 years. That's not, the Constitution is not a we won't need this in 25 fit. What does that mean? It's a phrase that we've all been taught that has no actual diversity of what, how much, when, for how long, and what does it do? People. That's it.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that, Buck, because diversity of thought is the only diversity that matters. And implicitly, especially in an educational context, learning about modern monetary theory. And he had not experienced the idea of modern monetary theory, which is the underlying aspect of the Biden administration when they came into office. Hey, we'll just print as much debt as we want. There's no such thing as a national debt. I'm simplifying it. But I said, this is so important because you need to understand the entire scope of left and right political arguments in order to figure out what the right side is in your opinion. You don't win in the court of intellectual opinion by only considering one side of a spectrum argument. Implicit in the idea of diversity as a classroom justification is the idea that we're all different based on our race, which I fundamentally reject. I think that most of us have far more in common across racial lines. And by the way, we should play this because this is Joe Biden just had Merrick Garland, his attorney general, walk out and say, questioning the rule of law, and I'm paraphrasing him, is a direct assault upon democracy. That's what he said when any of us said, hey, feels like Hunter Biden's getting a sweetheart deal. This doesn't feel like actual justice. Biden was asked after his affirmative action comments about whether this was this Supreme Court. Let me just play the audio. He's asked a question. I want you to hear it. I want you to hear his response.
Is this a rogue court?
This is not a normal court.
Okay, if you had trouble hearing that, he was asked, is this a rogue court? And then he said, this is not a normal court. Buck, they are setting the table to pack the court and add more justices. But that's a direct attack upon the independence of the judiciary, which Merrick Garland just said was unacceptable.
Yep. There's really no particularly stable and consistent arguments that you'll hear in favor of keeping. The left has decided they like this. They like this process of affirmative action in college admissions. It makes them feel good about themselves to support it. And particularly the Democrat elites who espouse this stuff, their attitude is always, as long as my kids get into great schools through whatever means necessary, sure, affirmative action is fine with me. So, but I do believe this is going to create, there'll be more things that now have to be visited. I think now you have to, and on what basis can you have, constitutionally speaking, racial preferences in hiring? I mean, if you can't have it in college admissions, how can you have it in hiring?
It'll be more difficult in private employers to analyze it because
Harvard's a private institution.
Well, but they take a lot of federal funds.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of the way that they tie that in. Now, your point, I think, which is 100% true, this to me would destroy the idea. Let's say that you are out there and you're making you're doing a new road, and the road has to be 20% completed by minority-owned businesses, right? How is that justifiable when it is federal taxpayer dollars that are paying for an interstate?
Yeah.
I would think the same logic would apply here as would apply, meaning to the colleges and universities, as would apply to that. And by the way, Buck, that's a total sham a lot of times because people will just put a minority at the top of the ledger, and then they'll get that minority contract, even though a lot of times this is behind the how these construction businesses work. A lot of times it's not actually anything different, right? It's the same subcontractors and contractors that are doing the work.
Look, I think that it's a great day for the Constitution and the rule of law in this country, but I think it's also just the beginning of more that has to come for this to be for the equal protection of the law to be meaningful. This notion that institutions can treat people differently based on skin color, privileging some at the expense of others, this is wrong. And it has to be dealt with. And we have to erase this from our society. The same way that people would view racial discrimination of the past as wrong, and obviously that is true, racial discrimination in the present is wrong.
And I would suggest this also, our natural Republican voters, they just haven't realized it yet. And I think this is an example of how you reach out to them.
We've been making that. There's a lot of arguments been made like that for a long time. I don't think.
I gotta get you to buy into the destruction of identity politics. I really do think it's going to happen, Buck. I think in the next decade, the entire identity politics pyramid is going to collapse.
I think you're calling for the collapse of the Democrat Party there. So I'll remind you of this when we're in year 3 of the Kamala administration.
It means lots of family gatherings, barbecues, but if you're lucky, it also means downtime, either to relax or get a few projects done. One project a lot of you put off, digitizing old media from back in the day. If you've got a box full of family videos from the 80s or the 90s, it's time to preserve them because those tapes, they're not going to last forever. The magnetic strip, do you know it disintegrates with time? A lot of people have forgotten that. You might not even have a VCR in your house to watch those old tapes. Why not go ahead and take care of these long-term memories with Legacy Box? They're a company based in Tennessee. They've got the technology, the gear, and an expertly trained staff. You ship them your tapes, and boom, they come back preserved forever digitally. Right now they have a special offer, 66% off their regular price, just $9 per videotape. It's easy to do. Go online to legacybox.com/clay to shop their $9 tape sale. That's legacybox.com/clay to get a $9 per videotape sale price.
Clay and Buck, 24/7. Subscribe today.
The Ridiculous Crime Podcast proves that true crime isn't always about mayhem and murder. Sometimes it's just silly. Take a deep dive into the absurd side of criminality with tales of stupid capers and idiotic cons that are 99% murder-free and 100% ridiculous.
16-year-old Max Wade decides to steal the yellow and black Lamborghini Gallardo Spider. The owner? You know him as Guy Fieri.
Listen to Ridiculous Crime wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Dutton.
And I'm Elizabeth Dutton. Oh, wait, sorry.
Darren, do you want to say your name?
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
We're the hosts of Ridiculous Crime. People love true crime, right? The mystery, the intrigue, the human frailty.
Totally.
But what a lot of us don't like is the blood and the guts and the mayhem.
Well, wait. Some of us do like the mayhem.
Okay, but let's be real. There's nothing funny about murder.
Okay, that's right.
Our show gives you stories like the kidnapping of Frank Sinatra Jr. and the Max Headroom signal hijacking.
Oh, so you mean ridiculous stories like the UK cat shaver and Pablo Escobar's cocaine hippos?
Yeah, stories like the dudes who stole Buzzy, the animatronic whatever he was, from Disney World, and the woman whose husband tried to kill her but came back from the dead and surprised him at her own funeral.
Yeah, that does sound good.
You can find this new podcast, Ridiculous Crime, all over the place. The Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your podcasts. I don't know how you live.
Ridiculous Crime.
Embark on a deep dive into the case of the infamous Green River Killer on the Shadow Girls podcast. Join Carolyn Osorio as she re-examines the 20-year investigation of the brutal slayings of 49 young women, uncovering never-before-heard audio and a long-buried secret.
We picked the perfect victims. Imagine you're this young girl and you're on the street. A guy come up, you jump in, you drive off, you disappear into the night.
Listen to the Shadow Girls wherever you get your podcasts.
2 decades ago, a nun was murdered on the grounds of a prestigious Byzantine Catholic school. The podcast, Sacred Scandal, unravels the complete picture of this crime, as told by those who lived through it.
I mean, the woman was stabbed 90-plus times, so there's a lot of anger. What's the anger? Where's the anger come from? There's got to be something else going on here.
The search for answers stretches into some of the most remote villages of Eastern Europe, uncovering allegations of sexual abuse, secret letters to the Vatican, and other mysteries of faith.
You made a choice. I'm going to either kill her because I'm really mad, or I'm going to have to go back to yucky Ukraine. And that's just not a fair choice.
20 years later, this complicated narrative of events still has those involved questioning what they truly believe.
I don't know. There's a lot of damage control when a nun is murdered.
Listen to Sacred Scandal wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back into Clay and Buck. Just to let you know, in the next hour, we're going to talk about this case up in New York City where a guy who defended himself on the train was released from no more charges have been dropped, basically. and we'll give you the details on that story. It's interesting because a lot of people are drawing parallels to the Danielle Penny story and wondering, well, why is one of these outcomes so different already? Someone who is threatened by someone, and now we'll get into the details of it. I won't get into all the details right this second. We'll get to it, though, coming up here in just a minute. Now, we have, who is on the lines? Jane in Emerald Isle, North Carolina. 2 kids in college. What's going on, Jane?
And one is a volunteer. Well, I have 2 kids in college, and the reality is this. The college never makes the student. The student makes the college. And your skin color, your sexual preference, your religion, that's not the issue. It's what the student brings to the table.
I mean, I think that's true at any of these institutions. It's what someone makes of it. I knew plenty of people that went to the fanciest, most elite schools who used it as a bong and beer session for 4 years and graduated and wondered why everybody wasn't so impressed. I know other people, Clay, that went to 2-year college or a community college, and then they maybe got into another program to specialize in, and all of a sudden, you know, they own like 10 businesses and have got 150 employees.
Yeah. Sometimes people use getting to a good college as if it's the end. I think that's good advice that you need to give to kids out there. Okay, congratulations, you got into a good college. You're not done, right? That's just really the start of your adult life, and a lot of people miss that.
I gave an impromptu speech a long time ago at my high school. This before I was even working in media. I was still at the CIA at the time, but they asked me to come and talk to the outgoing senior class, and it was fall of their graduation year. And I said, look, you guys have great grades. You're going to great schools. Fantastic. So do a lot of other people. Every awesome job that you want that you're going to apply for, there are going to be 50 to 100 other people with excellent credentials that want that job, and thousands of other people that would love that job if they could have it. So it takes a lot more than just, well, I have a 4.3. And, I was also, I thought it's a 4-point system. This is one thing. I don't know how it was in others. We had a 4-point system. People say, I had a 5.5 GPA or something. I'm like, well, what is this? I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know what that is all about.
That's why they had to put in place standardized testing, because everybody had all these different GPA standards, and it's not all equal. Art in Taylor, Texas. What's up, Art?
Hey, not much, guys. Clay, I agreed with your assessment on your opening monologue, about 90% of it. The other 10%, when you said at some point there still has to be some socioeconomic or race taken into consideration, just not checking the box on the front page.
No, yeah, look, so let me explain that. I think that part of merit is not only looking at who can rise to the highest level, it's considering what you've overcome. And to me, if you are in that bottom 10% of income and you have risen to the point where you are in the mix, I also think, and I don't know about you, Buck, a lot of these schools, the kids that go to Harvard and Yale, they don't have a real idea of what it's like to not be rich. Like, they are overwhelmingly filled with the kids of the super rich. So, yeah, I understand some people disagree. I think socioeconomic diversity is more important by far than racial diversity, because a rich black kid who's got parents who are doctors and lawyers is no different than, in my opinion, a rich white kid with the same background.
You're proposing making up for the deficiencies of the education system between the grades of K through 12. We're gonna make it all up when they enter college. Now your argument is a great point for school choice, because if these kids, even though they come from a poor background or maybe not a family that's supporting education, if they had school choice, i.e., as one example, they wouldn't. You wouldn't need to use socioeconomic issues.
It's a great point, Art, and this ties in with Buck's point. You know who really favors school choice? Rich people. If you're wealthy enough to put your, I'm fortunate to do it. I'm fortunate. My kids went to public school for for K through 6. I've got kids now in private school. If you're wealthy enough to put your kids in private school, those rich Democrats in Congress who are opposed to school choice, they don't oppose it in their own life. They're just opposed to people having school choice who don't have the same economic resources as them.
Patricia from Dayton, Ohio, want to get you in here. What's up, Patricia? Oh, maybe Patricia doesn't want to weigh in. Okay.
No, I do.
Oh,
I
we
just had some static. I'd like to address the other side of the coin that you actually did for me, and that was a conversation that I heard on Russia's program from Thomas Sowell when he was talking about the individual who is the recipient of affirmative action and the destruction that this does for these young people that come in and they don't have the background to compete, and they leave school, they are not successful. And Thomas Sowell's point was, if they had been allowed or sent to a community college or a college within their state that had the curriculum that they could handle.
Yeah, the skills mismatch. I remember Thomas Sowell's written about it many times. Thank you.
Clay Travis and Buck Sexton on the front lines of truth.
Mike Lindell's introducing the MyPillow 2.0. When Mike invented the original MyPillow, it had everything you could want in a pillow. Now, nearly 20 years later, he's using new technology to make the pillow even better.
The MyPillow 2.0 has the patented adjustable fill of the original MyPillow, but now has brand new exclusive fabric that is made with temperature-regulating thread.
The MyPillow 2.0 is available at a great value right now. Buy one, get one free for a limited time with promo code Clay and Buck. The MyPillow 2.0 is the softest, smoothest, and coolest pillow you'll ever own. The pillow comes with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee.
Go to MyPillow.com, click on Radio Listener Special Square, and you'll get this buy one, get one free offer on the MyPillow 2.0. Enter promo code Clay and Buck, or call 800-792-3269 to get your MyPillow 2.0 now.
Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile, if you're with them, you're overpaying, pure and simple. Pure Talk can easily save your family over $900 a year. Right now, get unlimited talk, unlimited text, and ultra-fast 5G data for just $20 a month.
What about the coverage, you ask? It's phenomenal. I'm on it. Pure Talk uses the most dependable 5G network in the country. So grab your phone and dial pound 250 and say the keyword Clay and Buck to get unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $20 a month.
Pure Talk's amazing U.S. customer service team will make switching so easy. So choose a veteran-owned company who cares about keeping jobs in America and saving you money.
Pick up your phone and dial pound 250 and say Clay and Buck for unlimited talk and text with plenty of 5G data for just $20 a month. Dial pound 250 and say Clay and Buck and save an additional 50% off your first month with Pure Talk.
Happy day. This is Claire Melania from Security Title with an important warning. Wire fraud is real, and home buyers and sellers are one of the biggest targets, even on Guam. When sending money by wire transfer, be sure to confirm the wire instructions by phone, not email. In this case, it's good to be suspicious and know who you're dealing with. Let the professionals at Security Title work with you to minimize loss due to wire fraud. We are here to help.
If you love them enough to listen to them practice the same song on tuba,
please be done.
Over and over and over and over and over, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Sounds good, honey.
Check today at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
College affirmative action programs unconstitutional. On Jack Callahan, Fox News. The U.S. Supreme Court, in a 6-3 decision, rules they violate the Constitution's and Equal Protection Clause.
The Supreme Court made clear race can no longer be used as a factor to determine who gets admitted to colleges and universities across America. Plaintiffs in the companion cases involving Harvard and UNC argued that the use of race was working against specific groups, like Asian American applicants, many of whom argued their near-perfect test scores and stellar GPAs were passed over in favor of other applicants because of their race.
Fox's Shannon Bream. President Biden said he strongly disagrees with the ruling and said this can't be the last word.
What I propose for consideration is a new standard where colleges take into account
the adversity a student has overcome when selecting among qualified applicants.
Friday, the justices will issue their opinions on the president's student loan forgiveness plan and whether the state of Colorado violates the First Amendment by forcing companies to do business with same-gender couples when their religious beliefs tell them not to. Smoky, unhealthy air from Canadian wildfires continues to blanket much of the Great Lakes in the Northeast, but air quality readings are improving in the Midwest.
The wind direction changed, which allowed some of that smoke to move off in a different direction, and then this cluster of storms came through, and with the rain and everything, it cleaned out the air. So air quality is much, much better. We expect that to continue through the weekend.
Meteorologist Mike Ryan at the National Weather Service in Indianapolis. The downside is the winds in the Midwest were from a derecho, a line of strong winds stretching from Nebraska to Indiana. Wind gusts in some areas reaching up to 90 miles an hour. Crops, trees, power lines blown down. Power Outage U.S. reports more than 375,000 homes and businesses are without power in Illinois, Indiana, and Michigan. America is listening to Fox News.
Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now. From the Fox News Podcasts Network.
I'm Ben Domenech, Fox News contributor and editor of the Transom.com daily newsletter, and I'm inviting you to join a conversation every week with the smartest thinkers out there about the issues Americans face and where we're going as a nation. This show will feature deep dive interviews with newsmakers and some of your favorite Fox News analysts. I hope you'll join me as we dive into the fray. It's the Ben Domenech Podcast.
Subscribe and listen now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com or wherever you download podcasts.
California's Reparations Task Force has issued its final recommendations to state leaders.
After 2 years of deliberations, California's Reparations Task Force sent its final report to the state capitol for the legislature and governor to decide how the state should handle reparations. Now, while many expected the report to call for a concrete dollar amount, the task force is leaving that challenge to the legislature. Instead, it provides over 115 recommendations spanning from cash payments to policy reforms to a formal apology to eligible residents designated as descendants of slaves or free African Americans living in the U.S. prior to 1900. Critics call this effort fiscally irresponsible, noting how California is facing a $31.5 billion deficit.
Fox's Christina Coleman. The fate of what could be the priciest merger in tech industry history is now in the hands of a federal judge who must decide whether to stop Microsoft from closing its deal to buy the video game company Activision Blizzard. Federal antitrust enforcers have sued to block that $69 billion acquisition, saying it would harm competition between Microsoft and its rivals in the gaming industry. The court battle.
President Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, settled his child support case in Arkansas earlier this month, reaching an agreement with London Roberts, the mother of one of his children. In 2020, the first son agreed to pay $20,000 a month in child support, but reopened the case last year in an effort to reduce the payments, citing a drop in income. The amount of the latest payments is unclear. The information is redacted, but as part of the agreement, he'll give some of his paintings to his daughter, and Roberts has dropped her effort to change the child's name to Biden. The filing comes after Hunter Biden agreed to plead guilty to misdemeanor federal criminal tax charges in a separate case. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
And I'm Jack Callahan. This is Fox News.
Listen to The Point anytime, anywhere on Odyssey. Odyssey is your new audio home for all the music, news, sports, and podcasts that matter to you. Find your favorite stations like The Point and discover more. Music stations, local and trusted news sources, sports talk and team coverage, plus today's biggest podcasts. Find it all on the Odyssey app. Audacy.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling on it.
The dad joke. Corny, groan-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his son off for school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today. Go to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Third hour of Clay and Buck kicks off right now. We are joined by Republican Senator and presidential candidate Tim Scott. Senator Scott, good to have you back on the program, sir.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you both for having me back. I'm excited to be back.
So we want to talk to you, obviously, about the race and all of that, in a moment here, how it's going, running for president, all of that. But I did want to start, if I could, with your reaction to the Supreme Court ruling today on admissions and the use of race as a factor. What are your biggest takeaways, Senator?
I think the biggest takeaway for me is that progress in America is palpable. We can literally feel the progress in the air. I thank God Almighty that the story of America is not the story of an original sin. It is a story of redemption. We see that playing out every single day as we continue to strive towards a more perfect union. And frankly, today is better than yesterday. This year is better than last year. This decade is better than last decade. So judging people on the content of their character, not the color of their skin, is what I consider being an American.
No doubt. And so when you actually look at this, there are overwhelming majorities of Americans who agree with you. We were talking about that earlier in the program. Even a majority of Democrats, and certainly I'm sure you've seen the vote that happened in California in 2022, which shot down affirmative action as well. Why do you think the far left wing of the Democrat Party has so taken over that argument on their behalf when it doesn't even represent what their own party believes?
Yeah, one of the things that we have to get uncomfortable with, we need to be uncomfortable with the fact that the Democrats and the radical left are willing to use weaponized race as a weapon for power, not thinking about progress. And why I say we need to be uncomfortable is that conservatives, specifically conservatives like myself, we need to be stepping out and speaking up about the importance of the American journey, fill up our painful past, and to posit to the American people that this is our future. The good news is that the people in California reject that premise, and the entire nation rejects that premise. Can we measure progress, or must we resign ourselves to living in the past? Americans have decided we're going to live in the future and in the present, not in the past. And let me from a racial perspective, it's one of the reasons why I celebrate the progress that we have seen in this country. My grandfather's America is very different than my mother's America. And my mother's America just improved so much for my America. The good news, and frankly, the radical left, they're so drunk on power. They're so interested in control that they sometimes weaponize very sensitive. You can't be a woman. You don't vote for a Democrat. That's just a lie.
Speaking to Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, he's running for president. And, Senator, with that in mind, I wanted to ask you, there are a bunch of different candidates now on the Republican side, but Donald Trump is far out ahead in the polls, certainly all the national polls. Why are you the best candidate in this race, in this competition? Commander-in-chief and president of the United States.
Well, number one, I think I'm the most likely candidate to beat Joe Biden in the field today, according to polls and other information. Number two, I believe America can do for anyone what she has done for me. It's one of the things that we've found out on the campaign trail is that people are hungry for an optimistic, positive message with a backbone and anchored in the conservative principles that have truly revolutionized what it meant to be good and what it represents for human flourishing. I have had the good privilege of starting off on the wrong side of the proverbial tracks. And next generation, we have to restore. I will say without any question, I have worked on legislation as a legislator, and I would sign it as president to stop the flow of fentanyl across our southern border, leading to the deaths of 70,000 Americans. I would freeze the assets of the Mexican cartels and make sure that they cease to exist as an existential threat to more than
ripped quite a lot. I think the last time we had you on, The View had come after you. I saw Barack Obama basically taking shots at you, too, the former president. What did you think about that?
Well, the highest compliment that a Republican can get when they pull out former President Obama, the most popular figure in the Democrat construct, to attack me for being too positive, for being unrealistic about what disrupts their narrative and disproves their lies. He came out because as my numbers continue to increase, as my visibility becomes stronger, people see me as the most likely candidate to beat Joe Biden, and they want to stop me in my tracks. I look at it as a high compliment that they're bringing.
The central message of the economy that you'd preside over as president if you were able to win.
Well, number one, we would do print and spend $4 trillion, led to 16% inflation, followed by 10 rate increases, 500 basis points, a loss of spending power for the average American family of $10,000 in less than 2 years. I would do exactly the opposite. I would turn the spigot off. We would stop printing and spending money. We would stop thinking of ourselves as a nation that can extend more benefits to the current Americans at the expense of future Americans. We would start igniting our energy economy by signing on the first day the XL Keystone Pipeline. Second, we would allow for the leases that would be used today to extract. We would make permanent the tax cuts from 2017 that expire in 2025, $2 trillion of tax cuts. We would make those permanent, and we would make sure that every child in every zip code has quality education so that they are a contributing factor to the greatest economy in the world and not someone who needs us to spend money on their resource, on them.
Building on that last part, we talk a lot about college and university, apply lots of different places. Why do you think so many Democrats who put their own kids in private schools, who have the resources to move to different...
In my mind, it's hypocrisy. Folks who believe in Pell Grants for private schools, for any college in the country, and yet they'll deny Pell Grants for K through 12, and without having a successful and effective K through 12 education, you never become eligible for the Pell Grant for college. Why not arm every single parent with a choice so there's a moral issue of our generation, equipping American children with quality education?
Commander-in-Chief, if assuming when you took that role, the war was still going on, what should U.S. policy be in Ukraine?
Well, one thing, President, why we're in Ukraine, of President Biden. First thing we should do is tell the American people what is America's national vital interest in Ukraine. And it starts with degrading and decimating the Russian military. That is in our homeland's best interest, and it is also in our NATO partnership's best interest. It keeps our soldiers safe. And if we can decimate the Russian military by using our resources, with resources, we have accountability. We make sure the dollars are spent responsibly, but we eliminate our adversaries as often as possible, or we cripple their ability to put American lives in jeopardy. We also recognize the fact that the new axis of in order for us to continue not only degrading and decimating the Russian military, but sending the clearest sign to President Xi in China that we will stand shoulder to shoulder with our ally Taiwan. One of the best ways to do that is by decimating the Russian military today.
Senator Scott, last question for you. Buck mentioned Donald Trump is leading. A lot of our listeners right now would actually love for you to be Donald Trump's vice president. I know you don't start to run for president to be vice president, but it's impossible not to look at all of the legal shenanigans that are involved right now with Donald Trump, whether it's in Miami, whether it's in New York City, maybe more to come. Donald Trump in prison. What is the right response in your mind to that potential outcome?
I can tell you what I've already done in the past, is this is what you can expect from my administration. When they told me that President Trump was guilty in a phone call and a collusion, I was the first person, according to President Trump himself, to say that he was innocent against a political opponent. That is unethical, immoral, unacceptable, and un-American. We need a Department of Justice that we can have confidence in. I would fire Merrick Garland because America fired Joe Biden, and I would also fire Christopher Wray. That would give us an opportunity to restore confidence and integrity in the Department of Justice, and what we're seeing today. Let all them parents, we call them parents, they call them domestic terrorists, because they had the gall to show up at a school board meeting because they love their kids. This Department of Justice has to go, and it takes new leadership for us to get there.
Senator Scott, I know I said last question, how many games are the Gamecocks going to win? We're about 10 weeks away from the kickoff of college football season.
Second most important question you could ask me today. 8-4.
8-4. All right, Shane Bieber, he's got things rolling there. Appreciate it, sir. Look forward to seeing you out on the somewhere. Appreciate you making the time.
Yes, sir.
America is the first nation in history founded on the idea of natural God-given rights and on the political principles of liberty, equality, and limited government. It's written into our Declaration of Independence. That's why our friends at Hillsdale College want you to join a large group of Americans in remembering our founding principles on our nation's birthday this July 4th. You can do so by taking these simple steps. The first is visiting this website, clayandbuck4hillsdale.com. Second, sign a pledge to read the Declaration this in its current crisis. We need to remind ourselves, our children, and our fellow citizens of the founding principles that are the source of America's greatness. And when you sign your pledge today, you'll receive a free commemorative copy of the Declaration of Independence from our friends at Hillsdale College. So visit clayandbuck4hillsdale.com right now. That's clayandbuck4hillsdale.com.
Clay Travis and
Greetings, Sebastian Gorka here. For years, I've mentioned how much Relief Factor has helped the pain in my lower back. Gary from Ohio shared his experience too. He writes, I tried Relief Factor due to its botanical ingredients to reduce pain in my shoulder, knee, and lower back. After just a few weeks, the knee pain was completely gone, and the shoulder and back pain were reduced quite a bit. I can now exercise much more. A million people have gone on to order more, so it looks like a lot of people are thanking Relief Factor. 3 weeks from now, you could be doing the things you enjoy doing. Your first step to becoming pain-free should be to order the 3-week quick start at the reduced price of $19.95. Go to relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. That's relieffactor.com or call 800-4RELIEF. Feel the difference with Relief Factor. relieffactor.com.
No sound bites, no quick hits. Each week on Talk Easy was like Jake Tapper, Amanda Seyfried.
Very seductive voice, so it's like, yeah, let's go back. Yeah, I want to go back. Wherever you're taking me, I want to go there.
Listen to Talk Easy with Sam Fragoso wherever you get your podcasts.
Take a trip back to Apartment 4D. Home to the crew friends Zooey Deschanel, Hannah Simone, and Lamorne Morris as they rewatch their Emmy-nominated series.
We could do a whole episode dedicated to Jake Johnson and his lack of awareness around
New Girl episode.
At the end, when he says you got some Schmidt on your face, I feel like I pitched that joke.
I believe that.
I feel like I did. I'm not 1,000%. I want to say that was I tossed that one out.
And each week, your hosts will play a different version of their favorite game.
True American.
It's called True American, where the words change weekly and you leave more confused than when you showed up. Hello and welcome to our show.
Listen to Welcome to Our Show wherever you get your podcasts.
It
Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin. Get the lowdown on all things cryptocurrency on the Coin Bureau podcast, your home for unbiased crypto knowledge. Hosts Guy Turner and Mike Mooch share the latest tips and tricks, providing education about cryptocurrency without the hype.
I had to go back and think about money in general.
Yeah.
I understood it, and once I got that all square, I found that Bitcoin and crypto
made more sense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Listen to the Coin Bureau podcast.
Death in her car. Death was ruled a suicide, but her family has never bought the official story. Instead, they suspected a cover-up.
I didn't take any of that crap because I could tell that they were hiding something.
Takes a closer look at Sandy's mysterious death.
Sandra could have been retired by now. She's doing life 6 feet underground.
Because when Sandy was found dead, it suddenly made a lot of people very nervous.
She had a lot going for her. I can't imagine in 1 year things going that tragically wrong.
Listen to What Happened to Sandy Beale wherever you get it.
Tim Scott. I would make him president. I would make Tim Scott the favorite. Buck, you agree or disagree with that?
I got to tell. Oh, no, I think Tim Scott is I think he's on the, if there is a, and I mean this, a literal short list that they're keeping, I think he's on the short list of 2 or 3 people that Trump is considering at this point, in my mind. And, Clay, we got to create, I don't know if they have this in like sports gambling or betting places. What do they call that? OTB. We need a prediction.
Who can we put, Allie? We need somebody who's in charge of monitoring all the predictions, writing them down, keeping them on dates, tallies.
Yeah, because I just can't have you, a year from now being like, well, I thought that Biden was going to be nominee too all the way, Buck. We can't allow that kind of nonsense here, buddy. We got to have accountability on Clay and Buck.
Here's the guy I'd put in second place right now. Some of you are going to think this is crazy. RFK Jr. Here's a cut of him saying he's proud.
Before you, can I just? Yeah. I don't think anyone listening to this thinks that that's crazy. They may not think it's likely, but none of them think it's crazy. Go ahead. Here's the cut.
Yeah, here's a cut 7.
I'm proud that President Trump likes me, even though I don't agree with him on most of his issues. Because I don't want to alienate people. I want to bring people together. I'm proud that all these people like me and that I have independent supporters and Democratic supporters and that I'm able to bring a lot of people. Every Democrat says, I want to end the polarization. But how do you do that without talking to people who don't agree with you? How do you do that without appealing to people? My purpose is to find the issues, the values that we have in common, rather than, focus on the issues and the personalities that keep us all apart.
Can I just say, we've been asking, how can Trump win some of those independents? RFK could help him win some independents.
No doubt. We need to get him on again, Allie, if you want to reach out. He was great last time. You guys loved him. RFK Jr., that is. I live by the notion comfort's king. That's why I'm always in T-shirts here when you watch me on video. Hey, what's up? And oftentimes in shorts as well. And that's also why my family's always wearing my slippers. Man, they are incredible. Whole family has them. Wife right now downstairs studying for the bar exam. She has got her My Slippers on. She doesn't even need to be wearing shoes. They're just so comfortable she wears them while she is studying for the bar exam. Right now, incredible offer, $25 a pair, massive reduction from the regular price of $149.98. More than 80% off, in fact, the regular price. You're going to love these. Trust me. We wear them everywhere in the Travis household. You'll wear them everywhere in your household as well. Here's how you get them. Go to mypillow.com. Click on the radio listener square. Enter the promo code Clay and Buck. You can also call 800-792-3269.
Clay Travis and Buck Sexton on the front lines of truth.
The MLK Tapes is your next true crime podcast obsession. On April 4th, 1968, a lone gunman assassinated Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in Memphis, Tennessee. At least, that's the official story. The MLK Tapes podcast explores recordings of eyewitness testimonies to reveal the real story of the plot to kill Dr. King.
James Earl Ray was a pawn for the official story.
Listen to the MLK Tapes wherever you get your podcasts.
I used to host a show called Planet Money. Now I'm starting a new show. It's called What's Your Problem? Every week on What's Your Problem, entrepreneurs and engineers describe the future they're going to build once they solve a few problems. How do you build a drone delivery business from scratch?
Our customers, they want us to do this unbelievably reliably, in the storms, no matter what, and hundreds of times a day.
How do you turn a wild dream about a new kind of biology into a $10 billion company?
We didn't have a particular technology. We didn't have a way of making money. It was a great way to start a company. I highly recommend
What could go wrong? How do you sell millions of dollars worth of dog ramps for wiener dogs in the middle of a pandemic?
We're working with 400 influencers, and the majority of them are actually not a person, but it's actually a dog.
I can tell you right now, the dog ramp guy has some very interesting problems. Listen to What's Your Problem wherever you get your podcasts.
Delve into the case of the 2016 slaughter of 8 members of an Ohio family on the Pink Moon Murders podcast. Investigative journalist David Raderman tells the story of a night that shocked the nation with its brutality. Who would commit such horrific crimes and why?
Schools went into lockdown, stores closed, and home doors were bolted shut as word spread that a mass murderer was on the loose.
Listen to the Pink Moon Murders wherever you get your podcasts.
Somewhere tonight, a Wells Fargo guard, an ex-Wells Fargo guard, is on the run with $7 million in cash.
White Eagle is a 6-part true crime podcast that explores one of the largest heists in U.S. history. On September 12, 1983, 25-year-old Victor Herrera set off to work for an armored car company. 12 hours later,
the thief had so much money to steal from here that he couldn't even haul it all away.
But stealing the money was only the beginning. This is the story about a robbery that captivated national media.
It was all over the front page of every place in the world.
Divided Congress.
What we want to know is, why did the president make this decision?
And mobilized a radical organization.
I was ready to engage in gunfire if it had to be to protect my comrade from getting caught.
Listen and subscribe to White Eagle on Apple Podcasts or wherever you get your favorite shows.
Think you could avoid being drawn into a cult? The answer might surprise you. Every week on the new documentary-style podcast, Was I in a Cult? You'll hear fascinating real-life stories from cult survivors who got in and, most importantly, got back out again.
Why are we all so obsessed with cults?
Well, because it could happen to anyone.
Perhaps you too will be asking yourself, wait, was I in a cult?
Listen to Was I in a Cult wherever you get your podcasts.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Oh my God, I want to come through the screen and hug you. Hey everybody, Jessica Zor here, also known as Vanessa Abrams on Gossip Girl. I am so excited to share my new podcast with you guys. It's called XOXO, and it's a walk down memory lane all about Gossip Girl. I'll chat with some of the cast, crew, fans of the show, and I'm just so pumped for you guys to go on this journey with me.
Hi, I'm Ed Westwick. I played Chuck Bass.
Is this Michelle Trachtenberg? I'll never tell.
Hey, I'm Taylor Momsen, and I played Jenny Humphrey.
Hi, I'm Sebastian Stan, and I played Carter Payson.
That was one of the reasons I liked the character Jenny so much, is that she was very relatable.
The whole thing was such a joy for me to do, and I was just so thankful that people responded the way they did to what we were doing.
This really was just like wonderful. I have warm feelings inside.
Yeah, me too.
I'm giving you air hugs. Mwah, mwah. Listen to XOXO wherever you get your podcasts.
Take a trip back to Apartment 4D, home to the crew of the sitcom New Girl for 7 incredible seasons. On the Welcome to Our Show podcast, join real-life friends Zooey Deschanel, Hannah Simone, and Lamorne Morris as they rewatch their Emmy-nominated series.
We could do a whole episode dedicated to Jake Johnson and his lack of awareness around certain technological things, especially with his phone.
Listen to Welcome to Our Show, wherever you get your podcasts.
Just left New York City, back down in Florida, and I can tell you that among everybody that I was seeing in the city, the topic of crime and specifically the safety of the subways, or lack thereof, it's on everyone's minds. You just constantly have people who are expressing their dismay that whether it's walking through crowded areas of the city just in the street in broad daylight or more specifically getting on a subway, there are concerns about being harassed, about having somebody expose themselves to you, about having somebody rob you, attack you. I mean, it's a constant anxiety that lingers day in and day out in New York City. And we've seen a couple of cases now where something has happened on the subway, and you right now have very different outcomes. Let's start with Daniel Penny. Daniel Penny, as we know, who's a Marine who stepped in when Jordan Neely was shouting threats and abuse at people on the subway. He put his arms around his neck. He tried to take him down. He took him down to the ground. Another man, a black man, helped Penny try to restrain Neely as he was going into something of a hysterical state. And unfortunately, Neely passed away despite the efforts that Penny and others went through to get him medical attention and to revive him. Penny is facing 19 years in prison, as we know, to this day. He's raised some money for his defense, but he's facing a very serious criminal trial. There's another story. 20-year-old Jordan Williams. Now, Jordan Williams, on the 13th of June, just a couple of weeks ago this happened, was on the subway system as well, and he was with his girlfriend, and a man came up to him, started some kind of a squabble with him. DeVictor Udraiago, I think that's how you say his name. They had an exchange, and Mr. Udraiago both punched the defendant, or now no longer defendant, he's walking free, punched Jordan Williams and punched his girlfriend. Now, Jordan, and I think tried to choke her too, was what I read. So he put his hands on both of them, assaulted both of them. There are multiple eyewitnesses to this. And there's also video. Udraiago was choking Williams and punched his girlfriend. And then Jordan Williams, just we'll discuss some of the aspects of this specifics. Jordan Williams is black. I don't know if Udraiago, I don't know I haven't seen a photo of him. But anyway, Williams defended himself with a knife, and he killed Udraiago. And initially he was charged with the manslaughter, Clay. Those charges have been dropped by the district attorney in New York, and so he is now walking free. Now, I would argue that this is the right decision, that Jordan Williams, that if somebody attacks you on a subway and not only attacks you, but then punches your female companion, your girlfriend, wife, girlfriend, whatever it may be, in the face, that at that point, you got to do what you got to do to defend yourself. You don't have to wait to see if this person produces a knife first. You don't have to wait to see if he... So I stand with Jordan Williams on this one. I think Jordan Williams was right to defend himself, had the basic human God-given right to defend himself and his loved one in this situation. But I just have to say, it's a lot of people, Clay, looking at this, they're pointing out, well, Daniel Penny steps in, doesn't use a knife, doesn't use that level of deadly force. He's trying to de-escalate a situation by wrestling. If he wanted to, he could have. He was bigger and stronger than Neely. He could have punched him out, could have taken him to the ground and, tried to mash his face in. But instead, he took him to the ground, tried to calm him down, but he did apply pressure around his neck, and he did die. Neely faces 19 years in prison. Why?
Because he's white. I mean, that's the reason. And this is unfortunate because justice is supposed to be blind. But there are subtle distinctions, right? This is where when you look at it from a legal perspective, and let's pretend that we are lawyers, Daniel Penny, to my knowledge, Buck, correct me if I'm wrong, was not directly attacked physically by the guy that he put into
that
the
is a
sleeper
distinction,
hole,
yes.
basically, right? So there hadn't been a physical attack. If there had been, then his defense of putting him in a chokehold, I think, would have been 100% okay. But let me just say this. What I've read about the individual who had the charges dropped is that, again, he was attacked, but he used a knife. Intent matters here in some way, right? When you use a knife to defend yourself and you thrust that knife to try to stab someone, it is reasonably expected that a severe injury in the person that you are stabbing could occur.
It's lethal force. If you're stabbing someone, it's lethal
That's
force.
Right.
Yeah.
In the Daniel Penny case, and you correct me if I'm wrong on this, Buck, but when you subdue someone by putting them in a chokehold, the idea is not to kill them, right? Like, you are just trying to render them not able to continue to make a threat. So lethal force was used in response, let's be honest, based on the story, a punch, which typically is not lethal force. Usually when someone punches you, the idea that you would stab them back is an escalation in that defense mechanism, whereas the chokehold, to me, both of these guys should be not charged. But if I were going to charge one of them, the guy who used the knife, to me, would be engaging in a more violent act than the guy who tried to put somebody in a chokehold.
Just some of the details here. Williams, who is now walking free, and just to reiterate, I think that is the right decision in this case. This is the Brooklyn District Attorney's Office that was weighing in on this one.
Which, to be fair, Buck, his mom, the Williams mom, said that Daniel Penny shouldn't be charged either. So she's been consistent here as well. Do you have that quote? I mean, to her credit, she's saying both of these guys are trying to protect themselves and make the subway safer.
You're starting to see this more and more where New Yorkers in general, of
white,
all
black,
races,
Asian, Hispanic,
of all backgrounds, are like, we just all want to be safe on the subway.
Yep.
They don't want white people being assaulted. They don't want black people being assaulted. Asian, Hispanic. New Yorkers, we want everybody to be safe on this. They have that right to not be in this country. Look, I know it's never going to be perfect. There's always going to be criminals in any society. 8.5 million people. There's going to be some, but it's far too common. It's far too regular, and we're seeing this, right? We're all aware. The Udrago, I'm sorry, it's one of the, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but Udrago came up to Williams and said something very crass to his girlfriend. So he initiated an aggressive exchange with the girlfriend. And then Williams said, hey, basically don't say something. Don't say that. And then Udrago started trying to choke Williams and punched his girlfriend in the face. Every guy listening to this knows this situation, it's all bets are off time. If a man is punching your girlfriend, your wife, your sister, your female colleague in the face, you got to do whatever you got to do to intervene and stop that right away. And I just look at this and I say to myself, Jason Williams, he's a young black man, and New Yorkers want Jason Williams on their subway car. They want a guy who's going to stand up for himself. They want a guy who's going to stand up for his girlfriend. Like, this is, he's minding his business. He's trying to just go about his day. He didn't start any problem with anybody, and he stood up for himself and somebody else, and someone lost their life in this, but you're not allowed to try to choke and punch people. Daniel Penny's also someone that people want on their subway, as you point out, including Williams' mother.
Yep.
The disparate treatment here is very hard for people to ignore under the circumstances.
I think that's right. And again, we've said this from the beginning. The only reason anybody knows Daniel Penny's name is because he's white.
I'm sorry, I said Jason Williams. I meant to say Jordan Williams. Pardon me. There's Jordan Williams is his name.
The only reason people know Daniel Penny is because he's white. And the only reason that he was charged with a crime is because he's white. I mean, this is the exact example of Lady Justice not being blind, right? Alvin Bragg is charging Daniel Penny because he's a white guy who choked a black guy. And by the way, if this guy on the subway had also been white, this wouldn't have been a story. If the guy who choked this guy had been black instead of Daniel Penny, it wouldn't be a story either. It's only a story because a white guy did it to a black guy.
And Williams, you look at the backgrounds of these individuals. Williams, no criminal record of any kind whatsoever, never been in trouble with the law. Yet he knew that he had to carry a knife on the subway because of exactly a situation like this possibly rising. Couldn't count on the authorities to keep the subway safe enough. The other guy, career criminal, lots of arrests. It's never a surprise when these things happen. It doesn't come out of nowhere.
Hit a woman, Buck, out of nowhere, right? If you're going to hit a woman, you're typically going to have had a criminal history in your past. Just tossing it out there. Most people out of nowhere don't suddenly decide to strike women. It's typically something that somebody who has a violent criminal past is doing.
Yeah. Jordan Neely punched a senior citizen female in the face, broke her nose and her eye socket, and that was one of many, many times he was arrested. But the city of New York decided they didn't want to punish him too harshly. We'll close up here with a few of your calls, and actually, you know what? We have something on the lighthearted side.
We need something lighthearted. Yes.
I can ask you this. This is a good intro for who is the greatest SNL, Saturday Night Live talent of all time. Don't answer it. We're going to come back to it. Your greatest Saturday Night Live talent all time. All right, famed economist and best-selling author Nomi Prinz is out with a new warning. She says that a group of financial elites are plotting a drastic action unlike anything we've seen since 1971. The White House, the World Economic Forum, even Bill Gates are all involved. According to her research, your ability to spend, borrow, save, and invest could soon be restricted with the push of a button. Our financial system is about to be transformed in a way that would have been unthinkable just a few years ago. And it all starts next month in July. Bank of America is calling it inevitable. If you've got any money in a U.S. bank account or retirement plan, get all the facts at disappearingdollar.com. You may not like what Dr. Prinz has to say, but at the very least, you should be prepared when events take a turn for the worse. That website is disappearingdollar.com, disappearingdollar.com. Go check it out today. Paid for by Rogue Economics.
Get to know the guys outside the issues. Sunday Hang with Clay and Buck, a new podcast. Find it on the iHeart app or wherever you get your podcasts. The True Crime Podcast, What Happened to Sandy Beale, investigates the alarming death of a young woman who dreamed of a career in law enforcement. Journalist Melissa Jeltsin untangles the mystery at the heart of the case, revealing a troubling pattern of behavior from officials and a possible conspiracy.
I didn't take any of their crap because I could tell that they were hiding something.
Listen to What Happened to Sandy Beale, wherever you get your podcasts.
Anxiety and panic attacks can take over your life, but only if you let them. Join comedian Jen Kirkman for Anxiety Bites, the podcast about normalizing anxiety. Jen thinks it's time for those living with the condition to stop whispering, "I have anxiety," and to start saying it out loud with a shrug.
You can have a great life and be anxious during it.
Jen brings her own life lessons, humor, and hope to a show that's an open, honest discussion about anxiety disorders.
If I hear one more time, "Oh, it's left over from being a caveman," well, okay, but when will this default setting to being anxious, when will this change?
Along the way,